that is co-sponsored by the Chairperson, Departmental Committee on Finance and National Planning, Honorable Kimani Kuria. This is a bill that is at its second reading stage, and it's a bill that seeks to amend the County Assembly Services Act and the Public Finance Management Act. Some of the amendments that are being moved with regards to the Public Finance Management Act is the establishment of a County Assembly Fund. This is a fund that is established and shall be taken care of by the clerk of the County Assembly, who shall be the administrator of that particular fund. These are monies that may be appropriated by the County Assembly from the County Revenue Fund established for each county. But as we can see on our screens, the Speaker of the National Assembly, Honorable Dr. Moses Masika Wetangula, has already made his way into the chamber to preside over this afternoon sitting. Allow me to hand you over to this live broadcast brought to you by PBU in partnership with KBC. Good afternoon.
Mheshimiwa, tuombe. Ewe Mwenyezi Mungu ambaye kwa hekima na wema wako umetoa nyadhifa za viongozi na mabunge kwa ustawi wa jamii na utawala wa haki wa wanadamu, tukusihi utazame kwa neema nyingi sisi watumishi wako ambao wameridhika kutuita ili tutekeleze shughuli muhimu za jamhuri yetu. Tukuomba uteremshie baraka zako sisi tulikutanika hapa, na utujalie tuyatende na kufikiria mambo yote yatakayofikishwa mbele yetu kwa njia ya haki na uaminifu, ili utukufu na sifa zako ziendelezwe, na ili kustawisha amani, ufanisi na heri ya nchi yetu na wale ambao haja zao umezikabidhi mikononi mwetu. Amen. Sergeant, ring the quorum bell.
So the House is yet to commence its business. There is a quorum hitch, much as the prayer has been said and the chair taken. The House has not quorated yet for it to be deemed to have achieved that required quorum. So as you can see, more members are still making their way into the chambers. At this time also, the quorum bell is underway, of course, to alert the members who may be within the precincts of Parliament to at least hasten their steps and join their colleagues in the chambers to allow the House raise that much needed quorum. Back to the business. The County Public Finance Laws Amendment Bill, a bill originating from the Senate and co-sponsored by the Chairperson, Departmental Committee on Finance and National Planning, Honorable Kimani Kuria, is coming up for second reading. This means that debate on this particular bill will be taking place, and it is a bill that seeks to amend the County Assembly Service Act and the Public Finance Management Act. Okay, that is a signal from the Sergeant at Arms to the clerk and the speaker that the quorum has been raised. Allow me to hand you over to this business. Good afternoon.
Members, we now have a quorum to transact business. Clerk.
Order number 1, administration of oath. Order number 2, communication from the chair. Order number 3, messages.
We'll come back to messages. Next order.
Order number 4, petitions. Order number 5, papers.
Majority Leader.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Thank you. I beg to lay the following papers on the table of the House today, Wednesday, June 18th, 2025, afternoon sitting. 1. The Kenya Information and Communication Regulations Registration of Telecommunication Services Subscribers Regulations 2025 from the Ministry of Information, Communication and the Digital Economy to be referred to the Committee on Delegated Legislation. 2. Reports of the Auditor General and financial statements for the year ended 30th June 2023 and the certificates there in respect of the following technical training institutes. A. Chepsirei. B. Machakos Technical for the Blind. C. Ekerubo Giatai. D. Gitwebe. E. Bureti. 3. Reports of the Auditor General financial statements for the year ended 30th June 2023 and certificates therein in respect of the following technical and vocational colleges. Belgut, Larry, Kasarani, and Bomet. 4. Reports of the Auditor General and financial statements.
Central.
Bomet Central, yes, Mr. Speaker, Bomet Central. 4. Reports of the Auditor General and financial statements for the year ended 30th June 2024 and certificates therein in respect of the following technical and vocational colleges. Larry, Kasarani, Limuru, Okame, Chepsirei, Moiben, and Wanga. 5. Reports of the Auditor General financial statements for the year ended 30th June 2024 and certificates therein in respect of the following schools. A. St. Cecilia Aluor Girls Siaya. B. Moi Girls Vokoli. C. Chavakali. D. Bunyore Girls. E. Chianda. F. Kisumu Girls. G. Bishop Okoth Girls Mbaga. H. St. Mary's Yala. And I. Maseno. 6. Honorable Speaker, reports of the Auditor General of financial statements for the year ended 30th June 2024 and certificates therein in respect of the following technical training institutes: Thika, Rift Valley, Ol Lesos, Bushiangala, Ngeria, Kisiwa, and PC Kinyanjui. 7. Reports of the Auditor General of financial statements for the year ended 30th June 2024 on National Government Constituencies Development Fund and certificates there in respect of the following constituencies: A. Nyeri Town, and B. Lagdera. 8. Reports of the Auditor General of financial statements for the year ended 30th June 2024 and certificates therein in respect of Metkei Girls Secondary School, B. Moi Kapsowar Girls School, C. The Hill School Girls Eldred, D. St. Martin Kathonzueni School, F. Kastikeo Boys High School, G. Cardinal Otunga High School Mosocho, H. Asumbi Girls High School, I. Moi Nyabohanse Girls High School, J. Nyabururu Girls National High School, K. Kisii High School, L. Kanga High School, M. St. Joseph Nyabigena Boys High School, M. Voi Boys High School, O. Mare Girls High School, P. St. Mary's High School Lushangonyi, Q. Isiolo Boys High School, R. Njoro Girls High School, S. St. Stephen's Luanya Girls Secondary School, T. Moyale Boys Secondary School, and U. Bishop Sulumeti Telelemuk Girls High School. 9. Annual report of the Auditor General and financial statements of Kenya Civil Aviation Authorities for the year ended 30th June 2024 and certificates therein. And lastly, Honorable Speaker, special audit on capitation and infrastructure grants in schools across the country from the Office of the Attorney General to be referred to the Public Accounts Committee. Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay.
Chairperson, Budget and Appropriations Committee.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following paper on the table of the House today, Wednesday, 18th June 2025, report of the Budget and Appropriations Committee on its consideration of the Equalization Fund Appropriation Bill, National Assembly Bill number 21 of 2025. Thank you.
Chairperson, Mediation Committee on Division of Revenue. come back to that. The report is not ready. Next.
Order number 6, notices of motion. Order number 7, questions and statements.
Honorable members, let's go to, there's a supplementary order paper we are expecting. Clerk, is it here yet? A few minutes. Okay, let's go to statements. Ivo Barra, are you taking the response on behalf of Jared?
Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Chair, Internal Security and Administration, Tongoyo.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I hope I'm responding to a statement being sought by Jared regards the death of Ojwang.
Yes, go ahead and take into account that this is a matter that is very active in court. And if you say anything that is likely to prejudice the court process, I will stop you.
Well-guided Speaker, I know, of course, the issue of sub judice.
Go ahead.
And I'm well-guided.
Yes.
So, and it's true, Honorable Speaker, we know this is also a matter of a lot of public interest. Honorable Speaker, the Member of Parliament, Honorable Gerard Okello, did sort a statement on the floor of this House under the circumstances that led to the death of Albert Ojwang. And in particular, he wanted to know, report on the circumstances that led to the death of Alfred Ojwang while in police custody at Central Police Station, including the legal basis for his arrest and the reason for his placement in solitary confinement. 2, the justification of the transfer from Homa Bay to Nairobi County, and also the current status of investigation by the IPOA on the immediate administrative and disciplinary action that has been taken against officers who apprehend and transferred the deceased to Nairobi. And Honorable Speaker, you remember, besides, of course, this statement, Honorable Speaker, the committee took interrogation. They interrogated the IPOA and the IG also on the same matter. And I want to read the minister's response and give a little bit also the highlight arising from the members' interrogation of the IG and IPOA to include the latest update status report from IPOA. Honorable Speaker, I respond as follows. The Member of Parliament, this is the response from the Minister, the Member of Parliament for Nyando constituency, Gerard Okello, had sought the said statement, and I respond as follows. We are deeply concerned by the circumstances surrounding the death of Mr. Albert Ojwang while in police custody at Central Police Station. Indeed, the loss of life in custody raises serious questions on procedural conduct, oversight, and the protection of the constitutional rights by the National Police Service. According to the information made public by Inspector General of Police, Mr. Douglas Kancha, the late Mr. Ojwang was arrested following a complaint launched by Mr. Elliot Lagat, the DIG of KPS, in relation to remarks made by Ojwang on his social media account, Pixel account to be specific. X account goes by that name. Despite the nature of allegation, it is important to emphasize that all arrest persons are entitled to the right enshrined under Article 49 of our Constitution. This including the right to be informed promptly of the reason for arrest, access to legal counsel, and to be brought before the court of law within the 24 days. In light of the above, the decision to place Mr. Ojwang in solidarity cell and whether it was consistent with the legal and procedural provision remain a matter under active investigation. The preliminary autopsy has provided initial insight into the cause of his tragic death. However, the committee awaits the conclusion of IPOA to determine any lapses, misconduct, and violation of Mr. Ojwang's right while in custody. I'll reiterate our commitment to pushing for transparency, accountability, and protection of all Kenyans from abuse while in custody of state. In regards to the second question, Honorable Speaker, in regards to the transfer of Mr. Ojwang from Homa Bay to Nairobi by the DCI was informed that the transfer was necessitated by the nature of alleged offense, which was cybercrime. We understand that such offenses may have elements that transcend geographical boundaries, but it is imperative that such transfers must still comply with the principle of lawful procedure. Under the Criminal Conduct Code, Cap 75, matters relating to the jurisdiction is determined by the place the offense is alleged to have occurred or where its consequences are felt. Again, in our understanding, in cases where it is uncertain in which jurisdiction the offense occurred, the law permits proceedings to be instituted in any such jurisdiction. However, even in such cases, the rights of accused persons be strictly upheld as they are entitled to humane and lawful condition of detention. Therefore, the committee underscores the importance of ensuring that operational decisions such as transfer of accused do not override constitutional protection. The legality of a Ojwang transfer and whether it met both procedural and human rights standards remain a critical component of ongoing investigation. On the third question, Honorable Speaker, the case is already under active investigation by POA and other relevant agencies. From public statements, we are also informed that the authority has made notable progress, including the recording of statements from several police officers, among them the OCS Central Police Station and junior officers who were on duty at the time of the incidents. And the post-mortem examination has already been conducted, and the preliminary finding revealed blunt force injuries to the head, bleeding in the brain, soft tissue injuries on various parts of the body, and sign of compression on the neck. The National Police Service, through the IG, has pledged full cooperation with IPOA. Similarly, my ministry is available to provide any necessary support to facilitate speedy and conclusive determination of this matter. Being a matter of significant public interest and national concern, we are hopeful that the process will be expeditious, impartial, and transparent, especially in light of the commitment made by the relevant authorities. And the last part, Honorable Speaker, the Inspector General of Police has interdicted 6 officers pending outcome of ongoing investigation, and these officers include Officer Commanding Central Police Station, Samson Talam, Duty Officer Samuel Nganga, Corporal Charles Muruki, and Police Constable Debian Lusweti, and Peter Kimani, and Evelyn Kanyiri. We are of the view that this step is necessary and appropriate measures to ensure accountability, to preserve the integrity of the investigation, the process the same, and will also serve an important reminder that misconduct and negligence within the National Police Service will not tolerate. And Honorable Speaker, maybe it's also worth to add to this that, of course, also the DIG KPS had stepped aside the public domain. Finally, Honorable Speaker, I wish to give the highest assurance and commitment that we shall pursue this matter to its conclusive end for justice to Mr. Albert Ojwang and for the respect of law, rule of law in this country. And I submit, Honorable Speaker, signed by Honorable Kipchumba Murkomen, the Secretary Cabinet for Interior and National Administration.
Ivo Bara. Yes.
I will kindly, because this was a little bit, a lot has taken place, to give a bit summary from the IPOA, the latest, actually, as today. Honorable Speaker, in summary, as of today, or actually this letter was signed yesterday when I was coming into the House, and I have the update report. And Honorable Speaker, there's some noise here from the member. Soy.
Order, Honorable DK.
This guy is from. So, Honorable Speaker, I have a letter, the status update report from Ahmed Isaac Hassan, the chair of IPOA, outlining that so far they have done 8 arrests. They have arrested James Mukwana, and is in Milimani Law Court, and is detained for 21 days at Capitol Hill Police Station. I'm saying James Mukwana. Sorry? Corporal. And the ruling to be delivered on the June the 20th. Next mission will be on the June 20th. It's good to know that. The second is Samson Talam, the OCS, also in Milimani Law Court, and they're detained for 21 days, pending investigation, and the ruling also to be delivered on the June 18th. The other one is, of course, also the deputy OCS, which is known as Nganga, and Kimani, which was also a duty officer. Also among the rest, Honorable Speaker, is 3 civilians. And these civilians are people who are alleged actually to have even committed the heinous act. Those are the convicts who are in the cells. And these are Gin Amunitwa, Collins Karani, Kelvin Mutisia Mutava, and Brian Mwaniki Njue. And they are all detained for 21 days at Mudagari and Kileleshwa Police Station, and they're detained for 14 days. Among the 8, Honorable Speaker, is also one person who is the technician who is alleged to have interfered with the CCTV. And he has been also arrested. And I think, Honorable Speaker, because the report, of course, is very detailed, and I'll also mention the number of officers who have been interdicted, and majority of them also are those who have been arrested. Honorable Speaker, yes, sir. I don't want to go into the chronology of event, but it's also good just to note that we, in the report that I will table in the House, give more details on the chronology of event, starting from when the DIG made the complaint, both to EACC and DCI, as a result of the alleged false accusation by the deceased on his Pixen X account. So, Honorable Speaker, and we had also, of course, interrogated the IG and IPOA, and as a committee, and the report is here, but the majority are more similar to what had already the CS had given brief, and what even IPOA had reported. And Honorable Speaker, I beg to submit.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let me appreciate that little effort has been made and there is progress on the case. But, Mr. Speaker, on the specific questions that were asked, I'm yet to be satisfied. Mr. Speaker, what was asked was why, the first one was, why was Albert transferred from Homa Bay to Nairobi? Was this legal? Mr. Speaker, this has not been clearly answered. In line with Article 49 of our Constitution, it's required that the arrested person be held near the place of arrest unless there are exceptional circumstances, and none were disclosed. The second one that I'm not satisfied with was, what was asked was what specific online post led to his arrest. Mr. Speaker, up to this point, we do not know the specific online post. The other one was The question was Albert's detention documented at the Central Police Station? Mr. Speaker, the response clearly should have stated that it was not. At least acknowledge that there were gaps in the manner in which his case was handled. They always say that the truth will set us free. So I would appreciate if the minister in charge or the cabinet secretary in charge acknowledge some of the shortfalls or the shortcomings on the manner in which the case was handled. And when you say the truth, even the people concerned, as much as they have lost their relative, will be satisfied that it was the investigation was transparent and the truth has been unveiled. And this has not been the case. And finally, Mr. Speaker, on the injuries that we're asked, can the ministry explain the visible injuries, including the bruises and the swellings, reported by the family and observers? The ministry or the minister only refers to the existence of postmortem without addressing the injury findings. Mr. Speaker, I would be happy if this matter is handled exhaustively. I am not fully satisfied, and this is the message. Mr. Speaker, this is something that has painted Kenya in a bad light. Mr. Speaker, yes, we make mistakes, but when you acknowledge, then we can get over some of these things and even now start talking about the reforms on what we should do as a country. I'm not looking at an individual, I'm looking at the image of the country. Mr. Speaker, what we saw yesterday, immediately after this Mr. Ojwang's case, what we saw in the streets yesterday, somebody brazenly shooting at a human being, Mr. Speaker. It means that it has not sunk. Even what we've been talking about and the country's outcry has not been received well by the police force. Because if that was done, Mr. Speaker, they would not have done what we saw, or instructions given out to them on how to handle demonstrators would have been different. That police officer has painted us in a bad light, and action, I believe, has been taken and he has been arrested. But for Ojwang, let us go the full haul, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yes, Mukunji. Tongoyo, you can take note.
Thank you. Honorable Speaker, I also want to say the statement is quite insufficient. Honorable Speaker, from a far look, this looks like there's a lot of conspiracy around that case. And Honorable Speaker, I am appealing to the committee to go beyond IPOA statement. There is a need, Honorable Speaker, for this National Assembly to go beyond the issue of getting a report from IPOA and actually form a commission of inquiry to know exactly what transpired, that is supposed to be independent, that involves also everybody that is being mentioned. Honorable Speaker, there has been mentioned two gentlemen that come from my constituency. And Honorable Speaker, those young gentlemen who are actually cousins had been arrested because of a road issue, a traffic matter. They were released. And then when they went for their vehicle, Honorable Speaker, they were rearrested and taken in custody, and they are being forced to write statement. Honorable Speaker, I beg for this National Assembly to take the issue of police misuse and misconduct very seriously. Let us try as much as possible to correct the image, so that, Honorable Speaker, as my sister has said, we have to ensure the credibility of our nation is beyond reproach.
Thank you. Otienda Molo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the response as read is grossly inadequate. But it is because of our system that we cannot expect our own colleague to give us sufficient answers, because he can only rely on answers that has been given to him. Mr. Speaker, the issue of Ojwang demonstrates monumental impunity and disregard to the Constitution and the law, to an extent that, as seen together with what happened yesterday, it demonstrates total anarchy and a danger of sliding to be a banana republic if we are not already there. Mr. Speaker, first of all, I would suggest that to ask our colleague to bring better answers is to give him a task beyond him, because he will not get better answers. He is relying on the same police who told us that this was an issue of suicide. There is no way they can give us any better answers. Mr. Speaker, I would suggest that if ever there was a case where we should consider constituting an ad hoc committee, because Ojwang's death demonstrates what happens every day, except it does not come to the limelight. I would suggest that, Mr. Speaker, you consider constituting an ad hoc committee to look into what actually happened, and also to look into what happens to other persons in similar circumstances, so that the police can be brought to order within the Constitution and the law. Mr. Speaker, there are so many gaps in that responses. Number one, for starters, we have been failed by IPOA. IPOA cannot, as the person investigating police conduct, attend a press conference where the police are explaining their own conduct. You cannot do that. IPOA cannot come and tell us that they have arrested people and they are prosecuting people for murder when the central suspect has not written a statement to date. How do you determine then who should be taken to court if you've not interviewed Eliud Lagat up to now? IPOA has failed us and we must call them to order. The other failure, Mr. Speaker, is in response to what now happened, the public outcry. I read the statement of 16th June 2025 by the DIG Eliud Lagat, where he says he has voluntarily stepped aside. Mr. Speaker, there is nothing like stepping aside in law. I invite, Mr. Speaker, that we look at the National Police Service Act, we look at Section 17, we look at Section 95A. Under Section 17, the President can remove the DIG, can retire the DIG, or can redeploy the DIG. None of those can be done by the DIG themselves. Under Section 95A, the disciplinary process can only be done by a disciplinary committee of the National Police Service Commission. You cannot discipline yourself by saying you've stepped aside. What does that mean in law? Mr. Speaker, I want to suggest that this whole issue is a charade. If you look back to the questions that were asked, before you are arrested, you are supposed to be told why you are being arrested. Under Article 49. This was not an arrest, this was an abduction. And to use the word arrest, as has been used by chairman, is wrong. And if it was an arrest, you are supposed to be taken to the nearest police station. Why would you be taken 600 kilometers? And when you are taken to the station, then the OB is not recorded. At what point then are you told of the reason for your arrest? And then you are put in situations where you are clearly have been set up to be killed. Mr. Speaker, I think we owe it to this country, given what happened to Ojwang, given what happened to those who are demonstrating at what happened to Ojwang, to the extent that the same police are now escorting goons, we are in danger of sliding to a total banana republic. And if the executive cannot bring us back on course, it behoves this House to do so. Mr. Speaker, I suggest we establish an ad hoc committee. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Tongoyo. Honorable members, from what I have heard and from what the chair of the committee read to us, first, Honorable Tena Molo, you can only set up a committee through a motion. There's no motion before me. But more importantly, I direct that the Minister for Internal Security appears before this House on Wednesday afternoon so that those with questions, and the questions so far raised by Ivo Bara, Otienda Molo, and Mukunji, be availed to him via Hansard so that he can be able to be interrogated by the House on matters touching on the death of Albert Ojwang, taking into account the ongoing court case and the sub judice rule, so that we can have this House lend its strong voice on matters that we disapprove of, on the conduct of officers who are supposed to protect wananchi. So, Majority Leader Owen Baya, Wednesday at 3:30, the Minister for Internal Security to appear before this House is so directed. Yes, Tongoyo?
Honorable Speaker, I think on that one, I don't want to... Just one question, Honorable Speaker, that has come out clearly. As much as we all regret as a country, it was really very unfortunate event, even to include what happened yesterday. Of course, we saw in the videos going around of a police officer shooting an armed, innocent Kenyan who was walking, doing his assault, which even inquired, we are lucky he's still recuperating in the hospital, although they say he was used a rubber bullet. Honorable Speaker, I think it's just good to appreciate that IPOA had really done a good job, because in speed 5 days, okay, it's me talking.
Order.
It's me talking. Honorable Speaker, as much as we invite the IG, I mean the Minister, you know what we wanted from the Internal Affairs Unit is full cooperation. And when we're interrogating, Honorable Speaker, IPOA themselves confirmed to us that the IG and his team were really in full cooperation.
Honorable Tongoyo.
Yes.
You can advise the Minister to come with IPOA alongside him.
Yes. Better that way.
If he wishes to do so.
Okay.
Because under our structure of government, he gives policy direction to many of those institutions under him.
So I would suggest then you recommend that IPOA also join the CS.
It is up to him to decide who to come with.
Okay.
Yes.
Well guided.
Yes, I don't want to escalate this. I've already given direction. What's your point of order, Millie?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I do appreciate that you don't want to escalate this, and because you have actually requested the CS to come.
I've not requested, I've directed.
Directed, thank
yes.
you. You have directed, and I'm glad that you have corrected me one of a few times when I'm happy when I'm directed. That is directed. Let him be here. And the reason is because the issue of security actually resides in this House. And I know and I want to commend the committee because they've done a very good job. But the House, the entire House needs to be seized of this matter because it's our primary mandate to oversight the security. But Mr. Speaker, even as the CS is coming, the other issues that are arising that we would want him to deal with. Number one, only 2 days ago, Mr. Onditi died in a police post in my constituency, allegedly by suicide. Mr. Speaker, again in, I think, Nyando or somewhere, somebody else died allegedly by suicide in a police post.
You know what you should do, Honorable Millie? File additional questions on the issues you are raising. And any other member who has similar issues, file questions so that we pass them on to the Minister as he prepares to appear here on Wednesday and be at hand to interrogate him on all these issues so that he can be able to not only satisfy the House but the country on the situation surrounding Albert Ojwang, the Onditi you are talking about, the shooting in town yesterday, and any other matters within your knowledge that requires the Minister to be brought to his attention and to answer fully to the House. Yes, Millie?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I stand guided, and I will be doing that. Mr. Speaker, yesterday when I was speaking here, I was informed that the person who was shot yesterday, who unfortunately I'm told has died, I don't know if he has died, the one we are saying was shot by, is not dead. I'm happy to hear it's not dead, and I hope. Yes, that's just what I wanted to say, even though I still am appalled and I'm not happy by the way the police operated. It doesn't matter where he came from. Of course, it hits me more if it comes from Suba, because I was told yesterday it's from Homa Bay and Suba in particular. But I wish to tell the Suba people that he was not from Suba. We are still not happy that he was shot, but it's not from
Members of the National Assembly, you are members of the National Assembly of Kenya. It matters not where a Kenyan comes from. The pain of a Kenyan in Mandera, in Busia, in Homa Bay, in Kwale is the pain to all of you. And that is as it should be. Let's go on to the next matter. Go back to messages. That matter, hold your horses to Wednesday. Go back to messages. Robert Mbui, you will speak on Wednesday. The minister will be here.
Order number 3.
We are not in competition. You are a house, discharge your duties.
Order number 3, messages.
Honorable Mbui, I know you have said that to me elsewhere, and I agree with you. It is, you and I were shot at when we were together. My car was smashed. Honorable members, be here, Robert, on Wednesday. I'll give you ample time to reflect even on your broken and healed leg. Honorable members, I have a message from the Senate on approval of the fourth basis for allocation of the share of national revenue among county governments. Honorable members, pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 41-4 of the National Assembly Standing Orders, I wish to report to the House that I have received a message from the Senate regarding the approval of the fourth basis for revenue allocation among county governments in accordance with Article 2173 of the Constitution. Honorable members, the message conveys that on Thursday, 12th June 2025, the Senate considered and approved the fourth basis for allocation among the counties, the share of national revenue that is annually allocated to the county level of government. This consists of the baseline allocation ratio and the formula for distribution for the financial years 2025-26, 2029-30. For clarity, honorable members, the baseline allocation ratio refers to the shareable revenue allocated to the counties in the financial year 2024-2025. The formula contains parameters and the various respective thresholds to be considered in determining the criteria for horizontal distribution of the shareable revenue among 47 county governments. The parameters include the basic equal share, population, poverty, and land area. Honorable members, as you are aware and no doubt appreciate, the basis for revenue sharing among county governments is a very critical element in facilitating the seamless execution of the devolved functions of our county governments. Notably, the formula has implications on the division of revenue bill and the county allocation of revenue bill for the financial year 2025-26. In this regard, it ought to be concluded expeditiously and before the conclusion of these two bills. Honorable members, as contemplated under Article 217 of the Constitution, the National Assembly may consider the Senate's resolution and vote to approve it with or without amendments or reject it in toto. It is worth noting that the decision of the National Assembly to amend or to reject the Senate's resolution on the formula requires the support of at least 2/3 of the members of the National Assembly, being not less than 233. So any one of you wants to amend, you must garner 233 members to support your proposal. Any one of you wants it rejected, you must also do so. Honorable members, in order for the House to commence consideration of the resolution of the Senate on the fourth basis for revenue allocation among county governments are directed as follows. 1, that the message from the Senate together with the accompanying fourth basis for revenue allocation formula is hereby committed to the Budget and Appropriations Committee for expedited consideration. 2, that cognizant of the urgency of the matter, the committee is expected to consider the formula and submit a report to the House on Tuesday, 24th June 2025. 3, that the House Business Committee shall place the Senate resolution on the formula in the order paper of Tuesday, 24th June 2025 for consideration by the House. And 4, that the clerk is hereby directed to circulate the message containing the formula to all members and publish it on the parliamentary website. The House is accordingly guided. Honorable members, allow me to acknowledge in the Speaker's Gallery, State House Girls, Dagoretti North constituency, Nairobi. And which was the next one? Alvioda. Okay. Honorable members, we have also in the public gallery Tasia Bright Star School from Embakasi East, Nairobi. On my behalf and on behalf of the House, I welcome the students, their teachers, and those accompanying them to the House of Parliament. Honorable members, you must have now received the supplementary order paper. It is in circulation already. If you check your system, you'll find it. We have done a response to question 1. I'll stay the remaining 4 questions until we finish the business that I will rearrange. For now, we go back to notices of motion, and I call the chair budget. Had you laid your paper? Okay, go to papers, order number 5. Lay your paper.
Order number 5, papers.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following paper on the table of the House today, Wednesday, 18th June 2025. Report of the Mediation Committee on the Division of Revenue Bill, National Assembly Bill number 10 of 2025.
Call out order number 6.
Order number 6, notices of motion.
Chair, budget.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to give notice of the following motion, that pursuant to the provisions of Article 113 sub 2 of the Constitution and the Standing Order 150 sub 3, this House adopts the report of the Mediation Committee on the Division of Revenue Bill, National Assembly Bill number 10 of 2025, laid on the table of the House on Wednesday, 18 June 2025, and approves the mediated version of the Division of Revenue Bill, National Assembly Bill number 10 of 2025. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Honorable members, Otienda, Mola, and Murugara, you had some point of order. You approached the chair to allow you. I give you 1 minute. And Murugara, 1 minute.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we are aware that the chair of the Justice and Legal Affairs Committee presented a report on the public participation on the NG-CDF Constitutional Amendment Bill. We are also aware, Mr. Speaker, that having read the bill for the first reading, we had to wait for the mandatory period as prescribed to elapse. Mr. Speaker, by my count, that period elapsed about 3 days ago. And by law, we should be on the clear to move to the second and third reading so that we can handle fully the question and issue of the constitutional amendment to the Constitution entrenching the NG-CDF. Mr. Speaker, I wanted to seek your direction on the next step so that all members would be clear, because I'm sure most members would want to participate in the second reading, and certainly most members would want to be present during voting. And Mr. Speaker, given the schedules of members, unless this is made clear, we might have a situation where some members do not participate. Mr. Speaker, I wanted to get your indulgence and directions on this, including the possibility of having a discussion, an informal discussion, given that the time usually allocated, not all members may say what they need to say or be briefed. The possibility of having a kamukunji prior to such dates as the Speaker might direct. Mr. Speaker, I ask your guidance on this one. Thank you.
Murugara, 1 minute. Give him the mic.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Maybe the supplementary order paper has not yet reached Senior Counsel, Honorable Tiende Amolo. Actually, the matter is listed for debate today, but as he has pleaded, it's valid that these members are informed what this bill entails, what is in the report, and that we are able to internalize this and discuss it and debate it in a manner that is most honorable. But that is not my point of order. Mr. Speaker, sir, I've been accused of being a trade unionist by these members. It is not right, but I don't refuse. I do not refuse that tag, because we actually came to your office the other day last week to inquire about a very important and sensitive matter to these members, the RMLF, which is the roads money. You gave us a very good response, and we expected it to go the way you actually responded. Yes. But just about yesterday, we only got 6 million out of it from what had been disbursed. Yes. Maybe, Mr. Speaker, sir, I would equally join Honorable Tiende Amolo that if it pleases you and you wish to convene us in a kamukunji, then you also speak to us about the roads money, because the constituents are agitated, the roads are not in good shape, but most importantly, most of us have committed this money to do the rural roads, which we are supposed to do. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Order. Order, Tongoyo. Take your seat. Order, Bensuda. Take your seat. Take the nearest seat. Order, honorable members. Order, members. First, allow me to acknowledge the good work that is constantly done by a caucus of lawyers in the House, who from time to time are called upon to discharge pro bono services to the House in matters legal, court processes, and so on and so forth. This morning I had a meeting with the caucus members, not all of them, some didn't show up, perhaps because of inadequate communication, and they raised the issues that the two members have raised. I will direct as follows. Number one, the matter appearing at order number 13 on the supplementary order paper, the Constitution of Kenya Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 4 of 2025, be stepped down to next week for the simple reason that constitutional amendment bills are very delicate. delicate to the extent that once you move it, you debate, you vote for it as it is or reject it as it is. You are not allowed to bring any amendments on the floor. That's why we gave you time, adequate time, to debate this matter informally in a pre-publication form. And the Hansard shows that at least about 80% of members of this House spoke to it. But that notwithstanding, memories fail, people change their minds, people forget things, and so on. I have acceded to the request that on Tuesday at 9 a.m. in the morning, we congregate here in a special Kamkunji to again appraise ourselves on the content of this important bill that seeks to entrench GAF funds, NGCDF, and Senate Oversight Fund into the Constitution so that when we start the debate in second and subsequent third reading, we know that we have no opportunity or capacity to amend. On the issue of RMLF, I'm sure your officers must have advised you that some sums of money have been disbursed, and there is a process of re-engineering the disbursement of additional funds. I will then appraise you as well, and I've instructed the chairman of Roads, GK, member Fondia, to get in touch with the office of the clerk and the majority leader to appraise themselves on the developments on RMLF. But more importantly, again, I want you to acknowledge the caucus because the court did direct that Section 6 of the Roads Act is unconstitutional to the extent that counties are excluded. For us to correct the situation, the caucus, under my direction and guidance, are working overnight to come up with a draft bill to cure that anomaly that the court has pointed out, which will then be processed in the shortest time possible, including public participation and so on, so that within a month or two, we should have an amended bill that meets the constitutional expectations that have been directed. So once again, the caucus, on behalf of the House, we salute you for your not only offer of your time and brain, but the sacrifice you are making to make this House function better. Thank you. As you know, the caucus is co-chaired by the Honorable Otienda Amolo and Chepkonga. Chepkonga is out of the country, but we salute them for their leadership. Honorable members will then reorganize the business of the day. The remainder of the questions to be responded to will come after the committee of the whole. So we'll skip order number 8, order number 9, and order number 10, and go to the committee of the whole. And in the committee of the whole, the majority leader has requested that we step down the order on value-added tax amendment bill, which will come next week, so that we deal with the finance bill and the National Council of Population and Development bill. Equally important, honorable members, as you know the requirement under the law and the Constitution, I have approved requests for amendments from the chairman of the committee, from the majority leader, and from the honorable member for Navaholo, Emmanuel Wangwe, which will be prosecuted in the committee. Honorable members, I'll now direct the clerk to call out order number. Yes. Leader of Majority Party, there are some urgent documents for you to lay on the table before we go to the next order. Can you do so quickly? Call out order number 5.
Order number 5, papers.
Majority Leader.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following papers on the table of the House today, Wednesday, June 18th, 2025, in the afternoon sitting. The supplementary estimates number 3 for the financial year 2024-2025, and the following accompanying documents from the National Treasury. 1.
Order members. Kagombe.
1. Financial year 2024-2025 supplementary estimates number 3, program-based budget. 2. Financial year 2024-2025 supplementary estimates number 3, recurrent estimates. 3. Financial year 2024-2025 supplementary estimates number 3, development estimates. And lastly, Honorable Speaker, at 5, memorandum on financial year 2024-2025 supplementary estimates number 3. Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay.
Thank you, Honorable Wenbaya. Honorable members, allow me to acknowledge in the public gallery Kambara Secondary School from Madhioya, Muranga. On my behalf and on behalf of the House, we welcome the students and their teachers and those accompanying them to the House of Parliament. Call out order number 11.
Order number 11, Committee of the Whole House.
Honorable members, will you be upstanding?
Order, honorable members, order. Will we take our seats? Order. All members, will we take our seats? The committee, the House is now the committee of the whole House for the Finance Bill, National Assembly Bill number 19 of 2025. Order. Order. The Honorable Soro et al. Order. Could you take your seats? Honorable Chair, Finance Committee, are you ready? The Honorable Soro, allow the Chair of Finance Committee to do his job. The Honorable Soro, take your seat. The Honorable Soro. The Honorable Soro, what have you just done? So members, let's proceed. Honorable Chair of Finance, I hope you're ready.
Provisions relating to the Income Tax Act, Cap 470, Clause 2.
The members, I propose a question that Clause 2 be part of the bill. Chair, you've got an amendment.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, I beg to move that the amendment on Clause 2 be as per the order paper. This is a discussion we had yesterday on the definition of royalty. So the amendment is to delete the definition of the term royalty as proposed in the bill. Additionally, the amendment is to delete the definition of winnings and substituting that with withdraw. I beg to move, Honorable Chair.
Thank you, members. I propose a question that Clause 2 be amended as proposed by the Chair. I now propose a question that Clause 2 be amended as proposed by the Chair. Will ask me another opinion say aye. Will ask me another opinion say nay. The ayes have it. I now put the question on all members that Clause 2 as amended be part of the bill. Will ask me another opinion say aye. Will ask me another opinion say nay. The ayes have it. There was an amendment almost on the same terms like what we just passed by the majority leader, and I direct that the amendment by the majority leader then falls because this committee's amendment has been carried. Next.
Clauses 3 and 4.
Members, I propose a question that clauses 3 and 4 be part of the bill. Because there's an amendment, I now put the question that clauses 3 and 4 be part of the bill. Will ask another opinion say aye. Will ask another opinion say nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 5.
Members, I propose a question that Clause 5 be part of the bill. The Chair of Committee, you got an amendment.
Honorable Chair, I beg to move that Clause 5 be amended as per the order paper. This amendment is seeking to remove sale of scrap as income subject to tax under Section 10 of the Income Tax Act. Additionally, this amendment is seeking to include withdrawals made by punters as taxable income under Section 10 of the Income Tax Act.
Thank you. All members, I propose a question that Clause 5 be amended as proposed by the Chair of the Finance Committee. If there's no interest on that, I now put the question, members, that Clause 5 be amended as proposed. Will as men of that opinion say aye? Will as men of that opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Members, I now put the question that Clause 5 as amended be part of the bill. Will as men of that opinion say aye? Will as men of that opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 6.
Members, I propose the question that Clause 6 be part of the bill. Honorable Chair, you have an amendment to this?
So, Honorable Chair, I beg to move that Clause 6 is amended as per the order paper. This amendment is seeking to require the Cabinet Secretary to make regulations regarding significant economic presence within 6 months. Honorable Chair, as you may recall, last December we did pass the amendment on significant economic presence tax. However, despite us passing this bill in this House, almost 6 months later there has not been regulations that have been passed on the same. So this amendment is therefore requiring the Commissioner and by extension the Cabinet Secretary to gazette, to publish regulations to effect the significant economic presence tax as per contained in the tax laws.
The significant presence. Members, I propose a question that Clause 6 be amended as proposed. I now put the question, therefore, that Clause 6 be amended as proposed. Will as many of that opinion say aye? Will as many of that opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Members, I now put the question that Clause 6 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many of that opinion say aye? Will as many of that opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 7.
Members, Clause 7 has no amendment. I propose the question that clause 7 be part of the bill. I now put the question, therefore, that clause 7 be part of the bill. Will as many other opinion say aye? Aye. And as many the contrary opinion say nay? Ayes have it.
Clause 8.
Members, I propose a question that clause 8 be part of the bill. Chairperson, got amendment to this clause?
Honorable Chair, I beg to move that clause 8 be amended as per the order paper. This amendment, the amendment is seeking to clarify that both the investment in our stadia and investment in sporting activities will both be deductible for tax for those in the private sector that invest in these two activities. I beg to move, Honorable Chair.
Thank you. All members, I propose a question that clause 8 be amended as proposed by the Chair. It's about sports facilities being tax deduct. I propose the question, all members, that clause 8 be amended as proposed. Will as many other opinion say aye? Will as many the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question, members, that clause 8 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many other opinion say aye? Will as many the contrary opinion say nay? Ayes have it.
Clauses 9 and 10.
All members, I propose a question that clauses 9 and 10 be part of the bill. Because there have no amendments, all members, I now put the question that clauses 9 and 10 be part of the bill. Will as many of that opinion say aye? Will as many of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 11.
All members, I propose a question that clause 11 be part of the bill. Move of your amendment, Chair.
Honorable Chair, clause 11 refers to an amendment on country-by-country reporting that requires companies, whether it's surrogate or subsidiary or parent company, and this amendment is seeking now to require the submission of the country-by-country report, since it is the same, to be provided, and it's provided in subsection 2, that it be in the same section. I beg to move, Honorable Chair.
All members, I propose a question that clause 11 be amended as proposed by the Chair. I put the question that clause 11 be amended as proposed by the Chair. Will as many of that opinion say aye? Will as many of the opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question, members, that clause 11 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many of that opinion say aye? Will as many of the opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 12.
Members, I propose the question that clause 12 be part of the bill. Remember, your chairman, you got
Yes, Honorable Chair, clause 12 regards to advance pricing agreement, where you're saying where the taxpayer in an issue with the advance price agreement has provided false information, then that advance price agreement will be declared to be void. Additionally, Honorable Chair, this particular amendment is seeking to provide for timeline in which the Commissioner General, by extension, the Cabinet Secretary, will provide regulations on the enactment of this particular clause 12 in terms of timelines, giving them 6 months to gazette regulations on the enactment of these advance price agreements. I beg to move, Honorable Chair.
Thank you. It's an advanced pricing. Members, I propose the question that clause 12 be amended as proposed by the Chair. Honorable Wunda, 1 minute.
Chair, as much as the amendment to subsection 5, subclause 5 is timely and important, I think the Cabinet Secretaries must also act in good faith, knowing the importance and urgency of some of these, the need to operationalize laws. We do not have to put for them specific timelines. It should naturally flow. Probably with the neatness, probably could even do that in the Social Instrument Act, so that all the Cabinet Secretaries know that within a certain period of time, once a law is in place, we must do this. Because otherwise, within 6 months, it's going to appear in all the laws of this country. All the laws are going to be known as within 6 months. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Makali Mulu.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I just wanted to, in an earlier clause, the chairman reported that regulations were supposed to be done in 6 months and they were not done. I don't know whether really we have been, in terms of the time frame, is this realistic? Because I don't think really we need to put time and then they cannot implement. I think we need to get assurance that at the end of the day, Mr. Chairman, that then when we say 6 months, we get regulations in 6 months or whatever needs to be done. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Yes, Honorable Chair, this particular amendment has been necessitated by, again, the experience, for example, with significant economic presence tax, where the ministry requires us to make particular amendments to the law, but then they take all their time to issue regulations. And therefore, we are requiring them to have a timeline in which they must issue those particular regulations. And I think this is, even if it might be monotonous to repeat them in all our respective laws, but it's important, where we require the executive to issue, to act on their part, to give them timelines in which they are supposed to act on. Honorable Chair.
Thank you. Oh, members, I now put the question that clause 12 be amended as proposed by the chair. Will as many of that opinion say aye? Will as many of the opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question, members, that clause 12 was amended, be part of the bill. Will as many of that opinion say aye? Will as many of the court of opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clauses 13 and 14.
All members have proposed a question that clauses 13 and 14 be part of the bill. And because there's no amendment to them, I now put the question that clauses 13 and 14 be part of the bill. Will as many of that opinion say aye? Will as many of the court of opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 15.
All members have proposed the question that clause 15 be part of the bill. Oh, member, you have, Honorable Chair, you got an amendment to this.
So, Honorable Chair, I beg to move that clause 15 be amended as the order paper. This amendment is to provide that the Commissioner should respond to an application for change of accounting year within 3 months and not 6 months in order to remove inefficiencies. Honorable Chair, again, as I explained in the previous two clauses, we are trying to make sure that the Commissioner is also responsible for timelines. So where, for example, that a taxpayer has applied for changing their financial year, we are reducing their time from the time in which they are supposed to respond from 6 months to 3 months. And Honorable Chair, what you're going to see consistent in the entire amendments that you're doing, where the Commissioner does not respond, then we are saying that that particular application by the taxpayer shall be deemed to have been accepted, so that we also give leeway to the taxpayer and not just power to the Commissioner, so that we also make sure that our tax system is not just fair, but it's also transparent and equitable. Honorable Chair.
Thank you. Members, I now propose the question that clause 15 be amended as proposed by the chair. I now put the question that clause 15 be amended as proposed by the chair. Will as many of that opinion say aye? Will as many of the opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Oh, members, I now put the question that clause 15 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many of that opinion say aye? Will as many of the opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 16.
Oh, members, I propose the question that clause 16 be part of the bill. With amendments by the chairperson of the committee and the leader of majority. Chairperson.
Honorable Chair, I beg to move that clause 16 be amended as per the order paper. This, Honorable Chair, is amending section 35(1)(a), which currently exempts only specific commissions paid by resident air operators to non-resident agents for ticket sales. This broad scope leads to taxation of essential foreign expertise, even when such services are complete and available locally. Additionally, this particular amendment is provided for taxation of withdrawals rather than winning in the case of betting. I beg to move, Honorable Chair.
Thank you. Members, I propose the question that clause 16 be amended as proposed by the chair. I then put the question that clause 16 be amended as proposed by the chair. Will as many of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many of the opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question, members, that clause 16 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many of the opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 17.
Honourable members, I propose a question that clause 17 be part of the bill. Chair, you got an amendment to this. But before you go to that, the leader of majority's amendment to clause 16 then falls because we carried the committee's amendment. So clause 17, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. Honourable Chair, I beg to move that clause 17 be amended as per the order paper. As you remember, Honourable Chair, the amendments we did on the Tax Procedures Act in December and the Tax Amendment Act in December brought various taxable deductions for pay as you earn. So where we said we deduct the taxable allowances before we calculate for pay as you earn. However, Honourable Chair, we have taxpayers have reported to us during public participation that we have quite a number of employers who are not allowing those expenses as tax allowable. And therefore, they are leaving now the employed, especially the employed Kenyans, to now claim that when they are filing their income tax at the end of the year. So therefore, this amendment is seeking to compel the taxpayer to allow for tax deduction those tax allowable expenses for pay as you earn. I beg to move, Honorable Chair.
All members, I propose a question that clause 17 be amended as proposed by the chair. Honorable Omboko.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I want to support that amendment as the chair puts it, because that was a very vital law that we made as a parliament, so that when we are taxing the employees on their payslip, we don't include those statutory elements and deductions. Because when you do so, it's double deduction. In fact, it was meant to leave some more money in the payslips of the workers. Chair, is that correct? And therefore, I want to support it because it is very, very progressive. Remember, one of the biggest challenge we are facing now by the workers of this country is that there are too many levies on their payslips. And this was supposed to actually achieve a situation whereby they have some relief. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Thank you. Honorable Wunda, 1 minute.
Quick one. It is possible, Chair. I support, 100% support the amendments as it was done before it's being carried here. But probably the failure to allow all deductions and relief could be out of ignorance, not knowing what was provided for. Not everybody is kept abreast with the changes in the law. Can I ask the chair that once the president assents to this bill and these changes, just run down all the allowed deductions, reliefs and everything, and probably do like the Mwananchi version, whichever you call it. Post it anywhere or circulate it. So both an employee in the village who has employed a petrol attendant in a village that sells only 10 liters a day will not bother to follow all these processes. Okay. Just do Mwananchi guide, so Kenyans can know. Even Mwalimu Mboko doesn't know all these things. He's now and is a teacher, a very renowned person.
Thank you.
But also these small things. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Honorable Chair.
Honorable Chair, I would like to assure Professor Undo that Mwalimu Mheshimiwa Amboko is very conversant with these matters. He's on Speaker's panel, is one of the most keen members in this House to follow procedures in the House.
The comment made by the Honorable Member for Funyula is a fair comment. That if Omboko doesn't know, what do we expect about the guy down there?
I was coming to that, Honorable Chair. We have, Honorable Chair, and on a very and on a very serious, Honorable Chair, one of the consistent remarks we got when we moved across the 10 counties in this country, they were saying our lawmaking process is too technical, even for fairly educated Kenyans. And they were saying we need to have simpler versions of the bill, of the process, and even in our communication. And therefore, this is a call to us as a House, as Parliament, to communicate better in a simpler language, to the executive that implement these particular proposals, to Kenya Revenue Authority to simplify them in an easier way. Honorable Chair, sometimes I have watched adverts from our entities across all the arms of government, especially the executive. Honorable Chair, most of these communications are in English. So we need to have even versions of our bills and our laws in vernacular, so that Kikuyu speaking speaker from Mukinyai in my village can understand, so that Tholuo speaking Kenyan from Ukwala can understand what we mean, Honorable Speaker. So I agree with Honorable Undo from Funyula that we need to simplify the way we communicate our legal making process, because sometimes, even for fairly educated and learned Kenyans, it becomes a bit too technical to understand. Honorable Chair, I've always said, sometimes even when we present these bills to Kenyans, sometimes the proposal is to delete a deletion. And therefore, even when they get to the bill, the proposal is to delete a deletion. So again, you have now to get to the parent act to see what was being deleted on a Chair. And I think we have an obligation to make sure we simplify our communication.
Well said. Thank you. The Honorable Mboko.
Honorable Chair, what that particular clause means is that once you allow the pay to be deducted on the gross, including the deductions, it means you are actually taxing the workers on money that will not go to them. Basically, that's the basis of it. I just wanted to correct that I'm the master of this, and that's why I raised it. It's a very good amendment, and actually, the employers must now be compelled to do exactly that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, members, I put the question that clause 17 be amended as proposed by the chair. Will as many of that opinion say aye? Will as many of the opinion say nay? Ayes have it. I now put the question, members, that clause 17 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many of that opinion say aye? Will as many of the court of opinion say nay? Ayes have it.
Clauses 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, and 25.
Members, I propose a question that clauses 18, clause 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, and 25 be amended, be part of the bill. Members, those clauses have no amendments. I therefore put the question that clauses 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, and 25 be part of the bill. Will as many of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many of the opinion say nay? Ayes have it.
Clause 26.
Members, I propose a question that clause 26 be part of the bill. This is an amendment by the Honorable Chair.
Honorable Chair, I beg to move that clause 26 be amended as per the order paper. This amendment is to allow for investment allowance for a spectrum license by a telecommunication operator. Additionally, Honorable Chair, this amendment is to retain 100% investment allowance deduction for investment outside Nairobi and Mombasa. Honorable Chair, as I said yesterday, this investment allowance for spectrum license is going to ensure that we have more coverage of network across the country. It is really unfortunate, Honorable Chair, that in 2025, we still have some parts of this country that there's no power, there's no telephone connectivity. And
are you
therefore,
moving
this particular amendment, Honorable Chair,
order,
is seeking
order. Which one are you moving?
20, oh, sorry, the 27.
Yeah, move 26 first.
Oh, sorry.
Next.
Oh, yes. Sorry, Honorable Chair, I beg to move that clause 26 be amended as per the order paper. Honorable Chair, I want to thank sincerely Honorable Oudo, because he's the one who noticed this yesterday during the second reading.
And he has noticed it again today.
And he has noticed it again today. Noted that, Honorable Chair, that the amendment as proposed in the bill, Honorable Chair, would leave out payment of gratuity and pension outside public pension schemes. Honorable Chair, during a time when there are a lot of investments, there are a lot of savings, Honorable Chair, by Kenyans in other non-public pension schemes, it is very important that we don't exclude this particular pension and medical schemes that Kenyans pay outside the public schemes. And therefore, I beg to move that we now delete the word public from the bill, so that the rule we read, other allowances paid under a pension scheme. So which will therefore mean, the import of this is that therefore payments made to both public and private pension scheme now will fall under would not be exempt, Honorable Chair, from income tax. I beg to move, Honorable Chair.
Thank you, members. I propose the question, therefore, that clause 26 be amended as proposed by the chair. And I want to give this chance to Honorable Mayaka. Honorable Mayaka has the floor. Honorable Wundo, this lady has the floor now. Allow her.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, I also just want to support this particular amendment and also to just extend my salutation to Honorable Oundo, because yes, Honorable Chair, if we limit it to public, it means a whole spectrum of people who have investments outside that space are actually affected. And for me, Honorable Chair, also is just to speak to the matter of one thing that as Africans we experience, which is called black tax. This is very encouraging for people who are investing for their retirement and for people who are already in retirement, that they will not be taxed for this particular. And so yes, I support this amendment. Thank you.
Member for Excise.
Thank you so much, Mr.
Chair for the committee. Mine, I also want to support this particular amendment by ensuring that we onboard every Kenyan. You know, we are achieving the provision of the Constitution on inclusivity. And more so to say, the aspect that we want to encourage Kenyans to save for investment purposes. You know, there is something that we need to align. Kenya now, as we can say, it is on leverage level, where we are borrowing much from outside than even from within. And we want to encourage savings by Kenyans, borrow from them, invest and develop our country, and they can derive the benefit and interest from their savings. So this is particular amendment is good. We want to encourage both private and public so that together, cumulatively, we can build our country together. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Kitui Central. Oh, no, this is your amendment, not...
Yeah, thank you so much, Honorable Chairperson. Honorable Chairperson, I also want to support this. In this country, we appreciate that we have a lot of private pension schemes, Honorable Chair. So if we have not, before this amendment, Honorable Chair would have discriminated Kenyans. And I think it's important. Now, the way it is now, it deserves every Kenyan. I support.
Thank you. The Honorable Wundo.
Chair, I just want to sincerely thank the chair of the committee. I raised the matter here. He didn't get the import of what I was saying. As we walked out of the chamber, I do know most of them deal with very more important things out of the formal arrangement. So I encourage there must be quite a lot of informal discussions. That's where we tied it up. And even I have evidence here, handwriting. So thank you, Chair. You are now listening, Chair. Thank you.
All members, I propose a question that clause 26 be amended as... Honorable members, I propose a question that clause 26 be amended as proposed by the chair. Will as many other opinion say aye? Will as many other opinion say nay? Ayes have it. Members, I now put the question that clause 26 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many other opinion say aye? Will as many other opinion say nay? Ayes have it.
Clause 27.
Honorable members, I propose a question that clause 27 be part of the bill. Honorable Chair. Now you can talk about those things of cables you're talking about.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, I beg to move that clause 27 be amended as per the order paper. This has two imports, Honorable Chair. One of them is to introduce an investment allowance for a spectrum license for telecommunication operators, Honorable Speaker. And I did say that despite Kenya having been one of the countries that has the greatest penetration of mobile network, we still have some villages across the country that still don't have telephone connectivity. And we are hoping, Honorable Chair, that once we provide this investment allowance, because spectrum license is a very expensive affair, Honorable Speaker, and therefore exempting this would incentivize our telecommunication operators to apply for this spectrum license and to invest in connecting the whole country, Honorable Speaker, into mobile connectivity. Honorable Speaker, additionally, this amendment is seeking also to retain the 100% investment deduction allowance that we had granted in December during the tax laws amendment bill to investments outside Nairobi and Mombasa. Honorable Speaker, we need to encourage especially companies to move out of Nairobi and Mombasa. It has two solutions: one, creating employment in rural areas, Honorable Speaker, and also reducing the rural-urban migration and now the congestion that we see in our cities, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Chair, I beg to move.
Thank you. Members, I propose a question that clause 27 be amended as proposed by the chair. The honorable member for Kibwezi East.
Thank you, Chair. I stand to support the amendment to clause 27, and especially on the investment allowance, the spectrum increase, as it is going to cover more, areas, and especially the rural areas, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chair. We are aware that most of the investments have been put into capital centers and the rural areas where we come from, and most of us where we represent, we are not having this advantage, and so I support.
Thank you. Honorable members, I put the question that clause 27 be amended as proposed by the chair. Will as many of the opinion say aye? Will as many of the court of opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question, members, that clause 27 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many of the opinion say aye? Will as many of the court of opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 28.
Honorable members, I propose the question that clause 28 be part of the bill. Chair.
Honorable Chair, clause 28 has three very consequential amendments. One, Honorable Chair, clause 28 was seeking to delete the tax incentives that we had granted to, that was giving preferential tax rate for companies that were constructing 100 residential units. Honorable Chair, we found this to be inconsistent with the government's agenda to provide affordable housing. And we're saying, despite now the government providing this particular affordable housing to Kenyans, it's also important to incentivize private sector to do the same. And therefore, we are proposing a deletion of that particular proposal so that we can continue to advance this preferential tax treatment for institutions that are building affordable housing for at least 100 units. This also is seeking now to again reinstate the tax incentives we had provided for local assembling of motor vehicles. Honorable Chair, I look forward to a time when you and I can drive locally made vehicles in this particular country. And it has been made possible before, but again, retrieving the incentive that we done to this sector would again disadvantage that particular space, Honorable Speaker. Thirdly, Honorable Speaker, the further is intending to reduce the tax to 5% of withdrawals made by punters, Honorable Speaker. But most importantly, on digital asset tax. Honorable Chair, when you make an investment or a transfer on digital assets, if you're using, say, a Bitcoin to pay for a particular service, the current law was providing that you would pay tax on the transaction amount. It is the equivalent of being taxed for depositing money in your bank. But now we are changing this from not based on the transaction amount, but by the fees the service provider are going to charge you when, Honorable Chair, you trade using digital assets. And again, this is very important because, as I read yesterday, next week we'll be tabling a report and moving amendments to the digital assets regulatory bill, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Chair, I beg to move.
Thank you. All members, I propose the question that clause 28 be amended as proposed by the Chair. Member for Kitui Central.
Yeah, thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. Honorable Chairperson, I do support these incentives, but I want to make the following observations. If you look at our motor assembly companies in this country, and you look at the construction sector, there's a lot of monopolistic tendencies. And that means we might be benefiting very few companies at the expense of Kenyans not benefit from that tax. So I would wish that even as we move forward, it would be important that we open these sectors for competition. We need more firms to come on board so that when we provide these tax incentives, then we benefit many more Kenyans. I submit, Honorable Chairman.
Thank you. All members, I put the question that clause 28 be amended as proposed by the Chair. Will ask many of the opinion say aye? Will ask many of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. And I put the question, members, that clause 28 as amended be part of the bill. Will ask many of the opinion say aye? Will ask many of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. All members, that clause had an amendment by the majority leader, but because we've carried the amendment by the Finance Committee, that amendment by the majority leader falls.
Clause 29.
All members, I propose the question that clause 29 be part of the bill. Chair.
Honorable Chair, I beg to move that clause 29 be amended as per the order paper. Honorable Chair, this is just a cleanup. In fact, the impact of this amendment is just to have a comma immediately after the word individual, so that the law now will read in paragraph 6 to H5, but then the words an individual, then comma, immediately after the word where. So it's mainly a cleanup, Honorable Chair.
Thank you, members. I propose the question that clause 29 be amended as proposed by the Chair. Member for Kibwezi East.
Thank you, Chair. I rise also to support the cleanup. Chair, in law, interpretation, a comma means a lot.
Correct.
It means a lot, so it can change the whole meaning, and so I support the cleanup.
Thank you. Members, I put the question that clause 29 be amended as proposed by the Chair. Will ask many of that opinion say aye? Will ask many of the opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Members, I now put the question that clause 29 be clause 29 as amended be part of the bill. Will ask many of that opinion say aye? Will ask many of the court of opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
New clause 5A.
Members, we got two new clauses. So the new clause 5A, member, you moving new clause 5A for the second reading.
Honorable Chair, I beg to move that new clause 5A be now read a second time. Honorable Chair, this amendment is deleting the proposal is to repeal section 12D of the Income Tax Act. As you may recall, Honorable Chair, I think the Finance Act of 2023, we did pass a law providing for minimum tax. Honorable Chair, however, the courts have since declared minimum tax unconstitutional, and therefore this amendment is now seeking to delete that particular provision because the courts have since declared it to be unconstitutional.
Thank you. Well, members, I propose a question that the new clause 5A be now read a second time.
Yeah. Honorable Chairperson, how I wish that the Chairperson would have provided more details in terms of when you say the courts have declared unconstitutional. Is it leading to discrimination? What is really the issue? Because that is not coming out clear.
Honorable Chair.
So, Honorable Chair, Section 12D of the Income Tax Act is the one that was providing for minimum tax. It's a whole 12D, 1 and 1A. However, Honorable Speaker, this particular proposal was challenged in our courts and was said you cannot tax a loss. That for you to pay tax in Kenya, you need to have derived an income from that particular activity. And therefore, Honorable Speaker, requiring that businesses pay minimum tax would mean then they would be required to pay tax whether or not they paid, whether or not they derived income in Kenya. And therefore, it's for that merit that the courts declared that unconstitutional. And it's also important to note that that particular ruling was not challenged. And therefore, continuing to have this Section 12D in our books, is senseless. And therefore, now the move to now repeal Section 12D of the Income Tax Act.
Makes a lot of sense, honourable members. I therefore put the question that the new clause 5A be now read a second time. We'll ask many of the opinion say aye. We'll ask many other opinion say nay. The ayes have it. Honourable members, I now propose the question that the new clause 5A be part of the bill. I put the question, members, that the new clause 5A be part of the bill. We'll ask many of the opinion say aye. We'll ask many other opinion say nay. The ayes have it. We go to the next order. All members, I wish to recognize in the presence of the speakers in the speakers gallery the presence of students from St. Joseph Girls Kipsaina, KU South Constituency, Elgeyo Marakwet County. They are welcome to Parliament to follow our proceedings this afternoon and to the Houses of Parliament. Thank you. Next order.
New clause 6A.
All members, I propose the question. No, I wish to call the mover to move the new clause 6A for second reading.
So, Honorable Chair, I beg to move that new clause 6A be now read a second time. As you may recall, Honorable Chair, we did move an amendment on tax paid on digital assets, moving it from the transaction amount to fees. And therefore, this is a subsectional amendment that now is seeking now to introduce a new clause so that digital asset tax is now based on the fees charged on virtual asset providers and not on the transaction amount. I beg to move, Honorable Chair.
Members, I propose a question. The new clause 6A being read a second time. I think it's self-explanatory. And now put the question that the new clause 6A be now read a second time. We'll ask many of the opinion say aye. We'll ask many other court opinion say nay. Ayes have it. I now propose the question, members, that the new clause 6A be part of the bill. I put the question that the new clause 6A be part of the bill. We'll ask many of the opinion say aye. We'll ask many of the court opinion say nay. Ayes have it.
Provisions relating to the Value Added Tax Act, Cap 476, Clause 30 and 31.
Members, I propose a question that clauses 30 and 31 be part of the bill. because there are no amendments, I put the question that clauses 30 and 31 be part of the bill. Will ask many of the opinion say aye. Will ask many of the court of opinion say nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 32.
I propose the question, members, that clause 32 be part of the bill. Chairperson.
So, Honorable Chair, just to give a brief of where we are so far, the Finance Bill of 2025 was seeking to amend 5 different laws: the Income Tax Act, the Value Added Tax Act, the Excise Duty Act, the Tax Procedures Act, and the Miscellaneous Fees and Levies Act. So far we've now dealt with all the proposed amendment in the Income Tax Act, and now we are now in the next statute that now this Finance Bill is seeking to amend, which is a Value Added Tax Act. So, Honorable Chair, I beg to move that clause 32 be amended as per the order paper. This amendment is seeking to retain the provision allowing the option to offset excess tax under any written law. And paragraph EA, we are saying that this was introduced to allow refunds for instance of permanent credits arose due to changes in rates of tax. While the intention was to resolve an issue caused by legislation, the provision has failed to take effect due to technical drafting flaw. So, Honorable Chair, this particular provision, to avoid all the tax refund requests that KRA seems to get every time, that I alluded that we have only a budget of around 5 billion, despite tax refunds going to in excess of 50 billion shillings, Honorable Chair. Now, this is a cleanup to make sure that taxpayers are allowed to offset their current tax liabilities from excess tax that they might have paid, even if that was a different tax bracket, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Chair. That would mean that in the event, for example, you had overpaid your input tax, you are allowed to offset your input tax, whether from your corporation tax, from pay as you want, or from any other tax head that you may have in your tax obligation. I beg to move, Honorable Chair.
Thank you, all members. I propose a question that clause 32 be amended as proposed by the chair. Yes, Honorable Member for Funyula.
I sincerely thank and I want to strongly support this amendment as moved by the chair of the committee. All taxes are paid to KRA. It is received, whether it's different accounts or what, it all belongs to KRA. So it should be simple entry, exit, then the bottom line. So this issue of compartmentalization, I don't know, this is VAT, this is payee, this is excise duty, this is a very progressive way of getting things done. I support and I wish you good life and long life.
Members, I put the question that clause 32 as amended as the amendment as proposed. Will as many other opinion say aye? Will as many other opinion say nay? The ayes have it. But I now put the question that clause 32 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many other opinion say aye? Will as many other opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clauses 33, 34, and 35.
Honourable members, I propose a question that clauses 33, 34, and 35 be part of the bill. And there be no amendment to those clauses. I put the question that clauses 33, 34, and 35 be part of the bill. Will as many of the opinion say aye? Will as many of the opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 36.
Members, I propose a question that clause 36 is part of the bill. And that clause 36 has 3 proposed amendments. One by the Finance Committee, another by a little majority, and one by the Honorable Wangwe. So if we carry the chairperson's amendments, then the other ones will fall accordingly. The amendments have to be moved first before you talk to it. You have to move the amendment, Chair.
Honorable Chair, I beg to move that clause 36 be amended as per the order paper. Honorable Chair, in as much as we want to clean the first and second schedule of the VAT Act, we need to be sensitive to matters that are of great concerns to Kenyans. And although this zero rate and exempt status has been largely abused by some of these enterprises, Honorable Speaker, Honorable Chair, there's some commodities that are so essential that we cannot, that we should not move them from zero rate, Honorable Chair, to exempt or standard rate as proposed in this particular bill, Honorable Speaker. And we singled out a few of them. One of them being transportation of sugarcane. Because, Honorable Chair, why sugarcane stands out is because sugarcane is such a bulk item, such a heavy item, that one of the largest costs in value addition of sugarcane is actually the transportation cost of those particular that sugarcane, Honorable Speaker. Secondly, is zero rating status of electric motorcycles, electric bicycles, Honorable Speaker. As you've noticed, nowadays, if you move around Nairobi, most of the boda guys and most of the taxi hailing services that do deliveries are both electric motorcycles and electric bicycles. And Honorable Chair, we noticed something very unique, especially the inclusion of electric bicycles, Honorable Chair, in our country, has actually made even, especially ladies, now do that taxi hailing services even more. Honorable Chair, as you move around Nairobi, you'll see there are these motorcycles that have their lights on and they have something round near the steering wheel. So that's how you know. Okay, that's one of the ways you know an electric motorcycle. And this has been made because this House made a deliberate decision in the Finance Act of 2023 to provide zero rating status for local assembly of electric motorcycles, electric bicycles, and electric buses, Honorable Speaker. And we must therefore be consistent in our tax regime. We cannot December say, you're granting this exemption to you, come invest in our country, build electric motorcycles, build electric bicycles, build electric buses, Honorable Speaker, only for us to take away that particular incentive 6 months later. We must be consistent so that we allow investment in our country, Honorable Speaker. Secondly, this particular amendment is also seeking to clarify the following items as exempt: mosquito repellent inputs and machinery, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Chair. In 2025, we still have a big challenge with mosquito menace in our country, Honorable Chair. And I know from the region you come from, the issue of malaria infections, the issue of mosquitoes is such a great issue. And therefore, we are hoping that granting this exemption to manufacturer of this equipment that will be used to fight mosquito, Honorable Speaker, will go a long way to not just creating employment in Kenya, not just bringing investment in our country, but also in our fight against malaria. I beg to move, Honorable Chair.
Well, members, I propose the question that clause 36 be amended as proposed by the chair. The first bite on this would be the Honorable Wangwe.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, allow me to thank the Chair of Finance that he has really considered the issue of sugarcane transportation. And Honorable Speaker, looking at the component of fuel, by the time you get the costing of fuel into the commodity under manufacturing, already, Honorable Speaker, you've taxed the fuel. You already loaded onto it the tax component. Therefore, Honorable Speaker, by you again taxing it at the consumption level, meaning the production level, it would amount to double taxation, Honorable Speaker. Therefore, I'm happy that the Chair has listened to it and we want to agree with him and I support.
Honorable Maungu.
Thank you, Chair. I listened to the Chair express the issue of that clause, and with regard to the sugar industry, Chair, I come from the sugar area, and I'm in support with what Chair, the gentleman seated before me is not allowing me to debate.
Honorable Mboko, you'll get a chance. Just relax.
No. Chair, I'm not talking about Honorable Mboko, I'm talking about Honorable Kaluma here.
Honorable Kaluma.
Interfering with my
Honorable Kaluma, this is not your chance. This is the chance for the Honorable Mboko from Rwanda. No, you are interfering with him. Allow him to contribute.
Chair, I cannot search for points from somebody who is trying to interfere with the flow of my thoughts, as Kaluma is trying to put it.
Go ahead. Go ahead, Honorable Member.
Thank you, Chair. Mine was just support the proposal as given by the Chair. Thank you.
Member for Seme.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Chair, I actually support. It's actually ridiculous. I don't know what was happening to us. How can you put tax on transportation while this person has used fuel? The fuel itself has been taxed. Maybe I didn't notice. I admit I was sleeping that time. So I support. And the issue of mosquitoes, anything that will actually help reduce the cost of healthcare is actually something which should be exempt. So I support these amendments.
Member for Muhaya.
Yes, okay. Have the mic here.
Yes.
Somewhat. Chair, did you give me a chance?
Yes, you're the member for Muhaya, not so.
Oh, thank you. You know, I'm easily identified as Mwalimu Mboko Milemba. I want to support that amendment. Number one, it really deals with the disease malaria. and makes it very easy for investment in that section. Number two, sugarcane, which the transport cost is higher than any other cost. But more fundamentally, Chair, is the issue of the electric motorcycles and bikes, because that's the way we want to go. And it will reduce our usage of our foreign exchange to importation of oil. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Member for Homa Bay Town. Member for Homa Bay Town.
Yes, I thank you, Chair. Chair, this idea of zero rating, we may be postponing it, but we need to think about it very deeply. Because we are zero rating very many products, but we have no evidence that by zero rating, the benefit goes to the local person or the consumer. Look, for instance, this thing we are calling transportation cost for sugarcane. Number one, how do you prove that these products are being used on tractors? Any vehicle can be fueled. But number two, how does the benefit go to the local person? We've had cases, Chair, where a person, something like bread is being zero rated. I know we fear touching those things, and it is only for that reason that I'll support this. But the bakers, just instead of employing more bakers, the factory are employing more people to claim tax refunds. And we are in a situation where tax expenditure, we were being told by the Chair, is standing at 550 billion in a year. So we collect 2.4 trillion, but 550 is going into expenditure. Partly into refunds. Partly towards refunds, not because people are paid excess, but because people have a leeway in law to claim.
Thank you.
Yet they are not giving any benefit. So we may allow this for now, but we will need to review this once we explain to the public the nonsense that we are engaging the country in, because we don't have this money to give KRA to pay.
Thank you.
I thank
the member for Kitui Rural.
Chair, let me also support this amendment. Chair, the tax expenditure in this country, as it has been indicated, 550. Of this, 60% is on VAT alone. And Chair, we cannot really say, because what is happening is that most of these manufacturers, they still input the VAT at the final product. Then they go back and claim input VAT. Chair, as we stand now, KRA is not able to do the refunds. So I support.
Member, the chairperson of BS Budget Committee.
Chair, I also want to join my colleagues in saying that until we become bold enough as a country or as parliament to be able to interfere with some of these zero-rated products, then I think we are not going to make good progress. Honorable Speaker, one of the strategies that we have proposed as Budget Committee towards realizing our revenue targets is to cancel all zero-rated items from the books. Honorable Speaker, as Kaluma has pointed out, some of these zero-rated items, we cannot even know how the public is benefiting from them. So these are taxes that we fear because of the perception that the public will complain. But in the end, it is the Kenyan taxpayer that suffer. If we can be able to cancel even half of some of these zero-rated items from the books, we are going to save about 400 billion. Honorable Speaker, imagine 400 billion savings that we'll make. We are paying 1.1 trillion interest on debt. Look at how much money we'll have for development. So going forward, I think that I want to request the chairman of Budget Finance Committee that we can tabulate all these zero-rated items, and then we basically cancel them. We'll make good progress. Thank you.
Oh, members, I now put the question that clause 36 be amended as proposed by the chair. Will ask another opinion say aye. Will ask another opinion say nay. Ayes have it. I now put the question, members, that clause 36 as amended be part of the bill. Will ask many of the opinion say aye. Will ask many of the opinion say nay. Ayes have it. Oh, members, the amendment proposed by the Honorable Youth Leader and the Honorable Wangwe therefore fall because we've carried these amendments in the chairperson's amendment.
Clause 37.
Oh, members, I propose the question that clause 37 is part of the bill. Chairperson.
Honorable Chair, I beg to move that clause 37 be amended as per the order paper. As we notice, Honorable Chair, on the bill, Now, having now made the decision on clause 36, because 36 was now deleting these particular products from the second schedule, that the zero rates. Now, clause 37 was taking them to exempt. And therefore now the proposal now to delete this particular proposal, because some of those products we have now carried, that we have continued to have them remain as zero rate, and therefore now the consequential amendment on clause 37 therefore falls, Honorable Chair. And I want to really agree with the sentiments that have been made by my colleagues. Our tax zero rate and exempt status, Honorable Speaker, has largely been abused. However, Honorable Chair, one of the temptations we should not avoid is now throwing the water and the baby with the bathwater. Yes, Honorable Chair. However, we have tried to cure this by creating a clause. 35. We have tried to cure this by introducing a clause 35.
36A, you mean?
And if I carry clause 35, that we are amending the VAT Act by inserting the following new paragraph: where a person imports or purchases goods or services which are exempt or zero rated, and the person subsequent disposes of or uses the goods or services supplied in a manner inconsistent with the purpose for which the goods or services were exempted or zero rated, the person shall be liable to pay tax on the goods or services at the applicable rate at the time of disposal or inconsistent use. So we are trying to tighten, even as we wait to clean up the first and second schedule of the VAT Act, to now try to require, Honorable Chair, that where someone uses the goods, as Honorable Kaluma explained on the transmission of sugarcane, in a way that is inconsistent with the reason why that particular good was exempt or zero rate, then they will be required now to pay the equivalent of that tax on a China. Hoping that KRA will use this administrative and legislative framework to try to cure the mischief around this zero rate and exempt status, Honorable Chair.
Members, I propose a question that clause 37 be amended as proposed by the Chair. Honorable Wundo.
Chair, let me also join my colleagues in joining this debate between zero rating and exempt. As for now, Chair, the purported proposal by Treasury to move from zero rating to exempt would have automatically resulted in some minimal price increases, which at this particular point in moment would have been a very bad decision in view of the prevailing economic circumstances. Again, when you meet many of the traders and the business people, they want some element of consistency and predictability. I totally agree that these tax expenditures might not necessarily benefit the end consumer. But eventually, we must find a way of putting a timeline when this, from zero rating to exempt will happen, so that everybody knows after 2 to 3 years, this is what will happen. But just all of a sudden, it was changes last year, another changes here, it's so disruptive. So as my colleagues have said, and let me throw to the committee, we need to start a process that can be predictable over time, that this will change this way, this will change the following year, so that everybody prepares adequately. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Thank you. Honorable Wangwe.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, once more I want to thank the Chair of Finance. By him now correcting the issue after the voting in the Section 36, it puts to rest, Honorable Speaker, any avenue for corruption. What is likely to happen, Honorable Chair, is that the tax agents will take advantage that this is not aligned with the initial provision in Section 36. Now to even now go and find out more in terms of pushing the traders to give them more money for nothing. Therefore, Honorable Speaker, the cleanup is important, is timely, and I would want to say thank you, and I support this amendment.
Members, I put the question that clause 37 be amended as proposed by the Chair. Will last member of the opinion say aye? Last member of the opinion say nay? Ayes have it. I now put the question, members, that clause 37 as amended be part of the bill. Will last member of the opinion say aye? Will last member of the opinion say nay? Ayes have it. Members, there was a proposed amendment by the Honorable Wangwe, which falls because the substance of the same has been carried by the committee's amendment.
New clause 30A.
The Honorable Chair move new clause 30A for second reading.
Honorable Chair, I beg to move that clause 38 be now read.
No, it's 30A.
No. Oh, new clause 30A.
38 and 30A. Clause 30A.
So, Honorable Chair, I beg to move that new clause 30A be now read a second time. This amendment is seeking to provide that the VAT payable on disposable realization of a security for a debt should be paid by the debtor. Honorable Chair, this new clause reads as follows. Section 5 of the VAT Act is amended by deleting subsection 3 and substituting therefore the following new subsection. The tax on taxable supply shall be a liability of the registered person making the supply and subject to the provision of this Act relating to accounting and payment shall become due at the time of supply. Provided that where the taxable supply involves a sale or an auction of goods or recover and paid debt to enforce or give effect to a security charge or encumbrance, tax on the taxable supply shall, subject to the provision of this Act, be the liability of the debtor. Honorable Chair, as you may, for example, if a credit lending entity recovers an item from a security item from you, so maybe it was a motor vehicle, then the sale of that item is a vatable transaction. So this now, the creditor wants to recover the debt that they advanced you. And therefore now we are requiring that the debtor be the one who is eligible to pay for the tax payable for that particular good when now it's being auctioned or repossessed from the debtor. So we are taking the obligation from the creditor to the debtor. I beg to move, Honorable Chair.
Members, I propose a question that new clause 30A being read a second time. This is Honorable Mboko.
It's important that, Chair, you come back and clarify the real importance of that process, because you are now transferring the tax to be paid by the debtor.
Thank you.
So that the country and ourselves, especially me, I may understand how beneficial this will be. Thank you, Chair.
Member for Nandi.
Honorable Chair, I think Mwalimu Mboko Milema has been able to prosecute my concern as well, because, Honorable Chair, looking at it, it looks like the person who was not even able to to settle their bills or their debts is again added a further liability of paying the taxes that is owed by the taxing institution. So, Honorable Chair, I think the Chair should do us justice to explain it to us so that probably we can get another perspective, because so far the perspective we are getting is an addition of a burden to the person who is already not able to pay their debts.
Member for Samburu West.
Thank you, Chairman. I do not understand the import at all of this amendment, Chairman, because the creditor will probably sell whatever needs to be sold and will be able to recover not only the amount that was owed, but including even profit, whatever, they'll get more than probably what, because maybe what you used as a guarantee will be sold at a more expensive, they will receive more money. And then the person who was not able to pay that loan or debt is now being told, pay tax, you pay tax. So I don't understand how KRA will be able to raise money from this. It should just continue to be the creditor, so that when they're disposing whatever asset it is, they factor in the tax. So it is important for the chairman to explain this, otherwise I will definitely oppose.
The Honorable, I don't want a debate on this matter, because the question is the same. She should just clarify to us. The member for Dagoretti North.
Thank you, Chair. Mine is just to understand. You see, when you bring in such a proposal, you must start asking yourselves, who are normally the debtors and who are the creditors? I think that is what every Kenyan will be trying to ask he or herself.
what does this come? Because I'll put it, for example, mortgage. This can be very well also misused in many, many assets, not just small assets we are looking at, but a bank can really go rogue using this. Yeah.
Chairman, all they're saying
clarity.
So you are paying the auctioneer's fee, you've paid the debt. Then they put all this together, then you carry the tax on all this. Is that the position, and why must that happen? That's the question.
So maybe let us start from the time when a credit entity issues a loan to a debtor. The issue of that loan is exempt. So the issue of that loan, when they are loaning you for this to buy your asset, then that is an exempt transaction. Then you default, for whatever reason, to honor your obligation. But there was a collateral in which now you're being advanced, and which transaction was exempt. But now we are telling now the creditor that when now they dispose of these assets to pay off this obligation, that is a taxable transaction. So it means that when they were advancing the payment to you, it was at a quote unquote a cheaper rate because it was exempt. But now when they are trying to recover the costs, then you're requiring them to pay VAT on that particular transaction, which now makes it difficult for them to recover the costs of the loan that they advanced to you. And therefore they're saying that now that it is the obligation now to pay that particular transaction should fall on the defaulter and not on the financing transaction. But in terms of whether that can be abused, Honorable Chair, there is very good safeguards on principles of credit lending, where the interest should not be more than the principal amount that was loaned to an entity. And therefore, even though there is merit in what members are raising, I think that can be cured administratively by making sure that the cost does not fall more than the cost of that particular item to the loanee, Honorable Chair.
But just order. The issue is raised that what about if the money given in the first instance is exempt, but now they're taxing it because it's done interest. Probably that's the reason they're now taxing it. It's done interest, and this interest is included in what is being recovered. Anyway, go on, Honorable Wundo.
I see a practical challenge in implementing this particular clause. Very practical challenge. And I want the chair to listen, and his technical team, I want them to listen. Assume you have taken a mortgage on a property. You have taken a mortgage on a property. At the disposal, in the event you default, the Land Act clearly states that the property should not be sold less than 75% of the value, of the market value. Assume you have been servicing and you defaulted. It's already capped at 75%. That 75% presupposes that the bank should absorb all the attendant costs in respect of the same transaction, to an extent that they don't expect the owner of the property, the borrower, again to go into his pocket to service the outstanding debt. That's the implication.
Thank you.
So that we avoid a case where auctioneers at the banks used to collude and fleece members. Here again, you are bringing this into the arrangement. Thank you.
Member for Samburu West.
Thank you, Chairman. And having listened to the Chairman of the Finance Committee, it is even better to put the tax before, so that because he has said that it was exempt, you are not paying the tax. It is better for the debtor to know what they're getting themselves into, but not after they are unable to pay, Chairman. And so, and also it doesn't make sense Is it the creditor who will give the debtor the money so that they pay the tax? You can't overburden that debtor who is not able. So I oppose.
The honourable member for Kitui Central.
You know, Honourable Chairperson, we are addressing a very serious matter here and very simple. What we are saying is, by the time you get to be auctioned, financially you have serious challenges. Now imagine a situation where, Honourable Chairperson, I'm being auctioned and my car has been taken to be sold and then I've been told to pay tax. It really makes it very complicated. So in terms of implementation, Honourable Chairperson of Finance, I think this amendment, you need to get it out of the order paper. Let's think through it, and then you can bring it later. I think that it will be helping the country.
Thank you, members. I now propose a question that the new clause 30A be now read a second time. Will ask. Without opinion. Chair, what is the problem?
So Honorable Chair, listening to honorable members raise their concerns about this particular matter, I think this is a proposal that needs a bit more rethinking, and therefore I beg to withdraw this particular amendment, and now we consult further so that we make sure that we do not disadvantage an already disadvantaged defaulter on this particular proposal.
Yeah, that's
so I beg to drop this particular amendment.
Chairman, that's how someone earns the title honorable. Yeah, well done. I therefore, note for records that the new clause 30A is hereby withdrawn. Next clause.
New clause 36A.
All members, I propose a question that the new clause 36A is to be moved for second reading by the chair.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, I beg to move that new clause 36A be now read a second time. So, Honorable Chair, this, as you may recall, we used to have, I think it's called AFCO, the entity that used to supply goods and services to our great men and women in uniform. However, this has since changed to Defense Forces Welfare Services. Honorable Chair, and therefore, this is in line with the amendments we made in December in our tax amendment clause to now provide that services and goods being offered to our women and men in uniform be exempt from taxes, Honorable Speaker. And this also includes also accommodation, restaurant, and beauty salon, and laundry services that are offered by Defense Forces Welfare Services, so that we continue to incentivize these great men and women who offer their entire life to serve this particular country, Honorable Speaker. Also, 36 is also providing is a subsequent amendment for the manufacture of mosquito repellents, as I had moved earlier. Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that this now clause 36A be now read a second time.
I propose the question of members that the new clause 36A be now read a second time. I put the question that the new clause 36A be now read a second time. Will as many other opinions say aye? Will as many other contrary opinions say nay? Ayes have it. Members, I propose a question that the new clause 36A be part of the bill. I now put the question that the new clause 36A be part of the bill. Will as many other opinions say aye? Will as many other contrary opinions say nay? Ayes have it.
Provisions relating to the Excise Duty Act, Cap 472, Clause 38.
Members, I propose a question that clause 38 be part of the bill. Move your amendment, Chair. 38.
Honorable Chair, I beg to move that new clause 38 be amended as per the order paper. This is a proposed amendment to paragraph 2, by adding the words proposed definition of digital marketplace and substituting therefore the following new definition. Digital marketplace means an online or electronic platform which enables users to sell or provide services, goods, or other property to other users. Honorable Chair, this is providing clarity to the definition of digital marketplace.
Thank you. All members, I propose a question that clause 38 be amended as proposed by the Chair. I put the question that clause 38 be amended as proposed by the Chair. Will as many other opinions say aye? Will as many other opinions say nay? Ayes have it. I now put the question, members, that clause 38 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many of the opinion say aye? Will as many of the contrary opinion say nay? Ayes have it.
Clauses 39, 40, and 41.
Honourable members, I propose a question that clauses 39, 40, and 41 be part of the bill. And because there are no amendments to those clauses, I put the question that clauses 39, 40, and 41 be part of the bill. Will as many of the opinion say aye? Will as many of the opinion say nay? Ayes have it.
Clause 42.
Honourable member, I propose a question that clause 42 be part of the bill. Chair, you are amending clause 42.
Honourable Chair, I beg to move that clause 42 be amended as per the order paper. Honourable Chair, this is providing clarity on particular clauses. You know, one of them is differentiating between imported table eggs and imported eggs that are used for a chicken, for hatching our chicken. Honourable Chair, this also relates to, is also providing different rates, including imported cartons and boxes and paper and imported glass bottles and float gas, Honourable Speaker. So this particular clause is providing for different rates for all these particular products, Honourable Speaker. Honourable Chair, this is one of the steps that we're saying we must be selfish as a country. That we cannot continue to grow our economy if we become a supermarket. That we must make consistent steps in growing and incentivizing our manufacturing sector. One of these proposals, Honourable Chair, is introducing incentives for local manufacture of cartons that are used for packaging of tea and coffee. As I explained, Honourable Chair, one of the greatest challenges we've been having with the price of our tea and coffee is because we have not built capacity or incentivized our sectors enough to manufacture the packaging materials that are used to package our tea and our coffee. And therefore, we end up exporting our tea and coffee at a very cheap rate, Honourable Chair, in gunias, only for them to end up in our neighboring countries, in Sri Lanka and Dubai, become packaged and come back at almost 1,000 times more than the cost of these particular items. Therefore, we give a very low yield to our farmers, Honourable Speaker, when you have just few people who are just importing our raw materials and bringing them back at exorbitant prices, making all the profit. I beg to move, Honourable Chair.
All members, I propose the question that clause 42 be made as proposed by the Chair. Honourable Member for Samburu West.
Thank you, Chairman. I do support. Value addition is very important for us as a country, as it will increase the yields, as it has been said, and so I support.
Members, I put the question, therefore, that clause 42 amended as proposed by the Chair. Will as many of the opinion say aye? Will as many of the contrary opinion say nay? Ayes have it. And I put the question, members, that clause 42 was amended to be part of the bill. Will as many of the opinion say aye? Will as many of the contrary opinion say nay? Ayes have it.
New clause 40A.
Members, will the mover move the new clause 40A for second reading?
Honourable Chair, I beg to move that new clause 40A be now read a second time. Honourable Chair, during public participation, I'll give an example of one entity that came to our committee. They are called Quorum. This is a manufacturer based in Koru, in Muhoroni, who converts sugarcane into methanol and prepares a fantastic rum. However, Honourable Chair, for the last 4 years, despite them setting up a plant, they have never been operational. Because the costs of something called a flow meter, that is a requirement of Kenya Revenue Authority, costs in excess of, I think it's 25 million shillings. And therefore you are requiring a micro brewer who is using our raw materials and creating employment, keeping them without a license for 4 years, because you're requiring them to have a flow meter that costs 25 million shillings. And therefore, but when we tasked KRA, they said, no, it's a fault in the law. And therefore, now we provided for this particular exemption that now is going to exempt these micro distillers from the requirement to have that particular kind of flow meter, so that we can have other alternative macro and cottage industries that can use locally made materials, Honorable Speaker, as an alternative to the killer brews that we have in this country, Honorable Speaker. I beg to move.
Thank you. More members, I propose a question, therefore, that the new clause 40A be now read a second time. The Honorable Mayaka.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, if there is any amendment that is very powerful in this finance bill, it is this particular amendment.
Because of RAM?
Yes, because of the RAM, Honorable Chair. And I'm speaking as someone who has seen our distillers in Nyamira County making wine out of bananas and sugarcane, and how much they have put very creative, a lot of creativity into it. So, Honorable Chair, this particular one I support with every fiber of my bone.
Members, members, I put the question. What is out of order? It's just RAM. The honorable member force. Is the majority whip or minority whip? Okay. The BBG whip, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think it's a rule in this House that members must declare interest. Can Honorable Mayaka declare personal interest on this issue? On this amendment, which she says is the most important in the finance bill, can she declare interest?
She did already. She said she's kissy. The Honorable Kaluma.
Chair, thank you for the opportunity. Chair, the reasons given by the chair are very good. Very good. But so that we don't appear to be favoring just some sectors, have we done an overview of all sectors which are similarly affected, so that we don't just go for one or two?
Thank you.
Yeah, and if so, where are those others?
Honorable Chair, there's a question. Order. Honorable Majority Leader allow us to proceed for a minute. Order. Allow us to proceed for a minute before you go back to this. Just respond to this question, then you can go back to him. This question is, are there other sectors that have been identified the way you've identified the RAM one?
So I just gave that an example, and I think I also need to make a clarification. Actually, that amendment refers to the next I'm going to speak to, but this clause 40A is speaking to making what we call restricted items, which only includes ethanol. But what you've seen is that now the guys that make this illicit liquor have become smart. They're not just using ethanol, they're also using methanol. So we are now putting methanol as a restricted product, so that it's from its production all the way to the end is actually observed. But the issue that we are speaking to is actually now in the next amendment, which is also is very crucial. And I just pick Quorum as one of the examples. But Honorable Chair, one of the things that we must agree as a House, as a correct way to end the menace of illicit brews, is if we allow other products that are used locally manufactured products into making of liquor, Honorable Chair. We have left the people that want to have a good evening after their nyama choma to very expensive drinks, Honorable Chair. And therefore, the only alternative they have has been this cheap liquor. Methanol, less alcohol, Honorable Chair. And you must agree, it's okay that Honorable Chair, you are Titatola, which is fine. But we must agree that Honorable Kimani Ichung'wah here likes to enjoy his drink after having his nyama choma, and we must provide him with other alternatives.
Chair, you know where I come from. Chair, you know where I come from. We make the best changa, so it doesn't matter whether I'm titular or not. But so to be clear, order. So just a minute, Chair. So to be clear, 40A is about restricting the importation of methanol. You have to be clear like that. That 40 is about restricting importation of methanol to make so that we're able to use more healthier ways of making our alcohol. Is that okay? All members, I therefore put the question that the new clause 40A be now read a second time. Will ask another opinion say aye. Will ask another opinion say nay. Ayes have it. Members, I propose the question therefore that the new clause 40A be part of the bill. And now put the question that new clause 40A be part of the bill. Will ask another opinion say aye. Will ask another opinion say nay. Ayes have it.
New clause 41A.
Honorable Chair, move order. New 41A for...
So, Honorable Chair, I beg to move that new clause 41A be now read a second time. And just that we carry the members along, new clause 41 read this as follows. That section 25 of the Excise Duty Act is amended by inserting the following new subsections immediately to subsection 2. Notwithstanding subsection 1A, a licensed micro distiller shall be exempt from the requirement for automation, continuous piping and use of mass flow meters. And 2B, that the production of volume of such a licensed microdistiller shall be ascertained and monitored through the use of excise stamps or such other mechanism as the Commissioner may prescribe by notice in the Gazette. So, Honorable Chair, this is now the matter that we are debating earlier.
You explained it very well.
That now we are requiring that these micro distillers are not required to have a flow meter that costs in excess of 25 million shillings, so that we are able to have an alternative, Honorable Speaker, and the menace of illicit brews in our country, Honorable Chair.
Thank you.
I beg to move.
I propose a question, therefore, that the new clause 41A be now read a second time. The majority leader.
Chair, let me say I support that amendment, but cautiously. And the question is this, Honorable Speaker. Any distiller, whether you call him a small or micro or a big distiller, 25 million shillings for a distillery is not too much to ask. Therefore, I want to ask the chair, because I wish we had restricted that probably to a period of maybe 3 or 4 to 5 years, so that beyond 3 to 5 years, you must install a flow meter. Because the danger is this, Honorable Speaker, Honorable Chair. And I know the Honorable Kimani Kuri had mixed up his earlier statement when he called you a teetotaler, and I am the teetotaler. And he knows, being an elder in my church,
You're also mixing up
anything close to alcohol.
You're also mixing issues. I don't take alcohol also.
We are both teetotalers.
So say both of us.
Or he mixed up, he wanted to say the chair and the Kimani Ichung'wah are teetotalers, while the chair of finance enjoys his drink. Because me and you know, my church, if I came anywhere close to these things, I would be excommunicated. But I was saying the danger, Chair, is with stamps. Chair, you know, whether it is cigarettes, whether it is drinking water or alcohol, the affixing of stamps on bottles and cigarette packets has been riddled in the past with a lot of many fake stamps. Many done from China. They are sold in the streets, back streets in downtown Nairobi. Therefore, maybe I would want to ask Chair, maybe in the subsequent bill, we restrict this flow meter business to a period of a maximum of 3 years. After 3 years, anyone who is in business should have made money to install the flow meter. Because the flow meter, you will never cheat. But with stamps, cheating will become the order of the day. So I will support for now, but probably ask the chair, maybe in the next year, to ensure that we restrict that particular provision to be time-bound, maybe to a period of 3 to 5 years. Any business that has operated for 3 to 5 years in the distillery world should be able to make money. And lastly, Honorable Speaker, although it's overtaken by time, let me support the issue of regulating the production of methanol. Because if there is anything that has killed people in this country, especially young people, is consumption of illicit alcohol. The illicit alcohol that is sold to many people in our villages is not ethanol. Most of it is methanol, an industrial alcohol that should never be consumed. Therefore, controlling its production is very commendable, and I thank the committee. Thank you.
The member for Githunguri.
Chair, thank you very much. I rise to give my reservations to the proposal that is made by the Chair regarding flow meters. In as much as I support any effort to regulate illicit alcohol manufacturing in this country, and in as much as we come up with such recommendations like introducing flow meters, we need to be careful. Because we don't know, some of us don't know, and would want to understand from the Chair, these flow meters, how much are they? Is this a heavy investment that will make small businesses not able to afford these flow meters?
He said it's 25 million.
It is 25 million. So it means that once we introduce these flow meters, in as much as we want to discourage the illicit alcohol manufacture in this country, we might force some people out of business, which are legal business. They have been making the right quantity, the right quality of alcohol. 25 million is hell lot of investment. So how are we going to make sure that we don't force people out of this business?
Thank you.
Number two, Mr. Speaker and Mr. Chairman, I am worried that in this proposal where the chairman is talking about the commissioner, we are giving commissioner of taxes a lot of powers. And these powers, if they are not checked, they are going to be misused.
Member Poseme. Now this is the last
Chair,
question on this. Please allow me to remove.
As I support these amendments, an issue is coming here, which seems to be an issue of regulation. Why is a flow meter necessary? And if you go back to why would you use methanol if you can use ethanol? So the question that is coming to me we should look at, and then maybe we'll have to look at, is there some regulatory function that is left loose so that we are trying to solve that through taxation, where we would have actually just needed a regulator who would know we need that. So I think that is, Mr. Speaker, that's what I think we should look at in the alcohol industry. How is the regulation done? What are we missing out? I support.
1 minute. Thank you. 1 minute. Honorable Kaluma.
Yeah, I have a question to the chairman. Chairman Finance, I have a question.
Order.
And maybe...
There's a question to the chairman.
Yeah, the chairman needs to follow. My question is this. For those who already have the flow meter, what happens to them? I need to know, because now we're introducing the stamps. Yeah. So will they continue and the stamps or together? You know, it's important to know.
Thank you, Chair. And Chair, before you answer, the sake of what Honorable Chingwa has said, is there a way, because Kenyans are innovating, can't we get cheaper flow meters? Can that be innovated? Chair, you answer that so that we can make progress.
So thank you, Honorable Chair. And I really share with all the sentiments raised at the floor of this House, including the ones raised by my senior, the leader of majority. So 2B is providing for the production volume of such a licensed microshare shall be ascertained and monitored through the use of accessible stamps. So the issue of accessible stamps is not optional. They must use the accessible stamps. The only matter we are exempting from, and these are the new micro distillers, the ones that are not ready in the market, the ones in the market must continue the flow meters, is now not requiring them to have that particular flow meter, because as you had explained, the cost of building a micro distillery is around 10 to 15 million. That is the entire capital investment to create a micro distillery. And now you're telling a cottage industry that has already invested 15 million to set up the entire plant that they need to get another 25 million shillings just to have a flow meter. However, the issue of abuse of this particular clause is something that we must also be awoke to as a house. And therefore, one of the recommendations that we should be making in our report and to Kenya Revenue Authority is then where they are not required to have a flow meter, then there needs to be a verifiable way of the use of that, whether it's ethanol on a butcher, which includes technologies such as CCTV. Because the essence of a flow meter is, because methanol and ethanol, with the passage of this law in addition of methanol, are now controlled products, is to show Company X received 1,000 liters of ethanol. How much liquor did they make from that 1,000 liters of ethanol? So to verify that that ethanol was actually used for the purpose in which it was supposed to be used for and was not leaked into the market now as illicit liquor, Honorable Chair. So we will find a way of now working with, communicating with the Kenya Revenue Authority and requiring these particular entities to provide evidence in a way that KRA can verify, another security agency can verify that this ethanol is actually used for the purpose in which it was acquired, because that is the essence of flow meters, Honorable Chair. And lastly, the issue of innovation. I think this is a business opportunity to any Kenyan who is listening to this particular conversation. A flow meter cannot be costing 25 million shillings. It just means that there could be some monopolies in that particular sector that is against the price so that they maximize on the returns. And therefore, if you're able to have cheaper alternatives, then that will be the best for the country.
All members, I now put the question, therefore, that the new clause 40, the new clause, we will have to make progress. There's a chance, order, there's a chance we will contribute in the next phase of this. I put the question that the new clause 41A be out a second time. Will ask another opinion say aye? Will ask another opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now propose the question that the new clause 41A be part of the bill. The Honorable Thuku, quickly.
Chair, thank you. On the same issue, you see, who is the merchant of these flow meters? Because this a pertinent question that has been asked. Are there no cheaper meters, flow meters for the same? Chair, we have been using stamp duties. Why are we moving? Is it that we cannot enhance that technology as opposed now to this kind of investment that is proposed? Because honestly, if you're talking about...
What is proposed?
The flow meter.
They're removing it. They're not introducing it.
Exactly. What I'm saying is, we wish to know, we have installed this excisible good management system. There's an installation in KRA of excisible goods management system. Why can't we just enhance that system instead of bringing in new amendment into the same? I think we need to relook deeper into this issue. We may not get a foolproof system whereby now we are going to account for the methanol or ethanol that has gotten into some industry or factory, and therefore I think to some extent I have reservation on this one.
Honorable Kaluma, quickly.
Yeah, Chair, I'm just seeking a clarification. I understand the flow meter, and I would request the majority leader to listen to me, to be a requirement.
It's not the move of this.
It's a requirement, Chair, so that you regulate the amount of these alcoholic products you unleash to the market, and to enable also the distillers to account for whatever they produce and unleash. And so there is a social good that it is playing. To date, I understand the chair to be saying that we want to create a pathway around which even distillers who have not installed the so-called flow meter can operate. That is what I understand him to be saying. And if that is the direction, then number one, I will oppose this provision. Because number two, for that societal good that we need to regulate what is going and account for them around alcohol, the reason as to why we impose, excise, tax. But for the other reason, Chair, that we will be creating disparities. Some people have incurred costs, installed these flow meters. You are allowing others to enter the market without installing them. But ultimately, I wanted to make something which I'm making as the last point, Chair, if you would permit. Chair, when you come with a finance bill, there is the amount of money you target to raise. So unless we are explaining the amount of money we are costing the government in terms of revenue loss, we should not accept amendments.
All members, I put the question, therefore, that the new clause 41A be part of the bill. Will ask another opinion say aye? Will ask another opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
New clauses 42A, 42B, and 42C.
Honorable members. Honorable Chair, move these three clauses for second reading.
Honorable Chair, I beg to move that new clause 42A, 42B, and 42C be now read a second time. So, Honorable Chair, 42A and 41 and 42, so 42A is seeking to impose a 5% excess duty on amounts deposited in a customer's wallet. And this amendment is seeking to impose excess on fees charged on transaction by virtual asset providers. So two things. When you're placing a bet, the current acquisition regime is, say you have money on your mobile wallet, whether it's M-Pesa or Airtel money. And then you transfer that money to the wallet of the betting company. So the time of charging of excise duty is when you place a bet, when that money already is placed in the wallet of the betting institution. Now we are changing that to now making this excise duty to be payable when you transfer money from your mobile wallet to the betting company wallet. So this has this impact. There are so many institutions that operate virtually, for example, in the country, and therefore they are not able to. We're not able to get this excess duty from them. But now it means that every time you transfer money from their mobile wallet to the wallet of the betting company, then that is a time when excess duty is paid. And secondly is, again, as a question amendment to what we provided earlier on excess duty now being paid for virtual assets on transaction fee and not the transaction amount. 42B is defining the term amount deposited in the customer's wallet, as I have explained, and 42C is again as a constitutional amendment that I had spoken to earlier about accessible services offered by Kenya Defence Forces Welfare Services. I'd like to move on, Chair.
Members, I propose the question that the new clauses 42A, 42B, and 42C be now read a second time.
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Honorable Chairperson, 42C talks about the Defence Forces welfare again. And I was, even though we supported the earlier amendment, I know, you know, Honorable Chairperson, these things we used to call kafoka out there, they are not exclusive. When they are in the barracks, they are somewhat exclusive because for you to access them, you have to go through some vetting. So when they're out there, and anybody can access them, I'm wondering whether we will not be causing market imbalances. Because imagine, Honorable Chairperson, you have your own restaurant in a town, and you have one in your town, and they're enjoying these tax benefits. It means their prices are going to be cheaper and all that. So even though we are supporting, I think we need to be a bit cautious to ensure that we don't cause market imperfections and then end up killing some business in the locality.
Thank you. Well, members, I now propose the question that the new clauses 42A, 42B, and 42C be read a second time. Will last minute of opinion say aye? And last minute of opinion say nay? Ayes have it. I propose the question, members, that the new clauses 42A, 42B, and 42C be part of the bill. I put the question that the new clauses 42A, 42B, and 42C be part of the bill. Will last minute of opinion say aye? And last minute of opinion say nay? Ayes have it.
Provisions relating to the Tax Procedure Act, Cap 469B, clauses 43, 44, 45, and 46.
Members, I propose a question that clauses 43, 44, 45, and 46 part of the bill. There being no amendments to those clauses, members, I put the question that clauses 43, 44, 45, 46 be part of the bill. Will last member of the opinion say aye? Aye. Last member of the opinion say nay? Ayes have it.
Clause 47.
I propose the question that clause 47 is part of the bill. Chairperson, clause 47.
42D. Honorable Chair, I beg to move that clause 47 be amended as per the order paper. This amendment is seeking to remove the restriction from appealing. So, Honorable Chair, this clause 47 is again one of the clauses that was highly contested during public participation. Because when you go to, when you appeal, for example, for your tax, you're given a tax assessment and then you go to appeal to it, then this particular proposal was requiring for you to pay, this particular provision currently in law disallows KRA from issuing an agency notice where you have appealed the decision for your assessment by KRA. But now, Treasury was seeking to delete that clause, which means that once you've been issued with an assessment, even before you appeal, then they could issue an agency notice to you. So we agree with the members of the public, and that's why we are proposing to delete this particular clause.
Well, members, I propose a question that clause 47 be amended as proposed by the chair. I put the question that clause 47 be amended as proposed by the chair. Will as many of the opinion say aye? Will as many of the opinion say nay? Ayes have it. I now put the question, members, that clause 47 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many of the opinion say aye? Will as many of the opinion say nay? Ayes have it.
Clauses 48 and 49.
Oh, members, clauses. I propose the question that clauses 47, 48, and 49 be part of the bill. These ones have no amendments, members. I therefore put the question that clauses 48 and 49 be part of the bill. Will as many of the opinion say aye? Will as many of the opinion say nay? Ayes have it.
Clause 50.
Members, I propose a question that clause 50 be part of the bill. Honorable Chair, you got an amendment to clause 50.
So, Honorable Chair, I beg to move that clause 50 be amended as per the other paper. This amendment is seeking to allow for offset of value-added tax payable on imports. So, Honorable Chair, this again came from public participation from especially our manufacturers that said, when they import raw materials for value addition, and those raw materials are subject to VAT, then they're not being allowed to claim that input VAT on the imports, Honorable Chair, when they are computing their output tax. And therefore, we agreed with the manufacturers so that we try to grow our manufacturing sector, and that's the import of this particular amendment, Honorable Chair.
Remember, I propose a question that clause 50 be amended as proposed by the chair. I now put the question that clause 50. Chairman Budget, what is itching you?
Chairman, I want to oppose that amendment.
Which one?
That amendment where we are zero rating the raw materials.
Go ahead.
Chairman, okay, I wanted to make an observation, Chairman, even before we go on. That point which was raised by Kaluma, where we are questioning zero rating of some of most of these items.
There's no Kaluma in this house, member. Is this
Honorable Kaluma?
It is Honorable
Kaluma. Honorable Kaluma, I would like to ask my counterpart, the Chairman of Finance, that at least we really quantify some of these things. I want to know the implication of the amendments in terms of revenue losses. I would like, Chairman, that we go that direction, so that any amendment that is brought before us, if it has an impact on raising revenue or lowering or cutting revenue, we need to know. Because otherwise, Honorable Chair, I'm going to move the appropriations bill here. And you will see, Honorable Chair, that one of the struggles we are going to face is on revenue-raising measures.
Now,
so I would like you to, through your chair, to help us count for the amendments and what impact do they have in terms of revenue-raising.
Now, I'm going to allow Chair to respond to that, but only on this clause. On any other clauses, I will request the Chair of Finance and the Pair Budget to sit and speak together. We can't have this on the floor of the House. It never happens. It's never happened. I won't allow it to happen. Chair Finance and Chair Budget must consult before any of this. So, okay, the Honorable Member for Excise, what is out of order? Before you respond, Chair.
No, I just wanted to support my chair by informing you that we've taken care of that,
okay,
as you've advised accordingly.
Okay.
Being a member of the committee.
Chair Finance. Chair Finance.
So Honorable Chair, I totally understand where the Chair of Budget Committee is speaking from. But we must desist from using the finance bill as just a tool for raising revenue. The finance bill should inform policy for our country. And for this, our committee has stood aground on several matters. We have a national tax policy that informs that we must have consistent laws and consistent legislation. We granted some of these exemptions in December. 4 months, 5 months later, we are taking back what we said. Welcome to a country Go invest in a company in Siaya, in Homa Bay. You'll get investment deduction if you invest outside Nairobi and Mombasa. Someone took a loan of 10 billion and is setting up a factory in Homa Bay, a factory in Siaya, a factory in Nakuru. 6 months later, you're telling no. Because we're going to lose revenue here, you cannot continue to invest there. We must be consistent. There are two ways of collecting revenue. You can extrapolate and say, if you delete this, this is how much you lose. It is true. For example, the reintroduction of investment deduction for investment outside Nairobi and Mombasa would definitely lead to a consequential, the foregone taxes that you might have collected. But what is the far-reaching effect? That company sets up in Nakuru, in Siaya, in Kisumu, in Homa Bay, in Samburu, will employ people, they are going to pay as you want. Will make a profit, they are going to pay corporation tax. We must not be short-sighted in views of looking for numbers at the expense of making our country competitive globally.
Okay, but I advise that share budget and share finance. Chair finance, I order that you and the chair budget must consult so that we don't have this kind of situation again. I want to put the question. I want to put the question. But we're not doing policy. Go ahead. No, I don't want debate on these matters. The Honorable Member for Seme.
Chair, what you're listening to is a very, very major policy issue. When the finance bill comes to us, it follows the budget. So the budget has been read and we know we are going to raise so much revenue. The finance bill is the mechanism for raising that revenue. And one would expect that there was an earlier consideration, and that is how we reached this finance bill, so that we'll raise that revenue. If now comes out that actually there was no consultation earlier, so that the chair of finance and the chair of the budget don't agree, then we are not sure what you are saying, that in the future, we are actually going to have a problem with our revenue.
Thank you. The member for Odaya.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, Chair Finance. Chair, the same way, what the chair is saying is people have already started investing because of the relief that of taxes. The same way, can he protect the people who have invested here? You are the levy, people have borrowed money, have invested, have planned to do business, then you are the levy. The plan which was there was based by the policy of the country. And then, when you have started doing business, already you have invested, you have planned, you have consulted, you have already bought the machine, you are the levy without consulting the country. You are killing the people. The same thing you are protecting those people you're investing today. Protect the same people, Chair Finance. The people who have invested, the people who have already invested, before you add the policy, shake those people first.
Thank you. The Honorable Majority Leader. Majority Leader. And this is the last word on this.
Chair, I think that matter is more or less settled between the two chairs. But I just want to say, we should not be worried. This is the beauty of democracy. The chair finance is protecting his staff. The chair budget is protecting the expenditure side. Just as the revenue mobilizer is protecting the revenue mobilization. And I know the chair budget also has a stake in the revenue that is raised, because he will not expend anything without the revenue being raised by Honorable Kimani. However, the two of them, the two chairs, have one common person between them, which is the National Treasury, that now will balance the expenditure side and the revenue side. So we shouldn't be worried.
And they serve one country. I propose the question, honorable members. I put the question of members that I put the question. I now put the question. There is nothing questionable about this. No order. Let me listen to Honorable Kaluma. Let me listen to you. Just get your point first. But Honorable Kaluma, can you raise your point?
You have the microphone. Kaluma, you have the microphone.
It's not going anywhere.
Honorable Speaker.
It wasn't your chance, Honorable Mili. It was not your chance.
Honorable Chair, I'm standing under the provisions of Article 114, sub-Article 2.
Order, members, order. Honorable Kaluma, you have 1 minute to prosecute this.
No, but Chair,
go ahead.
Consultations
go,
in front of me.
Go ahead. You were part of that consultation.
Why don't you give me order?
You were part of this 30 seconds.
I was not.
Order, members. Go ahead.
Yes. I thank you, Honorable Chair. Chair, my position is that the finance bill is a money bill under Article 114. And the finance bill having been brought, the requirement of sub-Article 2 is that if any amendments are to be proposed, the concurrence or consultation of the National Treasury Cabinet Secretary must be sought. Could we have confirmation that that happened now that the Chair of Budget and Appropriation and the Chair in charge of Finance and National Planning are appearing not to be in agreement?
Thank you.
Yes.
A very simple matter, Honorable Kaluma. That is not for this House to decide. These amendments we're prosecuting were approved by the Speaker of this House. That is the only confirmation you need, and you have the confirmation. I now put the question, members, that clause 50 as amended be part of the bill. Will ask another opinion say aye. Will ask another opinion say nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 52.
Now, members, I propose the question that clause 52 part of the bill. Sorry, members, just 1 minute, Honorable Chair. Clause 51 first.
Yeah, clause 51.
I propose the question that clause 51 is part of the bill. Honorable Chair.
Honorable Chair, beg to remove that clause 51 be amended as per the order paper. Clause 51 of the bill be amended in the proposed subsection 7b by deleting the words computed and subbing therefore with the words computed from. This amendment, Honorable Chair, is just a cleanup.
Members, I propose the question that clause 51 be amended as proposed by the Chair. I put the question that clause 51 be amended as proposed by the Chair. As many other opinions say aye. As many other opinions say nay. Ayes have it. I now put the question that clause 51 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many other opinions say aye. Will as many other opinions say nay. Ayes have it.
Clause 52.
Members, I propose the question that clause 52 be deleted. Honorable Chair.
Honorable Chair, I beg to move that clause 52 be deleted as per the order paper. Honorable Chair, clause 52, as in the bill, was reads as follows: Section 59A of the Tax Procedures Act amended by deleting subsection 1B. So, Honorable Chair, this is a discussion that came from public and intense public participation, and I want to bring to the comfort of this House and to the members of the public. This is one of the areas that we debated a lot as a committee, and we agreed that we cannot allow, Honorable Speaker, this amendment, and therefore we are proposing its deletion. This was a proposal that was now removing the restriction. And Honorable Chair, allow me just to take 3 minutes to take you through this proposal.
You have one.
Section 59A of the Tax Procedures Act reads as follows: Data management and reporting system. The Commissioner may establish a data management and reporting system for the submission of electronic documents, including detailed transaction data relating to the documents. Then 1A, that the Commissioner may by notice in writing require permission to integrate the electronic tax system authorized under section 75 to the system referred to in subsection 1 of the for the purpose of submission of electronic documents, including detailed transaction data in the precise form. So this therefore means, Honorable Chair, that the Commissioner has powers to require you to integrate your system with that of Kenya Revenue Authority. However, in the wisdom of this House, it provided for another section 1B, which reads as follows: the commissioner shall not, know the words, shall not require a person to integrate or share data relating to A, trade secrets, and B, private or personal data held on behalf of the customers or collected in the course of business. Now, this clause 52 was proposed to lead 59 1B, which was now excluding that when you are integrate, that the commissioner will not require you to integrate data relating to 1, trade secrets, and 2, private and personal data. All the members of the public that appeared before us said that that provision needs to be deleted. Okay. And we agree with the members of the public that this particular provision be deleted. It goes against our constitutional right to privacy and goes even against our other laws on data, on data and privacy, Honorable Chair.
Members, I propose a question, therefore, that clause 52 be deleted. I put the question that clause 52 be deleted. Will so many other opinions say aye? As many other opinions say nay? Ayes have it.
Clause 53.
Members, I propose that clause 53 be part of the bill. Because there's no amendment on it, I put the question that clause 53 be part of the bill. Will as many other opinions say aye? Will as many other opinions say nay? Ayes have it.
Clause 54.
I propose a question of members that the clause 54 be deleted.
Honorable Chair, I beg to move that clause 54 be amended as per the order paper. Honorable Chair, the tax amendment, again, the tax procedures amendment bill, act now, or bill that we did in this Honorable Chair, sought to exclude weekends and public holidays when calculating time. Now, the Treasury now wanted to bring back the issue that of not excluding weekends and weekdays and public holidays in calculation of time. We disagree with National Treasury and agree with the members of the public that we need to exclude weekends and public holidays in calculation of the time when you're supposed to either reply to the commissioner or submit particular data to KRA.
Thank you. All members, I propose a question that clause 54 be deleted. I now put the question that clause 4 be deleted. As many other opinions say aye. And as many other opinions say nay. Ayes have it.
Clauses 55 and 56.
All members, I propose that clauses 55 and 56 be part of the bill. And because there are no amendments there, members, I put the question that clauses 55 and 56 part of the bill. Will as many other opinions say aye? Will as many other opinions say nay? Ayes have it.
New clause 42D.
Honorable Chair, move clause 42D for second reading.
Clause
42D. The new clause 42D for second reading.
Honorable Chair, I beg to move that new clause 42D be now read a second time. So, Honorable Chair, this clause is seeking to define what we are calling certificate of origin. So, Honorable Chair, this is meant to cure a mischief that happens. So, when some goods are being imported into the country, they are declared as raw materials. Honorable Chair, only for you to realize they are actually finished products. And a good example has been in edible oils, where some scrupulous business people have been importing edible oils as a finished product, but declaring it as a semi-processed or raw material, and therefore this has led to a lot of leakage in terms of our revenue, Honorable Speaker. So we are now requiring that during Honorable Chair, the leader of majority party is naming some names, which I want to request to him to adhere to our standing orders when they need to name names in this house, Honorable Chair. So this now will require them that they must present a document from the certificate of origin certified by credible institutions to show what cargo is coming to this country. And this will cure now the issue of misdeclaration at our points of entry, Honorable Chair. I beg to...
All members, I propose the question therefore, that the new clause 42D be now read a second time. The Honorable Owundo.
Chair, I strongly support with this amendment. And this, Chair, is also trying to enhance the amendments that we did on the business laws bill in December, that made amendments to the Standards Act on the issuance of certificate of origin. Secondly, Chair, it also cures a very interesting mischief, whereby, and this, Chair, I say so, we have been interacted with this SEPA between Kenya and UAE, United Arab Emirates. The fear is that we are going to have those countries that don't manufacture anything as conduits to bring goods manufactured elsewhere to flood our market. So insisting on certificate of origin means that we must confirm if you are importing, that product must have been manufactured in that country.
Thank you.
It's not on transit.
Honorable Nkatha. Oh, remember, I cannot see your card. Go ahead. I don't know. What's her name?
Thank you, Chair. For us to support our local manufacturers, I support this amendment by the Chair, Honorable Chair. Thank you.
Let me support this amendment. Chair, these are the kinds of amendments we need in the finance bill. We are losing a lot. And so one of the reasons why we have this finance bill this year is to entrench tax efficiency and accountability.
Thank you.
And this is one such provision. And Chair, let me thank you. Since you allowed us to intervene, the Chair is now explaining these things in the details that
thank you
enables
so
the
much,
country
all members,
to get them.
I now put the question that the new clause 42D being read a second time. As many of the opinion say aye, as many of the opinion say nay. Ayes have it. I propose the question, members, that the new clause 42D be part of the bill. I now put the question that the new clause 42D be part of the bill. Will as many of the opinion say aye? Will as many of the opinion say nay? Ayes have it.
New clause 49A.
Honorable Chair, move the new clause 49A for second reading.
Honorable Chair, I beg to move that new clause 49A be now read a second time. Again, this is bringing even more clarity to the issue that I spoke earlier, that is providing for the details that should be provided for in the certificate of origin, which includes the following: name and address of the exporter, name and address of the importer, port of origin, accurate description of the goods, keyword here, accurate, quantity of the goods, country of origin and country of destination. And we are saying that any person who contravenes this provision commits an offense and shall have their goods seized or forfeited to the commissioner or another officer in accordance with this act. Honorable Speaker, this therefore amendment is seeking to provide clear details of what are you importing, so that we avoid this issue of some manufacturers importing finished products in this country, declaring them as raw materials, getting exemptions only for them to just repackage them and sell them like they are manufacturing in our country. I beg to move on, Honorable Chair.
All members, I propose a question. Order. I propose a question that the new clause 49A be now read a second time.
Thank you, Chair. This is a very important amendment. Actually, not just for manufacturers to declare what it is that they are importing. COC is a very important document, even in terms of making sure that substandard stuff is not imported into this country. Therefore, I really support this amendment, and I believe it's in force only that now these details have not been well captured. Now that the details are captured, we are going to rid off any kind of substandard importations.
Thank you. This requires very keen eyes in implementation. All members, I therefore put the question that the new clause 49A be now read a second time. Will as many other opinion say aye? Will as many other opinion say nay? Ayes have it. I propose the question therefore, members, that the new clause 49A be part of the bill. I put the question that the new clause 49A be part of the bill. Will as many other opinion say aye? Will as many of the opinion say nay? Ayes have it.
Provisions relating to the Miscellaneous Fees and Levies Act, Cap 496C, Clause 57.
Members, I propose that Clause 57 be part of the bill, and there's no amendment to it, so I put the question that that Clause 47 be part of the bill. Will as many of the opinion say aye? Will as many of the opinion say nay? Ayes have it.
Clause 58.
All members, I propose a question that clause 58 be part of the bill. Chair, got an amendment to this?
So, Honorable Chair, I beg to move that clause 58 be amended as per the order paper. This speaks to the earlier discussion that we had about mosquito repellents, exempting them now from IDF and RDL. And these are raw materials that will be used for the manufacture of mosquito repellents in our country.
Members, I propose a question that clause 58 be amended as proposed by the chair. I now put the question that clause 58 be amended as proposed by the chair. Will as many of that opinion say aye? Will as many of the opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question, members, that clause 58 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many of that opinion say aye? Will as many of the opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 59.
Members, I propose the question that clause 59 be part of the bill. Chair. Chair, clause 59.
So, Honorable Chair, I beg to move that clause 59 be amended as per the order paper. This is providing for the different rates for export and promotion levy. Again, matters that are that are meant to promote our local manufacturing. I beg to move, Honorable Chair.
Members, I propose the question that clause 59 be amended as proposed by the chair. And I now put the question that clause 59 be amended as proposed by the chair. Will as many of that opinion say aye? Will as many of the opinion say nay? Ayes have it. Members, I now put the question that clause 59 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many of that opinion say aye? Will as many of the opinion say nay? Ayes have it.
New clause 56A.
Honorable members, I now call the chair to move the new clause 56A for second reading. Yes, there's a new clause 56A on page 1655.
Thank you. So, Honorable Chair, I beg to move that new clause 56A be now read a second time. Honorable Chair, this is a provision that again we had in the finance bill of 2024 that was seeking to ring fence 10% of money collected through the Miscellaneous and Levies Act to be used for the digitalization of services at the Kenya Revenue Authority, Honorable Chair. One of the things, Honorable Chair, that you may realize, and even to the issue that you spoken earlier, that we're now amending the Tax Procedures Act to require some particular details on the certificate of origin, is when goods arrive in our points of entry, there is now that form that we fill, the CIF that we fill showing I've imported goods of this particular description. But Honorable Chair, it takes a manual inspection comparing what the importer has filled in their documentation and looking at the physical good to verify if the two details match. Honorable Chair, at the time, and I'm happy that this House was having a discussion in the morning about artificial intelligence, at a time when we have such technologies, including AI, it's important that some of these particular services be digitalized so that it's not a manual confirmation of what someone has declared and again the goods, because again these are some of the revenue leakages that you've seen that is leading to a lot of revenue, Honorable Chair. I beg to move.
Members, I propose the question that the new clause 56A be now read a second time. Members, I put the question that the new clause 56A be now the second time. Will as many of the opinion say aye? Will as many of the opinion say nay? Ayes have it. Members, I propose the question that the new clause 56A be part of the bill. Yes, Honorable Makali Mulu.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Even as I support this, Honorable Chairman, I'm a bit concerned that we are creating an additional fund. You know, these funds, they have become so many in this country, and some have outlived their usefulness. How I wish we could reduce creation of more funds, because issues of accountability when it comes to a fund, Mr. Chairman, becomes very tricky.
Yes, Honorable Chair.
So, Honorable Chair, I'd like to give comfort to my senior, Dr. Makali Mulu, that this particular provision is not creating an additional fund. And among the people at the floor of this House who has been very vocal on this, that we need to rethink about the many funds that we have in this country. So the only thing that this is doing, as we speak, KRA collects taxes on behalf of government. So these monies are banked at the Central Bank of Kenya. But for KRA to expense on the approved expenditures, they have to rely on exchequer, just like all the other entities. And you've seen situations where even insurance, medical insurance for staff of the authority have been cancelled because they're not able to pay on time. So we are creating just a little ring-fencing that they can, enhancing their ANA, Honorable Chair, so that at least they have some leeway, even when they are not, there are delays in exchequer, Honorable Chair, so that they are able now to move forward, Honorable Chair. I beg.
Thank you.
The Honorable Member, Honorable Dr. Makali Mulu.
The Honorable Buchomba.
Chair, in as much as I support the reinvesting of some money so that we can be able to be a bit more efficient, I'm just concerned that this is also a creation of a new expenditure. Because you know, every fund that we create requires a secretariat or a board to manage the fund. So are we not worried that we are looking for money? Yes, we are raising money and revenue, but you are creating an expenditure. So I have my reservations, Chair.
The Honorable Makali Mulu.
You know, Mr. Chairman, what the chairman is explaining makes a lot of sense. But what is on this bill? He says shall be paid into a fund established and managed. So unless what he's saying is not what is in the bill, that's why I was raising this matter, that if he was talking about ring-fencing the resources, I have no problem. But we are establishing a fund, Mr. Chairman, as per this amendment.
The word fund and to use is the word.
The Honorable Mayaka.
Chair, I think maybe, and I hope the Chair Finance is listening, maybe the thing that Chair Finance should do for us is give us a cost-benefit analysis that explains creating this fund versus what is being lost without it, and ring-fencing this amount so that we can understand where this is coming from. Because this could be one of those costs that you incur costs, but for a specific benefit, or the other way around. So maybe we need to understand the cost-benefit analysis.
Honorable Mboko.
The chair has to explain, because he's creating a fund and he's not saying who is going to manage that fund. And therefore that will become another loophole of the same monies that we want to protect for government to use. And I think, again, just like we dealt with the other clause, which he did withdraw, it's very important he clarifies creating of this fund. Remember, we had gone slow on creation of funds and such like organizations, and who is managing it? So it is dangerous for ourselves and the operations of government.
Thank you. The member for Homa Bay Town.
Yeah, Chair, we have a budget of over 4 trillion, and that budget, the revenue for it is mainly to be collected by Kenya Revenue Authority. By practice and by international, practice, the revenue authorities are usually to be budgeted about between 1.5 to 2% of the revenue. Now, because of our fiscal space, Chair, we are giving them far less. So the request that KRA made, and we are hailing by this, to enable them more efficiently raise revenue and collect revenue to fund the budget, is that we ring fence a portion of the monies. It is just an A in A, but we are calling it going into a fund to be managed by them for purposes of their work.
Thank you.
And if that happens, we will get more revenue in the process. If you just left it that it is an A in A, accountability issues arise and it becomes very difficult.
Thank you.
So I would urge that we support this provision.
Member for Chairperson. Chairperson, go ahead.
So maybe if I could, and thank you, honorable members, for raising your concerns. Just to give clarity to what this is, if you read the Miscellaneous Fees and Levies Act, Part 3 on imposition of levies and fees, 7, there shall be a fee to be known as the import declaration fee on all goods imported into the country for home use. So if you check now 2A, 5, an importer shall present 6. Out of the fee collected under subsection 2, 10% shall be paid to a fund, into a fund established and managed according to the Public Finance Management Act, Cap 412A. 7, the monies in the fund under subsection 6 shall be used for the payment of Kenya's contribution to the African Union and other international organizations to which Kenya has a financial obligation. So there already exists a fund where, as you speak, 10% of monies collected as import declaration fee goes into to pay for foreign obligations,
correct,
including the African Union and other international obligations. So what we are saying, into these funds is an increase of an additional 10% that now will go into reinforcing the digitalization of operations within the Kenya Revenue Authority. So there is no creation of an additional fund. We're just saying that where these monies are going to pay international obligations, can we also have some operations that goes now to digitizing these particular services that are done by KRA? And remember, we are coming from a point where we have no fiscal space, to fund some of these expenditures, Honorable Chair, by the authority.
Thank you. Thank you. Just for clarity, Chair, they currently get 10% of this fund, right? Yes. No, Chair. Okay, Chair budget.
I already said just something. Chair, the amendment is good, but we have the potential of giving KRA resources they don't need. Because when we were doing the budgets, KRA appeared before us through the Finance Committee, and they never told us that KRA needs excessive amounts of money, Mr. Chairman. So I think what the Chairman needs to do is to tell us what will be the amount of these resources. And KRA is well funded. Mr. Chairman, under my leadership, KRA is well funded to collect resources, to collect taxes. So unless we know this
now,
10% will be how much money? Thank you.
Now, I said it, and I think this should be the last time. Chair Budget and Chair Finance, this is a spectacle that is never seen in Parliament at this stage. You should avoid it in future. Member for Cases.
Thank you, Chair. I want to liken this particular discussion with a farmer, the traditional farmer who uses oxen to plow. At most of the time, when a farmer uses oxen to plow, the farmer always reserves the produce to feed back the oxen to give back their energy. What you are saying here for Kenya Revenue, that is an entity that has been tasked to mobilize and collect resources to finance our budget. What they are just asking is, because of the dynamic nature of the systems and technology in the world, they are always found on the side that they don't have ability to adjust and ensure that they onboard technology that is able to move with the systems and enhance their correlation and effectiveness. What is the lose or what is the cost for us to allow only 2% to retain from this idea?
Thank you. Thank you. The Honorable Lesuda.
Thank you, Chairman. Having listened to the Chairman Finance, I'm convinced it's not a fund. It is for a specific issue. My question is, will you digitize forever? Does this thing have a time frame? Because of the amount, first we need to know how much, and we need, and Honorable Kaluma should declare his interest here as he walks around. We need to know how much that 10% is, because when you come before the budget committee, you explain this is what we need and for this. So will this run in eternity? Because it needs to have a time frame. After digitizing, you need to stop the collecting of that money.
As the chair gets his answer, Honorable Thuku.
Yeah, thank you, Chair.
this is a very pertinent question that is being raised by members, because you see, ring fencing and expenditure that is known, like digitization. The other one is our obligations, international obligations. These are expenditures that are known. They can be quantified, and therefore we do not need to ring fence. Let KRA come before the budget committee and say, this is the much we want, and the same be appropriated through this house.
Thank you. North.
Thank you, Chair. You know, Chair, it's not that we are really hard on our finance chair. But then, you see, when you have monies ring-fenced for AU chair, which in this house you can create a vote for all international organizations. We have IALA, we have, why AU and leave IALA there? Because they are all those organizations. It means IALA has a vote. The African Union can get out of here. In fact, they are not supposed to be here. They should be under the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Honestly, Chair, that is how we budget, and then we find ourselves in a bad crisis.
Honorable Chair, Finance.
Honorable Chair, I think this is the beauty, some of the beauties of democracy in this, engaging this very good debate. So, Honorable Chair, and I can understand where the Chair for Budget is speaking from. But now, you know, unfortunately...
Order. Honorable Kaluma and Honorable Tand, you must listen to the Chair Finance.
So unfortunately, he just became a Chair of Budget the other day. So, and he doesn't... he aggregates the whole budget. The state departments around National Treasury, including KRA, is an entity that is oversighted by the Committee of Finance and National Planning. And I dare say, Honorable Chair, hold your horses, Honorable Atandi. I will explain to you.
You're going to have a
chance.
The
resource requirement for Kenya Revenue Authority is 56 billion as per their presentation before our committee. KRA does not present to budget committee, they present to the Committee of Finance and National Planning, because we're the ones who is the department committee. Out of this 56 billion, we were only able to accommodate 32 billion shillings. And they're telling us, you want to give us roles to go and raise revenue. Yet, we don't even have our own medical insurance. And unfortunately, after I had a discussion with the chair budget, I said, well, where can we raise an additional 20 billion? There was no fiscal space. The KRA Act, Honorable Chair, provides that KRA shall be funded up to 2% of their collection. As we speak, this particular budget, which is the estimates that we're going to discuss tomorrow on the appropriations, only gives them 1.02%, against even what is recommended by law of around 2%. In fact, one of the recommendations that we're receiving from public participation is maybe we need to make the 2.5%, the 2%, at least 2% and not up to 2%. We have an entity, Honorable Chair, that we require to raise revenue for this country. For the last 10 years, there has never been a salary adjustment for any of those staff. These are the same staff we are sending to do an assessment on a taxpayer who has an assessment of 100 million shillings. What are you telling them? They have not had a salary increase for the last 10 years. They do not have a medical insurance that if they get sick, they can't go to the hospital. And there are people you are sending them to taxpayer. That's why we are saying there is no fiscal space to do that. That is why we are saying, Honorable Chair, can we have creative ways of funding these particular entities without increasing taxation? And this is one of the proposals that this proposal is seeking to do, Honorable Chair.
Okay, this is done. Honorable Tandi, the last word on this so that we
Chair, the Chair of Finance is my friend, and when we joined Parliament, we sat with him in the Finance Committee. And I understand the explanation he's giving us towards justifying this particular fund for KRA. Honorable Chair, you are a member of Budget Committee. When the chairman came before us to defend his budget, departmental budgets, he never told us that KRA needs such amount of money. That did not come. I can even produce the answer. And Chair, if it is a matter of KRA sorting out the issues to do with KRA staff in terms of their staff increases, salary increases, that we can do, Chairman, and that we have done, and you know we have done that. Chairman, I'm of the view that if we are to give blanket, allocation to KRA, this is something that other government agencies will also want. And I don't think we want to do it. Let us collect taxes and put it in one basket, and people who want that money come to Budget Committee, defend themselves, and then we give them the money.
This
Otherwise,
will
this
then
is a
go-
very bad precedent. Members, I would like you to reject this particular amendment. Thank you.
This will then go either way, members. I therefore put the question that the new clause 57, the new clause 56A, be now read a second time. Will ask many of that opinion say aye. Will ask many of that opinion say nay. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Oh, members, I propose order. Order. Oh, members, I propose the question that the new clause 56A be part of the bill. I now put the question that the new clause 56A be part of the bill. Will ask many of the opinion say aye. Will ask many of the opinion say nay. The ayes have it. Are you writing for a division, Honorable Suda? Are you getting the numbers? Next clause.
Provisions relating to the Stamp Duty Act, Cap 480, Clause 60.
Oh, members, I propose a question that clause 60 be part of the bill. And because there's no amendment, I put the question that clause 60 be part of the bill. Will ask another opinion say aye. Will ask another opinion say nay. Ayes have it.
Title.
Oh, members, I propose a question that the title be the title of the bill. I now put the question that the title be the title of the bill. Will ask another opinion say aye. Will ask another opinion say nay. Ayes have it.
Clause 1.
Members, I propose the question that clause 1 be part of the bill. Because there's no amendment, I put the question that clause 1 be part of the bill. Will ask another opinion say aye. Will ask another opinion say nay. The ayes have it. Chairperson. Chairperson to move for reporting. Give him the mic.
Honorable Chairperson, I beg to move that the committee do report to the House its question of the Finance Bill, National Assembly Bill number 19 of 2025, and its approval thereof with amendments.
All members, order. All members, I put the question that the committee do report to the House its consideration of the Finance Bill, National Assembly Bill number 19 of 2025, and its approval thereof with amendments. Will ask many of the opinion say aye. Will ask many of the opinion say nay. The ayes have it. Members, the next bill in the order paper for the Committee of the Whole House this afternoon, or this evening, is the Kenya National Council for Population and Development Bill, National Bill, Assembly Bill number 72 of 2023.
No, it's in the order paper.
Order, members, we proceed to the Kenya National Council for Population and Development Bill, National Assembly Bill number 72 of 2023, and we are in the committee of the whole House.
Clause 3.
Is that the amendments? Where is the chair? Same. So, Chair, you will still have to proceed. Very well, we begin with the clause 3. I propose the question that clause 3 be part of the bill. There being no amendments, I now put the question that clause 3 be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 4.
I propose the question that clause 4 be part of the bill. Chair.
Honorable Chair, I beg to move that clause 4 be amended as per the order paper. This proposal is seeking to delete a redundant words and provisions contained in the National Council for Population Development Order 2004. I beg to move, Honorable Chair.
Very well. I now propose the question that clause 4 be part of the bill. I'll take it again. I now propose the question that clause 4 be amended as proposed by the chair.
Put the question.
I now put the question that clause 4 be amended as proposed by the chair. Will as many as of that opinion say aye?
Aye.
Will as many as of contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that clause 4 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye?
Aye.
Will as many as of contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 5.
I propose the question that clause 5 be part of the bill.
Honorable Chair, I beg to move that clause 5 be amended as per the order paper. This proposed amendment is seeking to provide clarity on the objectives of the Population Council and to provide for an additional objective of the Council. The existing National Council for Population Development plays a key role in reporting in Kenya's progress on development during processes such as the International Conference on Population and Development, both at the regional level and the United Nations. Therefore, the proposed amendment is seeking to provide for additional objective of the Council to coordinate the development and submission of population reports by the various stakeholders in Kenya.
Very well, Chair. I now propose the question that clause 5 be amended as proposed by the chair. Thank you. I now put the question that clause 5 be amended as proposed by the chair. Will as many as of that opinion say aye?
Aye.
Will as many as of contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that clause 5 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye?
Aye.
Will as many of contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 6.
I propose the question that clause 6 be part of the bill. Chair.
Honorable Chair, I beg to move that clause 6 be amended as per the order paper. This amendment is seeking to provide clarity on the functions of the Council and to provide for 2 additional functions of the Council, which are to advise the relevant ministry on global commitments, agreements and declarations adopted by the state relevant to population development, and 2, to collaborate with other state agencies and bodies for the effective discharge of its functions. These additional functions arise since the Council plays a critical role in global commitments within its purview, and there is need for the Council to collaborate with other institutions to bolster its productivity.
Very well. I propose the question that clause 6 be amended as proposed by the chair.
Put the question.
I now put the question that clause 6 be amended as proposed by the chair. Will as many as of that opinion say aye?
Aye.
Will as many as of contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that clause 6 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye?
Aye.
Will as many as of contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 7.
I propose the question that clause 7 be part of the bill. Chairperson.
Honorable Chair, I beg to move that clause 7 be amended as per the order paper. For starters, this proposed amendment is seeking to provide for representation of Hindu Council of Kenya, since it falls within the ambit of Joint Forum of Religious Organizations. And secondly, the proposed amendment is seeking to provide safeguards for consideration of gender, ethnic and regional diversity of the people of Kenya, persons with disabilities and the youth in the nomination and appointment to the persons of the council. This is in line with the constitutional representation of these groups. Lastly, the proposed amendment is seeking to correct some clerical errors and provide clarity on appointment of persons to the council. So, Honorable Chair, this is in line with the constitution that provides for inclusion of youth, women, people with disabilities and marginalized communities into the board of the National Council for Population.
I propose the question that clause 7 be amended as proposed by the chair. Yes.
Chair, I wish to support this amendment, and especially because of recognition of religious organizations as far as the contribution that they give, I mean, their contribution to the governance of this country. I support.
Very well, honorable members. I now put the question that clause 7 be amended as proposed by the chair. Will as many as of that opinion say aye?
Aye.
Will as many as of contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that clause 7 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye?
Aye.
Will as many as of contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clauses 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, and 18.
Honorable members, I propose the question that clauses 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, and 18 be part of the bill. Honorable members, there are no amendments to these clauses. I proceed now to put the question that clauses 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, and 18 be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye?
Aye.
Will as many as of contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 19.
I propose the question that clause 19 be part of the bill. Chair.
Honorable Chair, I beg to move that clause 19 be amended as per the order paper. This proposed amendment is seeking to provide for the functions of the Corporation Secretary. This is in line with the Mwongozo Code of Governance for State Corporations.
I propose the question that clause 19 be amended as proposed by the chair. I now put the question that clause 19 be amended as proposed by the chair. Will as many of that opinion say aye? Will as many as of contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that clause 19 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Chair, take your place. Order, members. We have to follow. Order, members. Order. Order. Please. Order. We were losing out. I will not call out any name, but order. Thank you very much. Thank you. So I will take it again. That I now put the question that clause 19 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye?
Aye.
Will as many as of contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clauses 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, and 28.
I propose the question that clauses 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, and 28 be part of the bill. Honorable members, there are no amendments to these clauses, and I therefore now put the question that clauses 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, and 28 be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye?
Aye.
Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 29.
I propose the question that clause 9 be part of the bill.
Honorable Chair, this proposal is seeking to amend clause 29, which was providing for consultant services offered to the council or by the council, and because this has a substantial challenge of being abused. So, Honorable Chair, the bill was providing specifically, clause 29, that the council may engage consultancy services to other institutions. And we're wondering why that was really necessary. So we propose that this particular proposal be deleted so as not subject to abuse. I best move on, Honorable Chair.
Very well. I propose the question that clause 29 be deleted as proposed by the chair. I now put the question that clause 29 be deleted as proposed by the chair. Will as many of that opinion say aye?
Aye.
Will as many of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 30.
I propose the question that clause 30 be part of the bill.
Honorable Chair, this is also a clause that we found interesting. Clause 30 reads, a notice or document shall be served in the council by delivering them at the office of the Director General. And 2, the office of the Director General shall serve documents or notice to other institutions as need arises. And Honorable Chair, we were at pain to understand why such a small administrative matter like submission of documents needed to be in an act of parliament. And that's why we are proposing its deletion, because it can be addressed administratively rather than being a part of a legislative or legal framework.
Very well, Chair. I now propose the question that clause 30 be deleted as proposed by the chair. I now put the question that clause 30 be deleted as proposed by the chair. Will as many of that opinion say aye?
Aye.
Will as many of contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 31.
I propose the question that clause 31 be part of the bill. Chair.
So, Honorable Chair, I beg to move that clause 31 be amended as per the order paper. This proposal is seeking an amendment to specify matters to be provided for in regulations and to align clause 31 of the bill with standing order number 118. It provides that every bill that confers on any state organ, state officer or a person the authority to make provision, making the force of law in Kenya in terms of Article 94(6) of the Constitution, shall contain a separate and distinct part of the bill under the provisions on delegated powers, in which shall expressly specify. So A, the purpose of the objective for which that authority is conferred, B, the limits of the authority, C, the nature of scope of the law which may be made, and D, the principles and standards applicable to the law made under the authority. So I beg to move, Honorable Chair.
Honorable members, I propose the question that clause 31 be amended as proposed by the chair.
Put the question.
I now put the question that clause 31 be amended as proposed by the chair. Will as many of that opinion say aye?
Aye.
Will as many of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that clause 31 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many of that opinion say aye?
Aye.
Will as many of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 32.
I propose the question that clause 32 be part of the bill. Chair.
Honorable Chair, I beg to move that clause 32 be amended as per the paper. This proposal is seeking to provide for the definition of terms used in the proposed amendment to part 5 of the bill.
I propose the question that clause 32 be amended as proposed by the chair.
Put the question.
I now put the question that clause 32 be amended as proposed by the chair. Will as many of that opinion say aye?
Aye.
Will as many of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that clause 32 was amended be part of the bill. Will as many of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 33.
I propose the question that clause 33 be part of the bill. Chair.
Honorable Chair, I beg to move that clause 33 be amended as per the paper. This proposed amendment is seeking to revoke the State Corporation's National Council for Population Development Order of 2004. This is because the bill is now seeking to provide for a success of the council and a new legal framework. So as the current council exists under this order, the State Corporation's National Council for Population Development Order number 204. But now, since now we are creating them under an act of parliament, now this is now revoking the order that was established in the institution, because now we are establishing them under an act of parliament in which we are debating the bill now.
Honorable members, I now propose the question that clause 33 be amended as proposed by the chair. Yes, Tuku Kwenya. Use the mic that is just next to you on your left.
Chair, I wish to support this amendment because failure to revoke or to revoke NCPD now will definitely give life to two state corporations, one by gazette notice and the other one by act of parliament, and therefore I support.
Honorable members, I now put the question that clause 33 be amended as proposed by the chair. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Will as many of contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that clause 33 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many of that opinion say aye? Will as many of contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
New clause 4A.
I beg to move that new clause 4A be now read a second time, that the bill be amended inserting the following new clause immediately after clause 4, that the headquarters of the council shall be in Nairobi. The council may establish and such other offices in Kenya as it may consider necessary for the exercise of its functions. This proposed amendment is seeking to provide that the headquarters of the council to be in Nairobi to ensure accessibility of its services, but also necessitate them or give them leeway to have some other branches across the country.
Honourable members, I now propose the question that clause 4A. I now propose the question that the new clause 4A be now read a second time.
For the question.
I now put the question that the new clause 4A be now read a second time. Will as many as of that opinion say aye?
Aye.
Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now propose the question that the new clause 4A be part of the bill. I now put the question that the new clause 4A be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye?
Aye.
Will as many as of contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
New clause 9A.
Mover.
Honourable Chair, I beg to move that new clause 9A be now read a second time. Honourable Chair, this new clause 9A is now providing for the minimum requirements to be a member of the National Council for Appropriation and Development, and is now requiring that each person, for one to be appointed on the board, then they must possess at least a degree from a recognized university in Kenya.
I propose the question that the new clause 9A be now read a second time.
For the question.
I now put the question that the new clause 9A be now read a second time. Will as many as of that opinion say aye?
Aye.
Will as many as of contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I propose the question that the new clause 9A be part of the bill. I proceed to put the question that the new clause 9A be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye?
Aye.
Will as many as of contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
New clause 17A.
I propose, mover.
Honourable Chair, I beg to move that new clause 17A be now read a second time. This new clause 17A is providing for the duration of tenure for the position of the Director General for the National Council for Appropriation and Development, requiring them, as per the Mwongozo Code of Governance for State Corporations, for them to be eligible for only one further term. So they can be appointed for a period of 4 years, but they are only eligible for only one further term. This is to avoid the issue where some officers now stay as heads of institutions almost in perpetuity. Honourable Chair, I beg to move.
I propose the question that new clause 17A be now read a second time. I see interest. We begin with the leader.
Just a concern, leader. You know, the Mwongozo Code says 3 years. And I don't know why we are doing something very different from what we are actually amending a lot of laws to align them to the 3 years Mwongozo and 1 term renewable. But I can hear 4 years, Honourable Speaker, which I think is not what the Mwongozo says.
Chair, you have some cake to bite. Yes, Honourable Yakundi. Yes.
It is also a concern to me that most institutions, the term limit is almost 3 years renewable. How comes the Mwongozo one is a 4-year term?
Mwongozo is 3.
Or Mwongozo is 3 years. Then I want to support it. Chair, thank you.
Very well. Yes, Tukukwenya. Why? You are a member of that committee?
No, I'm not a member of that committee,
Proceed.
but I have interest in this matter. Chairman, one thing that perturbs me is that we keep on referring to Mwongozo guidelines. Mwongozo guidelines is not an act of parliament. It's a creation and a policy document by the ministries or the hopes. And Chair, there is a lot of contradiction and inconsistencies in as far as state corporations are concerned. And it worries me every time we are legislating that either we are quoting Mwongozo guidelines In other areas, we are not quoting the same. And the reason as to why we are not quoting Mwongozo in some areas is because it has no basis in law, and therefore always beats us off balance, because we are quoting a document or a policy that is not anchored anywhere in the statutes.
Yes, let's first hear from CPA. Both of them are CPAs. But that's the
Thank you,
Vice Chair.
Chair. I want to bring to the attention of my good friend that under the principles of good governance, the aspect of limiting that time, and that's what guided Mwongozo. It is pecking on the good best practices that supports all the other laws all around, especially on issues of management. So it's something that we need to adopt, maybe on areas that you would want to propose.
Honorable
amendment.
Ruto,
Yes.
order. The main matter in the House is what
yes, I
leader did
was
ask.
trying to bring out the issue you raised on Mwongozo, because this is what we are discussing as a matter that in line or aligning with Mwongozo. That's why this particular proposal is coming in.
Why would you quote aligning with Mwongozo and do something different from Mwongozo?
Thank you.
Let's hear just Tuku 1 second, and then we come to the chair.
Chair, you see, if we allow ourselves to continue quoting these Mwongozo guidelines and we are legislating, then we are relegating ourselves to the point of whereby now we have to follow a document that has no legal basis whatsoever, save for what CPA Ruto is trying to imply, that these are best practices that are not anchored here in law. And I think the best thing that would happen, Mr. Chairman, is that we statutalize Mwongozo guidelines so that then any state corporation...
You have given the answer.
Yeah, we do not need...
Because I was going to tell you, you bring this business as a substantive matter to the House. Proceed, Chair.
So, Honorable Chair, I have consulted widely, including with my leader here. So the leader is going to move the next bill, an amendment to the Kenya Roads Board. That's going to limit the time of the board members to 3 years. And I think as a House, it's important that we become consistent, not just in the way we legislate, but also in how we treat our different entities. And therefore, Honorable Chair, I beg to move that I further amend the new clause 17A to read the following, that the Director General shall be appointed for a term of 3 years and shall be eligible for reappointment for a further 1 term. I beg to move, Honorable Chair.
Yes, Honorable Thuku.
Just as a matter of procedure, Chair, I would want you to give direction as to whether the chairman is in order to even attempt to propose that amendment. On the floor, we do not have the amendment with us, and therefore we have not had time even to internalize the same and to understand what it is that he's trying to move. And therefore, Chair, I wish that you just rule him out of order and just follow the rate of procedures of this House. I hope.
Chair. Let me hear leader.
Chair, an amendment, if I suggest an amendment on a bill that is not mine, then I require to circulate all that.
Order, Honorable
Thuku. But this bill belongs to the chairperson. It is his bill. And he can move an amendment within an amendment, Honorable Speaker. And you don't have to have it. You've already had it. And we are just actually trying to be consistent with policy, Honorable Speaker. So let's make progress, Honorable Kwenya Thuku. We respect your sentiments on this. We hold you in high esteem that you refused this one. But, Honorable Speaker, let's make progress.
Honorable Thuku, the procedure has been followed. If you go to our standing order number 133, it clearly explains what the chair has done and is very much in order. You can refer. Can we hear Honorable, one more member want to speak on this there? General.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. I think we are a house of tradition, customs, and when the chair is going to move an amendment, that does not substantively have effect on the body of that law being debated, then I think it's in order. It's not the first time we are doing it. Thank you, Chair.
Oh, still more contribution? Yes, let's hear. Honorable.
Thank you, Chair. Personally, I rise to support the amendment of the Chair.
Members, let me proceed now to propose the question that a new clause 17A be further amended as proposed by the chair. Honorable members, I proceed to put the question that a new clause 17A be further amended as proposed by the chair. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Will as many as of contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now propose the question that the new clause 17A be part of the bill. I proceed as amended by the chair. I proceed to put the question that the new clause 17A be part of the bill as amended by the chair. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Will as many as of contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. We proceed.
New clause 33A.
Mover.
Honorable Chair, I beg to move that new clause 33A be now read a second time. This proposed amendment is seeking to retain the substance of clause 32 of the bill on transfers of assets and liabilities, but in its place, it logically in the context of other amendment and redrafted it in line with other amendments. So, Honorable Chair, this is just cleaner.
I propose the question that the new clause 33A be now read a second time. Yes, Son Tuku Kwenya. Use the mic.
Chair, this is a very useful amendment because of perpetuity, whatever was in the defunct now NCPD, and now all the assets, liabilities, and obligations now be transferred to the new found Kenya National Population Council. I support.
So you support? Yeah. Honorable members, I put the question that the new clause 33A be now read a second time. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Will as many of contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I propose the question that the new clause 33A be part of the bill. Honorable members, I proceed to put the question that the new clause 33A be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Will as many of contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
New clause 33B.
Mover.
Honorable Chair, I beg to move that new clause 33B be now read a second time. This proposed amendment is seeking to retain what we amended in clause 33 so that we make it on transitional basis for the employees of the council, so that we also arrange it in a logical flow and also provide clarity in this in a new drafting.
I propose the question that the new clause 33B be now read a second time. Let's hear Honorable Mayaka.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Chair, I do support this particular amendment by the committee because what it seeks to do is also just protect those who are already in office, ensure that there's continuity, and just make sure that this is actually engraved in law so that nobody ever comes to them and tries to interfere with what is going on. So I support this amendment.
Tuku.
Thank you, Chair. As my colleague has just stated, for purposes of continuity and security of China of the workers that we are working with now, the defunct NCPD, this amendment now assures them that there's not going to be any disruption in as far as the services to the newfound Kenya National Population Council is concerned. I support, Chair.
I put the question that the new clause 33B be now read a second time. Will as many as that opinion say aye? Will as many as contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I propose the question that the new clause 33B be part of the bill. I proceed to put the question that the new clause 33B be part of the bill. Will as many as that opinion say aye? Will as many of contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
New clause 33C.
Mover.
Honorable Chair, I beg to move that the new clause 33C be now read a second time. This proposed amendment is seeking to provide for transition mechanism for legal proceedings by or against the National Council for Cooperation and Development established under the state corporations, the order of 2004. Honorable Chair, again, if there may exist some legal proceedings on or against the council, now currently registered under that order. Now, once we move them into an act of parliament, then we're saying now there will be that transitional process. And I think, Honorable Chair, I think one of the issues, if I remember correctly, has been the contestation on some of the population data for some of populations in the country. And therefore, where that contestation exists, now they'll move now to proceed with them even now when they are registered under an act of parliament.
Honourable members, I propose the question that the new clause 33C be now read a second time. Yes, Dido Razo.
Thank you very much, Chair. I think looking at this particular amendment, it is to ensure the rights of Kenyans is safeguarded. Although it will just talk about something to do with legal proceeding, imagine you have a pending bill before that institution, and by dint of this law, somebody says you cannot claim it. So for that reason, this is a very important amendment, and I support.
Honourable members, I put the question that the new clause 33C be now read a second time. Will as many as that opinion say aye? Will as many as contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I propose the question that the new clause 33C be part of the bill. I proceed to put the question that the new clause 33C be part of the bill. Will as many as that opinion say aye? Will as many as contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
New clause 33D.
Mover.
Honourable Chair, I beg to move that new clause 33D be now read a second time. And I want to thank Honourable Russell for that contribution. And maybe to speak to the matter that he raised, this 33D even speaks more to the rights of those that may have had contractual engagement with the council before the enactment of this law, because it reads that the bill is amended by inserting the following new subsection, 33D, in reference to the former council in any written law or in any contract, document or instrument of whatever nature, shall on the appointed day be read and constructed as reference to the successor council. So this takes care of all the contracts, including contractual obligations or pending bills, whatever it is, that have existed with the council registered under the current order when they transition now into being now registered under an act of parliament when this house approves this particular bill.
I propose the question that the new clause 33D be now read a second time.
Put the question.
I now put the question that the new clause 33D be now read a second time. Will as many as that opinion say aye?
Aye.
Will as many as contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I propose the question that the new clause 33D be part of the bill. I now put the question that the new clause 33D be part of the bill. Will as many as that opinion say aye?
Aye.
Will as many as contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
New clause 33E.
Mover.
Honourable Chair, I beg to move that new clause 33E be amended as per the order, and be now read a second time. This is providing, I read, all directions, orders, and resolutions given by the former council and substituting or valid immediately after the appointed day shall be deemed to have been given, issued, or made by the successor council. Again, this is a transitional clause that's providing that any directions or order or authorizations that may have been given by the council will deemed to have been given by the successive council that now we are creating through this act of parliament.
I propose the question that the new clause 33E be now read a second time. I hear Wanjiku, Honorable Wanjiku.
Thank you, Chair. It's a good amendment in terms of continuity, but with a rider, because in the event the council is ending its term, we have seen in this country time and again, people appoint or bring people of their own reference, then they are deemed to be successful or continue with the new council.
Very well. Yes, let's hear Thuku. Thuku seemed to have been more interested, very interested in this particular one.
Yes, Chair, and thank you for that observation. It is because I think this is one of those very good amendments that we've done in this house, just to make sure that there are no gray areas so that then there's continuity. We have seen a situation whereby an organization is succeeded by legislation, as we are doing today, by passage of a statute, and whoever else had interest in the defunct institution is left vulnerable. But this amendment has made sure that it's watertight, so that then every gray area is taken care of. The fact that this passage of all the authorizations and permits or anything that had been done by the previous body, which is NCPD, now is carried over without gray areas is a good thing, and without sunset, so that then you don't say, after 10 years, this cannot be affected. Anything that was affected by the former council will be taken over by this Kenya National Council that has been established by the statute. Thank you.
Mayaka, Honorable.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I just want to make a general comment, not only on this particular clause, but all the other transitional clause, because they are not only giving room for continuity, but they're also very protective, so that we are not leaving any room for any ambiguity. Should there be any complaints or any issues that involve the law. So I really commend the committee for coming up with these transitional amendments. Thank you.
Great. I now put the question that the new clause 33E be now read a second time. Will as many as without opinion say aye? Will as many as of contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I propose the question that the new clause 33E be part of the bill. I now put the question that the new clause 33E be part of the bill. Will as many as without opinion say aye? Will as many as of contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Schedule.
There are no amendments on the schedules. I propose the question that the schedule be part of the bill. I now put the question that the schedule be part of the bill. Will as many as without opinion say aye? Will as many as contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 2.
I propose the question that there's an amendment. I propose the question that clause 2 be part of the bill. Chair.
Honorable Chair, I beg to move that clause 2 is amended as per the order paper. Honorable Chair, in the bill, this clause 2 is on definitions. Clause 2 is defining population to mean the total number of persons inhabiting in a defined geographical area. So we are changing that to bring more clarity to the meaning of population to mean the following. Population means the total number of persons inhabiting within the border of a country, region, or in a defined geographical area. So we are providing more clarity to what population is, so that it does not mean just a number of people inhabiting a defined geographical area. I beg to move, Honorable Chair.
Very well. I propose the question that clause 2 be amended as proposed by the chair. I now put the question that clause 2 be amended as proposed by the chair. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of contrary opinion say nay? I now put the question that clause 2 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Title.
I propose the question that the title be part of the bill. I now put the question that the title be part of the bill. Will as many as that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many of contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 1.
I propose the question that clause 1 be part of the bill. I proceed to put the question that clause 1 be part of the bill. Will as many of that opinion say aye? Will as many of contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. We've come to the end, and therefore, is there something? Proceed, Honorable, or merely on your point of order.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, sometimes we multitask, so we might be lost on things, but we also have the power of recommittal. And because of that, I just wanted to find out whether the Evangelical Alliance is actually a legal entity. Is it a legal entity?
Chair, can you clarify?
Okay.
Leader, you can also be on the call of the chair.
It's a registered society under the law. And there is the law registering societies. It's a registered society under the law.
Honorable Ruto, what did you want to say as the chair? CP Ruto, what did you want to say? Yes,
Chair, I was just joking my mind that most of these active societies are registered under the Societies Act, which is the law, and therefore it gives them power to operate by virtue of that law, that is regional societies. But maybe Chair has got a different advisory from our legal team.
Chair, are you ready?
Yes, I am.
Yes.
So thank you, our senior, the Honorable Millie Thiambo, for raising that particular point. This is one of the matters that was also raised during public participation. If you notice, the bill clause 8 recognizes the following institutions as the people that are going to nominate people into the board. 3 persons nominated by the Joint Forum of Religious Organizations, consisting of Secretary General of the Supreme Council of Kenyan, the Supreme Council of Kenyan Muslims, comma, Kenya Conference of Catholic Bishops, comma, National Christian Churches of Kenya, and Evangelical Alliance. However, during public participation, we noticed that this Evangelical Alliance, the way they are registered under the Societies Act, they are registered as Kenya Evangelical Alliance. And that is why I moved an amendment to this clause 6 to add Kenya before the word Evangelical Alliance, so that it now reads Kenya Evangelical Alliance. So to satisfy your question, that now Kenya Evangelical Alliance is now included as one of the institutions that will nominate someone to the board. But the bill, as previously drafted, provided for Evangelical Alliance, which does not exist under the Societies Act, because the Societies Act recognizes Kenya Evangelical Alliance.
Honorable Millie, you seem to have a rebuttal, just in 1 minute.
Yes, just in 1 minute, Chair. It's actually my mistake because I should have raised it earlier. But Chair, I'd want to request that to be inclusive, next time also add the Seventh-day Adventist Church of Kenya, because I don't think they fit in any of those categories. You have immediately precluded me and my husband, and John Mbadi, and several others. So, yes, and the treasurer.
Chair,
Yeah.
I think Chair has heard you. Very well. We have actually completed this particular business, and therefore I want to call upon the mover, the Chair. What is out of order? But I give you a chance. Please give her the mic. Let's hear what Honorable wants to say.
Chair, considering what Honorable Millie have put across, I am considering the Chair that more addition on amendment should be added to even include Legio Maria, Roy Israeli, Acorino, Honorable Kawanjiko is there. And this is going to be more inclusive so that we don't exclude anyone on basis of religion. From the way the Chair I had, you have your own.
Very well.
Thank you so much.
We have heard you, but again, we had actually concluded this. So therefore, you want to speak on this? This is the mover. Proceed.
Now, I just want to say before I move, Honorable Speaker, that all those institutions that have been mentioned, including the Legio Maria and all those, belong to the Evangelical Alliance. The Evangelical Alliance, of course, the SD, but the Evangelical Alliance has over 300 churches under its umbrella. I've just checked, over 300 churches. So, and they all subscribe to the same organization. And therefore, all these churches that are being mentioned are part of that, probably except the Seventh-day Adventists, who have very good teachings, and that's why Millie is well brought up. because she belongs to the SDA. Now, therefore, Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that the committee do report to the House its consideration of the Kenya National Council for Population and Development Bill, National Assembly Bill number 72 of 2023, and its approval thereof with amendments.
Very well. Honorable members, I now put the question that the committee do report to the House its consideration of the Kenya National Council for Population and Development Bill, National Assembly Bill number 72 of 2023, and its approval thereof with amendments. Will as many of that opinion say aye? Will as many of contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
The chairperson on the finance bill to report to the House. I've said the chairperson who treated the matter of the finance bill to report to the House.
Very well. On behalf of the chair, David Ochieng, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to report that the committee of the whole House has considered the finance bill, National Assembly Bill number 19 of 2025, and approved the same with amendments.
The mover of the bill to move agreement with the report.
So, Honorable Speaker, I beg, maybe before I move, Honorable Speaker, is to really thank the members of this House for the great, robust debate that you've had, because I think, I strongly believe it has enriched our debate and informs how we are going to carry out this particular exercise even in future. So, Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that this House do agree with the report of the Committee of the Whole House on its consideration of the Finance Bill, National Bill number 19 of 2025, and its constituent thereof, and I request Honorable Shiforomondo, the MP for the great people of Lungalunga, to second.
Honorable Shiforomondo.
Chair, I second.
Honorable members, I propose the question that the House do agree with the report of the Committee of the Whole House on its consideration of the Finance Bill, National Assembly Bill number 19 of 2025. Who wants to speak to this? Yeah. Yes, Honorable Omboko Mlembe.
And I'm a member of Parliament for Muhaya. Honorable Speaker, let me thank the members who sat through since yesterday. The debate was, yes, very, very good, and the members participated well, and that's why some of the clauses, especially, for instance, the clause on limiting the space, private space of members, did not require more debate this afternoon because the members had exhausted the debate yesterday. And again, today, the members have sat through, and consistently so, including the chair of budget, who has been in the House throughout just to follow the proceedings, plus many other members. And the contributions were across the aisle, and this has been very good, meaning that this is a finance bill that is actually acceptable by the entire House. And this is great because there was a lot of consultation, and there was also a lot of public participation, and the people's views were actually put in consideration. And therefore, I want to thank the honorable members for a job well done. Indeed, like the Chair of Finance did indicate, the finance bill should not just be a tax-raising measure only, but also to direct policy. And I think our economy needs now to create the stem and resilience so that then, therefore, we can go for the vertical expansion of the tax space. But for now, we deal with the horizontal bit so that we can build resilience for our economy. Thank you, Honorable Speaker, and I support.
Any more contributions? Yes, the Honorable Makali Mulu. Yes, yes.
Yeah, thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I want to join honorable colleagues in appreciating the good work which has been done by the Committee on Finance and Planning and the contributions by members in today's third reading. It's been very enlightening, Honorable Speaker, and I want to appreciate that the Chair of Finance could at times drop some of the amendments for the sake of this country. There are other things which are not in the bill, Honorable Speaker, but which we mentioned yesterday during the debate, which can improve our financial management and revenue-raising measures. And I just want to, in a very summarized way, to mention 3 items. One of them, Honorable Speaker, is the item on revenue leakages. Honorable Speaker, even as we appreciate the fact that KRA needs to collect more taxes, it's also important that we appreciate that there is need to ensure that whatever is collected from Kenyans, because it's out of hard work, is managed prudently for the sake of this country. The third matter, Honorable Speaker, is there are lots of Kenyans who are not paying taxes, and more so because of the nature of our economy, which is more of informal. I think we want to ensure, Honorable Speaker, that we bring as many Kenyans to the tax bracket, so that we have more people paying taxes, and then we can think of reducing the tax rates so that people have more money in their pockets. In that case, they can trigger economic activity in the country, which will lead to economic growth, which is good for the country. The last item, Honorable Speaker, there was a proposal, I don't know from which organization, a proposal to review our payee bans. I still insist, Chairman, that matter, you and your committee take it seriously. It is a very progressive proposal. And if we can implement it, it will be good for this country. Otherwise, thank you, honorable members, for all the contributions we have made to this bill.
Members, we have the Equalization Fund Appropriation Bill to deal with. We also have the Appropriation Bill to deal with. And so I'm going to give all of you a chance, but please make it brief. The Honorable Samuel Atandi, the Chair of Budget and Appropriations.
Honorable Speaker, thank you very much. Let me also join my colleagues in appreciating the competence and the leadership of the Chairman of Finance Committee, my brother CPAK Kimani Kuria, who has ably led this committee since we joined this Parliament. Honorable Speaker, for the first time, I think we have a finance bill which is not controversial. And this is because of the manner in which the committee executed its responsibilities in listening to the public. But I also need to thank the Cabinet Secretary for National Treasury, who also went out of his way to educate Kenyans on the contents of the finance bill this time round. Because, Honorable Speaker, you noted that during the public participation forums that were organized by the National Treasury, there were cases where the Cabinet Secretary had to explain to Kenyans who were being misled by opponents of broad-based government that the bill was going to tax them massively, and even there are some taxes that did not even exist, but Kenyans were being informed that those taxes were there. So I want to thank collectively National Treasury, CS, and the Chairman and members of Finance and Finance Committee. Even when you saw us trying to disagree on the floor of the House, we were simply testing our levels of understanding of the contents of the bill. Otherwise, Honorable Speaker, going forward, we have resolved that both the Finance Committee and the Budget Committee will be working together to understand the proposals contained in the finance bill as well as the estimates, so that there's always harmony in the way these two bills work for the benefit of all Kenyans. We all want Kenya to prosper, and we all want our country to grow. So therefore, Honorable Speaker, I want to laud the committee and thank members of this House who are still here and who have actively participated. As we move to the next session where we are going to start the final two bills, Appropriations Bill and Equalization Bill, I also want to ask members to continue sitting here so that collectively we can finish these two bills, which are very, very important in our budget process. Thank you, Honourable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Atandi. Indeed, those bills will be debated to conclusion today. So all those people who are interested in the two to begin walking back to the House. The Honorable Owen Baya.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I want to thank the committee and everybody that has participated in this Finance Bill 2025, Honorable Speaker. I look forward, Honorable Speaker, to a situation where this country handles one finance bill in 2-3 years, so that we don't have to keep on changing laws here and sometimes all these many changes could get lost in the many amendments that we make. I look forward that Kimani Kuria would have one finance bill, after 3 years another finance bill, so that we are consistent in application of the law and in the taxation regimes, instead of every financial year changing our taxation regimes. Secondly, Honorable Speaker, and this is fundamental, and I want to say this, even those that are living could hear. When I was a first timer in this house, there are people who mentored me and groomed me in terms of dealing with third reading. The Honorable Meli Mabona would always appear at third reading only. And I asked myself why, and the sweetness of the debate is in second reading. But she would come here in third reading only. And I asked myself why. Then I realized she influences a lot of the bills and laws that pass here. The Honorable Makali Mulu would always be here. The Honorable, no, definitely I couldn't know. The Honorable Pukose. And those that, and of course the chair, the speaker, TJ. There are certain people who made us who we are. But Honorable Speaker, looking around these days, I do not see, apart from Mayaka, and probably now Nyakundi is here, I don't see people getting interested in actually the lawmaking, and that should worry us as a house. Because there are no new faces in terms of coming in here to make third reading. And I think, Honorable Mili Mabona, you have a job in your hands to train the ladies to be like you in terms of making law, just like Mayaka has consistently stayed here. Even my friend, the one from Boni, yes, he has always been here in third reading, because that is where the law is made. That is when you make a difference in this country, not the second reading where we just talk and talk. But Honorable Speaker, we need to find a way to bring new entrants. Otherwise, I can assure you, if we have new members in the 14th Parliament, there will be we would have a problem doing third reading and doing committee of the whole. So, Honorable Speaker, I don't know what you will do, but the numbers in third reading are thinning. And that's not good for this country, Honorable Speaker. I thank you.
A chick that will grow into a cock is seen at birth, at the time they are hatched. So we know from the time Honorable Rene Mayaka came, we knew she would be a great legislator. Honorable Mayaka, make your contributions.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. And you know very well I learned from the best. Honorable Speaker, I just want to also give my accolades to the committee that is led by fellow CPA Kimani Kuria, this particular finance bill, and especially the theme around encouraging policy rather than just looking at the common mwananchi and increasing taxation. Honorable Speaker, and this is something that I wish more legislators were here to listen, because as we are the first people who should be prosecuting this matter in the court of public opinion. The public needs to hear from us, because in the past we have experienced situations where people have always treated the finance bill as an enemy of the people, without really seeing the nitty-gritty of it. But this particular one has been able to show us that we can make and we can prosecute a finance bill that is actually beneficial to mwananchi. And so, Honorable Speaker, even as I make my remarks and thank the committee, I also just want to urge our parliamentary communication, when they do their communication on our social media platforms, that we need to show Kenyans the key wins, the big wins for Kenyans out there so that they can learn that this is a very good thing. Honorable Speaker, for me, the greatest benefit out of this finance bill, and I think I've spoken to it twice, is still on the matter of no taxation towards the pension funds and the retirement benefits. So with those very few remarks, Honorable Speaker, once again, I just want to urge Kenyans to really familiarize themselves with this particular finance bill. It is a good document, it is a fantastic one, and I think we just need to encourage each other that the country is going in the right direction. I thank you.
The question relevant to where we are and all preceding matters will be put when this business will come to the House in future. I want the chairperson to report to the House on the Kenya National Council for Population and Development Bill, National Assembly Bill number 72 of 2023. Chairperson. Would you give the chairperson the mic?
Asante sana. Thank you very much. Honorable Speaker, I beg to report that the Committee of the whole House has considered the Kenya National Council for Population and Development Bill, National Assembly Bill number 72 of 2023, and approved the same with amendments.
Would the mover move agreement with the report?
Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that this House do agree with the report of the Committee of the whole House on its consideration of the Kenya National Council for Population and Development, National Assembly Bill number 72 of 2023. Honorable Speaker, this is a very important piece of legislation to set up the Kenya National Population Council, Kenya National Council for Population and Development, Honorable Speaker. For many years, Honorable Speaker, we had of Kenya National Council for Population, but it had been anchored on a legal notice. But now we're actually giving the law so that we can set up the institution, and this is a positive move. And I want to thank the committee, chaired by the Honorable Kimani Kuria, for a good job. We now have a law that establishes this organization, and I love the transitional clauses. We have passed laws here which have eventually been controversial in the sense that you do not know where the staff will go and all that kind of thing. But I think we have a solid organization. This law is very solid to actually put together an organization, Honorable Speaker, that will take matters population in this country forward. And on that note, Honorable Speaker, I would like to request the Minority Whip to second.
The Minority Whip, the Honorable Millie Grace Akoth Odhiambo Mapona.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I do rise to second and thank the Chair of Finance for a very good job for this and the previous bill on finance that has taken into account the issues and concerns of Kenyans. Mr. Speaker, I know for this segment it's not a debate, but really to congratulate and raise one or two issues. But I just want to say that contrary to the concern of the Deputy Majority Leader, is that from my experience, actually, we are doing much, much, much better as a House. The Committee of the whole House and the third reading usually attract very little interest because it's a real place where the rubber meets the road. But increasingly, as the Parliament is growing younger and more intellectual, with greater capabilities, I see members doing a lot more. And so I just want to thank. One of the things I would want to encourage, not just because this will affect not just the bill on the population, but other bills that will be coming up, that we need to look at the diversity, the religious diversity of the country, and configure a way of being inclusive. That the moment you say, for instance, I know when you are talking from a national level, the SDS may be a minority, if you think about it as at a national level. But in my constituency, SDS are 80 or more than 80% of the constituency. So for you, it might look like a minority, but for me, it is a majority. And so when we put them, because we must appreciate everybody in their manifestations and forms. And so I would want us to consider a manner in which the Christian faith is inclusive, and the way in which the Muslim, Hindu, and other faiths are also inclusive. Otherwise, I do second. And thank you.
Members, I propose the question. This House do agree with the committee, with the report of the Committee of the Whole House on its consideration of the Kenya National Council for Population and Development Bill, National Assembly Bill number 72 of 2023. The Honorable Kimani Kuria, you want to speak to this?
Yes, Honorable Chair, sorry to take you back, but one of the conversations that this Parliament and this conversation has done, and also came out prominently during public participation, and if you read our report, you'll see that is one of our recommendations. We need to revisit our PAYE bans. If you check, Honorable Speaker, the first 208,000 shillings per annum is taxed at an income tax rate of 10%. The next 100,000 is taxed at 25%. And then there is a skip of all the way to between an annual salary of up to now that's 380,000 to 5.612 million at 30%. And therefore that huge jump, Honorable Speaker, is something that needs to be reconsidered. But most importantly, the next 3.6 million is taxed at 32.5%. And then income above 9.6 charged at 35%. Honorable Chair, at a time when we are considering reducing the corporation tax rate, and a time when we have actually preferential corporate tax rate for particular institutions, it's important that we think in future to revisit these PAYE bans. And we actually asked the National Treasury in our report to do an analysis of what this impact will be in terms of numbers, so that we try to reduce, to have more disposable income available to Kenyans on their pay as you earn. Honorable Speaker, a company, for them to calculate their corporation tax, they are allowed to deduct their tax allowable expenses, that rent or power bills. But no, for employed people, they're not allowed to deduct the expenses that they incur in the generation of their income. So your transport to work is not considered when they are calculating your pay as you earn, but the transportation that a company does in their course of business is considered as a tax-deductible expense. So we have actually asked National Treasury to do, and KRA to do an analysis of this, and hopefully in the subsequent legislation, then we're looking forward to review this so that at least we try to have a higher disposable income available to Kenyans. Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for magnanimity in agreeing that I contribute to this, even when this matter had already passed. Thank you.
Honorable Kimani Kuria, because it is so important, I allowed you to speak to it because we are on a different subject, but it's very important. And I know the contribution you've made, though belated, pleases Honorable Makali Mulu. Would I remind all of us that we are on the Kenya National Council for Population and Development Bill? Yes, the Honorable Millie Odhiambo.
Mr. Speaker, sometimes it's good to help us as a legal mind. And because he was also saying very nice things, I decided to be quiet. But in future, just create a link. And the link to say, like now you are talking about population. So all you say is the population of Kenya has grown immensely, but you see because of this tax, I don't know what, and you'll raise the issues. Population. That's the entry point.
Yes, so again, honorable members, the question for the adoption of the report of the committee and other matters remaining under this particular bill will be transacted in the future when the House Business Committee will next schedule it to be transacted. Next order. The Honorable Dido Raso never raises a point of order. What is out of order today? The directions I've given are all for the convenience of the House.
Thank you very much, Speaker. As you are giving chances to those who are speaking, I notice you are biased to your left. Maybe I think I don't know, I cannot really prove that you are limited by your peripheral vision on the right. Please, in future, those of us in the House also wish to contribute. Thank you, Speaker.
Honorable Dido Raso, never ever attribute any form of bias to the Speaker. The Speaker observes the entire House and recognizes each and every member according to when they are recognized. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, next order. I'm informed the Speaker had ordered that the matter appearing as order number 10 comes first. Was it? Number 9. Which one was to come before, going by the directions of the substantive Speaker? Number 10. Yeah, so call order number 10.
Order number 10, the Appropriation Bill, National Assembly Bill number 23 of 2025, second reading.
Mover.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that the Appropriation Bill, National Assembly Bill number 23 of 2025, be read a second time. Honorable Speaker, this bill authorizes the issuance of funds from Consolidated Fund to finance national government expenditure for the year 2025-2026 financial year. This bill, Honorable Speaker, was introduced here in the National Assembly and read for the first time yesterday, June 17, 2025. The bill is a cornerstone of Kenya's annual budget process, enabling the government to implement its spending priorities for the fiscal year. Honorable Speaker, this bill follows the approval of budget estimates by this House. And the Honorable Speaker, if you can remember, the budget, we approved about total budget of approximately 4.23 trillion, which is equivalent of 22.3% of our national GDP. The budget estimates include 1.8 trillion for ministerial recurrent expenditure, 1.3 trillion for interest payments on debt and pensions, and 472.5 billion for ministerial development expenditure. Honorable Speaker, additionally, 2 billion has been set aside for contingency fund, and 405.1 billion has been allocated as equitable share to county governments. Honorable Speaker, just to comment on the county allocations, is to report that following the conclusion of the mediation process this afternoon, in which the report has already been tabled on the House, the county share by allocations now is no longer 405 billion. We are now allocating 415 billion as shareable revenue to counties. I needed to clarify that. Honorable Speaker, just let me also just make brief comments on the revenue projections. Honorable Speaker, we are projecting to collect 3.3 trillion as total revenue project. That is inclusive of ordinary revenue, which is 2.7 trillion, 46.6 billion as grants from donors. And Honorable Speaker, in the area of fiscal deficit, we are going to borrow 923 billion to fund the fiscal deficit. This will be 4.8% of GDP as fiscal deficit. Honorable Speaker, looking at the borrowing structure, locally, Honorable Speaker, we are going to borrow 635 billion, while we are going to borrow another 287 billion from external sources. Honorable Speaker, these allocations are going to fund multiple development projects in the country. For example, in the area of agriculture, we have allocated 47.6 billion to fund our agricultural sector. Honorable Speaker, you know that agriculture is a cornerstone of this economy, and for the last 2 years, inflation has been able to come down, courtesy of the food production that has been realized in this country, courtesy of the allocations we've been able to give the agricultural sector. Honorable Speaker, we have 8 billion allocated to fertilizer subsidies. Honorable Speaker, you know this is one of the biggest gains that has helped us to fund the agricultural sector and to increase production. Honorable Speaker, we are allocating 133.4 billion to our health sector. This is the allocation that is going to help us manage primary health care and all other matters that affect our health systems. Honorable Speaker, on the energy sector, we are allocating 62.8 billion to help us in all electricity concerns, including rural electrification, etc. Honorable Speaker, and the biggest chunk of this budget is going to fund the education sector, where we are allocating 658 billion in the entire sector. TSC will take the largest share. And Honorable Speaker, I just wanted to give you a brief of some of the critical allocations that we have been able to fund and which this appropriations bill, when turned into law, is going to help us to process. Honorable Speaker, because the appropriations bill is a product of the total estimates which you already passed here when we were processing the Committee of Supply. I know that members were able to get the opportunity to discuss the bill at the Committee of Supply, and there is really nothing new which we are introducing. We just want to pass the appropriations bill to just give power so that once the bill is signed into law, then now the government can be able to begin spending. So, Honorable Speaker, this is not a very difficult bill because most members have already gone through this bill in second reading, and therefore I don't want to belabor on this. The Cabinet Secretary for Treasury was also here, giving us the highlights of the critical expenditures. And therefore, Honorable Speaker, there's really nothing new that members should belabor in discussing this bill. I therefore would like to allow my Vice Chairman, Dr. Protestor, to second. Thank you. Yes, Honorable Speaker, I move and ask my able Vice Chairman, Dr. Protestor, to second.
The Honorable Protestor.
Honorable Speaker, thank you. I stand to second the Appropriation Bill, National Assembly Bill number 23 of 2025. As ably moved by my chair, Honorable Speaker, I think we prosecuted when most of it during the budget estimates and also most of it during the Committee of Supplies. And now this is the last stage of this bill, that we are enabling the government and the other agencies, the executive, the legislature, and the judiciary to access these funds. Honorable Speaker, as ably put, we've also, just as the chair put it, we've finished with the negotiations with the Senate, and now through the division of revenue, that increases the allocations to the Senate. And initially, with the current formula now that has also been read today by the Speaker and forwarded to the committee, that means that all the counties in the country will be able to at least access money for development by us agreeing to the 415 billion. So the counties that were feeling marginalized, like Elgeyo Marakwet, Taita Taveta, and others that were not accessing something, that increment has actually substantially moved with the new formula, which is the fourth formula by CRA that was submitted to the Senate and committed to this House. So, Honorable Speaker, what we hope is that this money will be used diligently, and we want to ask the EACC and other agencies to really do their work, make sure that there is no leakages, because that makes, when we have leakages and money ending in other people's pockets, what it means is that services are not able to be delivered. Honorable Speaker, in the budget estimates, we provided 13 billion to primary health care. That means health facilities in this country, level 2, level 3, and outpatient level 4, should be able to provide, you should be able to visit when you are sick, those facilities, and access these services. And we are hoping that with the ICT system in place, that the counties will be able to make sure that our people access healthcare services. You are able to walk into a hospital, be treated, and go home with medication. And we know KEMSA has also been capitalized such that they are now able at a tune of 1.5 billion. That means with that recapitalization of KEMSA, we should be able to have supplies of medicines without any challenge. With those few remarks, Honorable Speaker, I second.
Honorable members, I now propose the question. Appropriation Bill, National Assembly Bill number 23 of 2023, be now read a second time. I want to give the first chance to the Honorable Dr. Makali Mulu because of rank in these matters.
Yeah, thank you so much, Honorable Speaker. You know, Honorable Speaker, we joined this house the same day, and it's good to appreciate that being here 3 times is not easy. So, Honorable Nyakundi must appreciate that fact. Thank you so much. Honorable Speaker, I will not take even more than 4 minutes, because as my chairman said, this was discussed during the budget debate, discussed again during the Committee of Supplies, discussed when the CS was presenting the budget to us, and now we are here doing almost like the fourth time, and I think without much repeating, let me just raise 2 issues, Honorable Speaker. Our chairman has said that they have decided through mediation to increase the county allocation to 415. The allocation which was approved by this House was 405. At that time, when we approved the allocation of 405 billion, we had already pegged our borrowing to 4.5% of the GDP, which in figures was translating to 896 billion. So I think it would be important for the chairman to tell Kenyans, this additional 10 billion going to the counties, is it going to be part of the borrowing? Is it a reorganization? Because that must come out, because I think it will have impact on the budget deficit. The other issue, Honorable Speaker, which is closely tied to that, is that when we approved the budget ourselves as a House, we were at 896 in terms of billion borrowing. When the CS Treasury came and made his presentation, he mentioned the budget deficit will now move from 896 to 923 billion, a difference of 47 billion, which this House had not factored in. I don't know whether that is still additional borrowing, which means our budget deficit, as approved by this House through the medium-term debt strategy, will also be changing without going through our committee process. The Public Debt and Privatization Committee of this House approved 4.5% of GDP as the deficit for this year. So the figure of 47 billion and the figure of 10 billion, my Honorable Chairman should be able to tell the Kenyans, are we borrowing more or are we cutting on expenditure on some items so that we fit within our suit? With those many remarks, Honorable Speaker, I support.
The Honorable Dido Raso is recognized.
Finally, thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, this indeed is the culmination of the budgetary process 2025. And we must thank both the Committee of Budget and also the Finance Committee. I think they have done a good job. That for the first time, there isn't much acrimony or contestation of the budget and also the finance bill. Honorable Speaker, I just want to make a few points. The first one is this indeed is the budget on one piece of paper. is like a shopping list. It has been aggregated that what is at the national executive, at the national level, at the judiciary, the legislature, and also at the county. The first thing which we must ask of each other as Kenyans is serious fiscal management of the economy. What Honorable Makali Mulu there said, if we must manage our economy well, the budget deficit should not grow more than 4%, or it should even come lesser, so that we borrow less from outside or even internally. The second issue, Honorable Speaker, is the issue of corruption and misuse of public resources. If you look at the budget for this year is 4.3 trillion. Indeed, that is the highest budget, I think, for a very long time, and for that matter, this time. And we must look after these resources. Let anybody not take advantage to think that there's a lot of resources out there that they can misuse and abuse. Thirdly, Honorable Speaker, it is the issue of monitoring and evaluation, and also oversight by this House. If we give any institution resources, both at the national and the county level, those resources must be monitored, must be checked, and we must certify. Because ultimately, as a budget-making house, we are the final authority on use of those resources. So in that case, it is our signature that counts at the end of it all. And that is why we must make sure there's value for money for Kenyans. With those remarks, Honorable Speaker, I thank you for giving me the opportunity, and also I want to thank my colleagues from those two committees who have indeed done a great job that we are able to see the finality of the budget. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
The Honorable Nyakundi.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for also giving me this opportunity.
Could we try to speak less, this being the appropriation bill, so that we transact the three bills which are pending to be concluded by the hour?
Thank you for giving me this opportunity, Honorable Speaker, to also put a word on the appropriation bill, the National Assembly Bill number 23. As the rest have said, we have discussed this bill initially through the Committee of Supply. This is a bill that gives the executive, the judiciary, and the legislature powers to use the money that has been appropriated through the budget committee. And as you know, we have passed a bill of about 2.3 trillion Kenya shillings. This goes into assisting Kenyans. As the rest have said, let me just repeat this. We are passing a bill of about 2.3 trillion Kenya shillings, 415 billion that goes to counties, and 700 billion that goes towards development of various sectors. And I want to thank the Committee of Budget led by my able chairman, Honorable Samuel Atandi, because he has considered and made sure that this time round we will make sure that we are able to employ we are able to recruit the police officers, about 10,000 of them, by allocating enough money to make sure that we employ the police officers, we make sure that we have more people who are going to be taken for interns through for 20,000 interns. We are also making sure that this time round, we are going to employ the UHC workers who were on contract basis to permanent and pensionable basis. So this bill is very important to us because it assists in making sure also that most of the money that goes to the counties are used appropriately. I don't know if I'm getting myself. Yeah? Most of the money that goes to the counties are used appropriately because, you know, we've allocated a lot of money to the counties, but most of these counties are not using this money appropriately. So we want to tell the county governments to make sure that they use the money that they get appropriately to make sure that there is value for money for wananchi back at home. So I want to thank you for this opportunity, and I say thank you, Honorable Speaker.
The last will be the Honorable Millie Odhiambo Mabona.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the Budget Committee Chair for this noble task that he's doing as the Chair of Budget. And Mr. Speaker, I also want to thank the Budget Committee for the good work that they have done. Mr. Speaker, when you listen to Honorable Makali and the others, they have been citing a lot of figures. Mr. Speaker, I recently joined a PhD program, and we are doing statistics. We are put in a group where we are supposed to do a task on probabilities. And I volunteered that I will do the typing. So, Mr. Speaker, even here, I will use pros. The figures I will leave to the Makali Mulus of this House. So I will look at the pros and say that, Mr. Speaker, I'm glad that we have embarked on zero budgeting as an approach. And I hope that we make it a reality. Mr. Speaker, again, I noticed that we have been realistic in revenue estimates, but our budgeting is not as responsive. So we need to be a bit more bold. And I'm hoping our expert, John Barry, would be more bold in the next, so that we actually have a balanced budget in future. Mr. Speaker, I would have, even though, and somebody can actually challenge me to this, the 15% that goes to the counties is actually courtesy of me. They would actually be having a zero. So I'm speaking here confidently as a person who moved for the 15% when we were in the Select Committee of the Constitution, and it had been proposed that we put no percentage, and I fought very viciously. First, it was at 40%, which our party was pushing, but it was disappearing altogether. So my amendment at 15% is what has ensured that the counties have no less than 15%. But I was reluctant that would be giving the 415 in the DORA bill. And the reason, Mr. Speaker, is that the counties are not being very kind to the National Assembly. They are getting substantial amounts of money, but they are still looking at our port as a National Assembly. Not as members of Parliament, but as the National Assembly. I would want to request and urge the counties that those of us who are very strong supporters and adherents to devolution are getting very disillusioned. And I don't believe, Mr. Speaker, that more than 40 chief executives of the counties can be thieves. I don't believe so. And therefore, there must be something wrong, either in structure or in the manner of operation of the counties. We can't just take a quick decision about governors stealing. So they are not necessarily stealing, or maybe there are some that are stealing, but there is a problem, and we must find out what the problem is. And the reason I'm saying this is you go from county to county without being specific which counties. Compare what NGCDF does and what the county resources. If you look at this 415 billion. On average, many counties will be getting 8 billion, 6 billion, 7 billion. What does the county, what do constituencies get? If you combine the entire money of constituencies, hardly reaches 1 billion per county. But you walk in, the Suba North people, when I was getting re-elected, they would be telling me, meaning we can see the things that are being rained on, courtesy of CDF. But for most counties, we can't see what is being rained on. And that, if you translate in the layman's term, they are telling you either we are putting too much money to recurrent in the counties, or there is a leakage in terms of expenditure. And we must actually do a proper audit of the counties for purposes of discovering where the problem lies. We need to help our counties. It speaks to the issue of prudent management of resources. Mr. Speaker, I am happy that we have considered areas that are very dear to my heart: education, touches on children and young people; the health sector, that touches on women; water transport, especially Lake Victoria Ferry; the blue economy, that touches on fishermen. I'm very happy on that. But, Mr. Speaker, and I can see the chairman of budget is managing time, but even as he manages time, I said this when we were ordinary members with him as the budget committee. But please, consider child welfare with the rampant cases in future of abuse against children. Consider gender with rampant cases of sexual and gender-based violence and femicide. Otherwise, Mr. Speaker, I do support, because I know we are managing time. We are sitting until 9, and Mr. Speaker, also yet again want to thank members. The public don't know how dedicated members are. We sit here until 9. The media will never report. They will only look at the negative. So I congratulate members and thank you for sitting this long. Thank you.
There is no more interest in this except the interest of Honorable Dr. John Mutunga. Could you make your contributions in 3 minutes? All else could speak to the same matters when we transact equalization fund bill.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity to close this debate. Honorable Speaker, the question is, why do we appropriate? Of course, we realize that if we don't, then we'll be outside the law. Besides that, Honorable Speaker, we need to appropriate so that there is continuity of state, so that also we remain within we do the right thing. Honorable Speaker, I wish to thank the committee for doing a good job. The committee this year has really tried to stick within the limits. They has cautioned the different sectors, the different committees, the departmental committees to remain within the limits so that we do not overstretch the budget deficit. Honorable Speaker, we appropriate this money, and we need to be asking ourselves, to what extent is the money given out used for the purpose it is given? And for those of us who would like to do studies, a clear case study would be to analyze the extent to which the money released for purposes has actually achieved the results that were intended, met the targets that were set, and also gotten to the milestones that have been set. Honorable Speaker, we need to spend cautiously. We need to have prudent use of resources. Observe the value for money. There's a bit of waste in this country that needs to be observed, to be checked. Honorable Speaker, the future of budgeting, besides sustaining the systems that have been, we need to rationalize on these budgets. We need to get to know, how do we turn around jobs? Which sectors do we need to give prominence so that we can also industrialize this country, so that we can create more jobs that are needed by our young people, so that we can also be able to sell out of this country. Honorable Speaker, with those few remarks, I wish to support.
Yeah, the mover will reply. The Honorable Moroto will be recognized to contribute when we deal with the matter on equalization fund appropriation bill.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. And I want to thank honorable members for their participation and contributions on this bill. Honorable Speaker, just allow me to just react to a few issues that were raised by members. One, Honorable Speaker, Dr. Makali Mulu has questioned how we are going to raise the 10 billion which we have added to the county share of allocations. Honorable Speaker, I want to say that for the very first time, this year, our revenue projection as Parliamentary Budget Office, is higher than the revenue projection by National Treasury. As a matter of fact, our figure is higher by about 40 billion. National Treasury has projected revenue, ordinary revenue at 2.79 trillion. National Treasury has projected revenue, ordinary revenue as 2.676 trillion. Our own PBO, the think tank, the fiscal economic think tank of Parliament in the region, has projected 2.79 trillion. This is a difference of 40 billion, Honorable Speaker. Therefore, Honorable Speaker, in our consideration of more revenue to counties, we consider that just raising 10 billion out of this revenue was going to be practical. Honorable Speaker, for the very first time, it's important to note that always our own projection of revenue always agrees with what is finally collected. So, Honorable Speaker, we are sure that the figure of 2.79 trillion, which we have projected as Parliament, is going to be realized by KRA. And therefore, just taking 10 billion out of that to counties is something that will not affect our fiscal space. And therefore, the fiscal deficit, which we have projected at 4.8% to GDP, is still stagnant, and this projection is not affecting it. Therefore, I wanted to confirm to my colleague that we are not going to affect, we are going to increase borrowing because of this addition. Honorable Speaker, I want to thank everybody. Honorable Millie Odhiambo has challenged us to allocate more resources to child welfare. I am in agreement with her, and we are going to ensure that going forward, allocations to children is enhanced. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I want to thank members for staying with us. And Honorable Speaker, I beg to move. I beg to reply.
Yeah, thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Budget and Appropriations Committee. For the convenience of the House, the question, the second reading of the subject bill will be put when the House next considers the matter in future. Next order.
Order number 9, the Equalization Fund Appropriation Bill, National Assembly Bill number 21 of 2025, second reading.
Mover.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that Equalization Fund Bill, National Assembly Bill number 21 of 2025, be read a second time. Honorable Speaker, this bill was published on 12th June 2025 and introduced to the National Assembly on the 17th, June 2025. It was referred to Budget and Appropriations Committee for consideration and reporting to the House. The bill seeks to provide legal authority for appropriating monies from the Equalization Fund for use in the beneficiary regions during the financial year 2025-2026. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to Article 204, Sub 1 of the Constitution, the Equalization Fund is established requiring that half, 0.5% of all revenue collected nationally by national government is allocated to Equalization Fund. Honorable Speaker, the amount distributable is computed based on the most audited national revenue accounts by National Assembly. Honorable Speaker, it's important to note that for the consideration of this bill, the audited and approved revenues we are using are for the financial year 2021-2022. And Honorable Speaker, the audited revenues for this financial year is approximated at 1.92 trillion. That is the revenue for which we are considering the Equalization Fund. Honorable Speaker, Equalization Fund is exclusively for essential services. That is water, road infrastructure, health facilities, and electricity. Those are the projects that are supposed to be funded by Equalization Fund. And historically, they must be from marginalized regions. Honorable Speaker, the objective of the fund is to elevate the standard of living in those areas so that they can be able to be at the level comparable with the rest of the nation. Honorable Speaker, the allocation to Equalization Fund must adhere to the structured framework formulated by the Commission on Revenue Allocation. in accordance with Article 216, subsection 4. The current operational policy, Honorable Speaker, is on its second consideration, and it identifies 1,424 marginal areas across 34 counties as beneficiaries. Each designated county receives a proportional share of the fund as determined by the CRA's allocation criteria. Honorable Speaker, in this bill, you are appropriating 16.8 billion for the development of these areas that have been identified. Just to highlight for you, Honorable Speaker, how we are arriving at 16.8 billion which we are allocating. First of all, Honorable Speaker, 6.2 billion is money which is being carried forward from the last financial year, this financial year, 2024, 2025. 10.6 billion is earmarked for this financial year, 2025, 2026. Honorable Speaker, 9.78 billion is representing 0.5% of the latest audited and approved national revenues. And Honorable Speaker, 2.7 billion is constituting arrears authorized under the Division of Revenue Bill 2025. Honorable Speaker, this bill is allocating, this bill in 2018, the fund allocated 12.4 billion, which was arrears for 2014-2016. And 10.7 billion was earmarked for 2021-2022 financial year, which was the second marginalization policy. Honorable Speaker, I wanted to say that as we talk, we have arrears of about 45 billion, which has not been remitted to cohesion fund. And this is a very big challenge for the fund, because there is a financial year where there was zero allocation to this fund. And Honorable Speaker, this really has really affected the performance of this fund, and it is a concern which the Budget Committee has raised with Treasury, that we believe that we really need to enforce it going forward, that we need to be able to ensure that we have been able to fund all those areas. Honorable Speaker, there is also persistent regional disparities in the way this fund is allocating resources. For example, 8 counties account for over 60% of the fund in this budget. Turkana County will receive 1.86 billion, West Pokot will receive 1.7 billion, Narok County will receive 1.3 billion, receiving the high shares. Mandera, Wajir, Samburu, Garissa, Baringo collectively will receive 5.5 billion. This, Honorable Speaker, really underscores the marginalization that I was talking about in the way the fund is being shared. To safeguard accountability, Honorable Speaker, we recommend that the funds bypass county revenue funds account and instead flow directly to dedicated central bank accounts for each county. Honorable Speaker, we are making this recommendation because we want to ensure that when these funds go to counties, they are not used for other purposes, because we know the governors lack discipline. And sometimes they would receive the money and do something else with it, as opposed to earmarking the funds for the reasons they have been appropriated. Honorable Speaker, we also would like the controller of budget to be the one to authorize the withdrawals. And therefore, so that we eliminate the bureaucracy that exists. There's a lot of bureaucracy in the way these funds is administered. And therefore, we want to give the powers to controller of budget to be able to administer how these funds are flowing directly from after the funds have been bypassed the county revenue accounts. Honorable Speaker, on the issue of arrears and the shortfalls, this financial year we were trying to meet the shortfalls by allocating about 2.7 billion to factor in the shortfall. But we realized that is so negligible, especially for the case where we have a shortfall of about 45 billion. So we need a really drastic decision where we need to allocate at least half every financial year. Going forward, we allocate at least half of that shortfall, about 20 billion, so that in the next 2 financial years, we will be able to have allocated the full shortfalls. Honorable Speaker, I therefore would like to recommend that this House approves the Equalization Fund Bill as it is, Appropriations Bill as it is, to allow us to move and allow the counties and the resources to flow to the projects. Honorable Speaker, I move and call upon my able deputy, the Honorable Pukose, to second.
The Honorable Robert Pukose.
Honorable Speaker, I stand to second the Equalization Fund Appropriation Bill, National Assembly Bill number 21 of 2025. Honorable Speaker, this Equalization Fund is a creation of the Constitution 2010 and Article 204 as put by my chair. Honorable Speaker, once this Equalization Fund came in, the drafters of the Constitution realized that not all parts of Kenya had developed equally. And we had about 14 counties that were seen to be lacking behind in terms of water, electricity, roads, and health facilities. And therefore, that necessitated the creation of the Equalization Fund to be able to catch up with the rest of the country. This Equalization Fund, the Honorable Speaker, has had the initial policy which focused on the 14 counties, and then we came the second policy which now increased to look at other parameters in as far as Equalization Fund was concerned. And that is created 1,424 regions. Honorable Speaker, even however, despite that, you find that the county allocations reveal that 8 counties are accounting for 60% of the total and of the 16.8 as per now the 2025-2026 allocations. Despite that, you find that it is also made challenges because you'll find that there's been push and pull here and there. Initially, this was implemented through various Ministry of Health, Ruto, the REREC, and other agencies to make sure that these areas got services. But apparently, this made challenges, and therefore it necessitated change of regulations. In this bill, Honorable Speaker, the committee has made amendments that the allocated funds shall not be deposited into the county revenue fund. Instead, the monies will be transferred directly to a special purpose account opened by each beneficiary county at the Central Bank of Kenya. This arrangement, Honorable Speaker, enhances financial control and ensures that the funds are used exclusively for their intended purposes, because we've seen diversion of even health money meant for health. And that's how we came up with the FIF, to make sure that money that is for health is used for health. Therefore, Honorable Speaker, the enactment of this bill constitutes sufficient legal authority for the control of budget to approve and authorize withdrawals from the fund, streamlining the disbursement process. In addition, Honorable Speaker, the bill also provides that once the control of budget authorizes a withdrawal from the Equalization Fund, and the Secretary of the Board submits written instructions through the National Treasury requesting the release of the funds, this documentation shall constitute sufficient authority for the Central Bank of Kenya to effect payment from the fund account. And this ensures that there is some accountability, and the money is going directly to those projects, because you look at the allocations in terms of the schedule which is there, first schedule, allocation per county and per constituency. They have projects which have been approved by the board, and therefore, if the money is diverted into other issues, then you have pending bills. Honorable Speaker, as we speak today, we have pending bills from the first disbursement, and even money that is lying within the ministries not having been utilized because there were hitches in as far as legal challenges that came in during that time, where we had governors going to court, and we even had amendment to the regulations. So, Honorable Speaker, the committee, having scrutinized this, feels that outstanding arrears to the Equalization Fund, which stood at 46.5 billion as of June 2024, against a cumulative entitlement of 59.96 billion, since the fund's conception. This means that only 13.3 billion, equivalent to 22.4% of the total entitlement amount, has been disbursed to the fund. This shortfall in funding not only undermines the fund's credibility, but also poses a serious threat to the achievement of its core mandates, considering that the fund had a lifetime of 20 years, and therefore it might be coming to an end. But I think in the wisdom of this House, we can still do an amendment to extend that period for the fund. Honorable Speaker, with those few remarks, I want to second.
Thank you. I now propose the question of the Equalization Fund Appropriation Bill, National Assembly Bill number 21 of 2025, be now read a second time. The Honorable Samuel Moroto is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I want to thank my committee members in the Budget and Appropriation, led by the Chair and the Vice Chair. Personally here, my history, when you got independent in 1963, I was 2 years old. And then I've served. I used to sing my choir to Kenyatta Mzee. Then I served Moi, Kibaki, Uhuru, and now. The chair knows what happened here. Our game anyway, which is normal. And I like him. This is a legislation team. Among the three arms of government, let us be serious. We are now talking about equalization. Our salaries was barred by 1965 Session 10 paper not to access anything from Kenya government. And it affected some of us from West Pokot. West Pokot became closed district. That's why Kenyatta and the 6 and the 5 others, they are all 6. That's why they call it Kapenguria 6. I want to sincerely thank all legislators because I was here during Moi's time. Raila became our General Secretary and Minister for Energy. Then, during the 2010, what we are now celebrating as the fall of the government is the champion of that one. There's nothing I can regret of that. So, there were 14 counties. Always others were added. And we cannot, because all are Kenyans, they have to benefit from what is coming up. Mr. Speaker, let us be serious with our National Assembly and national government. Anything. Equalization was put under national government, not county. Not county government. Now, if we decide, we say, okay, let us put this one here too. Okay, unajua, this most of the these governors, most of them were here. Because of the greedy, they want to divert everything to the other side. But I like the way now we are discussing. Although we are few here, but we will do something. Because bigger, let us be stand. National government, CDF, Kera, Kora should remain with the national government. I was I'm a teacher by profession. One time I was chairman Kenya National Union of Teachers during the leadership of Dea Dongo and Katomanga, being the chair. And then Badai, I became the executive secretary. When my MP Lotodo Francis, who was a minister, died, that's why I came here. So I don't want to say much, but I want to say, let us stand on what is in our constitution. I played on it. I was in the secretariat of KSCC. Who is this coming now to want to water down this 1 year? Thank you.
Honorable Naisula Lesuda.
Thank you very much, Speaker. And thank you to Honorable Moroto for that very good history class that he has taken us through. I want to congratulate members of the committee where I also sit, the Budget and Appropriations Committee, under the able leadership of Honorable Atandi and our Vice Chairperson, Honorable Pukose, for the work put in to ensure that we have a budget that had a lot of consensus, there was no acrimony, and even the equalization bill, Mr. Speaker. I just want to speak to three things. One is the issue of exchequer. There is one issue to appropriate and another one to receive funds, Mr. Speaker. And I want to say this in regard to equalization fund and even the whole issue about the funds that the counties receive. When we do supplementary budgets here, the national government is the only one which receives budget cuts. But the county governments receive all their funds for that financial year, Mr. Speaker. And so the 415 billion that they will be receiving from next financial year that we will be passing in this House, Mr. Speaker, it is important to note, and even the equalization, although we have arrears on some of the equalization funds, it is important for counties to know that they receive the money that that was appropriated by this House. So as a House, we are doing our work, and also Treasury is doing its work in ensuring that they receive the money, Mr. Speaker. And so even as they fight for more funds to go to the counties, it is important to note that. There is also the issue of the exchequer, as I have said. Most members here will now go with the appropriations bill, saying that this project will be done in their constituencies or in the areas that they come from. But by the end of that financial year, and with the many supplementaries that we have, Mr. Speaker, they end up not being funded. And so it is important that we prioritize the funding of what has been passed by this House, Mr. Speaker, especially issues to do with capitation of schools, basic things like now when the UHC, we make sure the money is available, we confirm them, things that really touch on Kenyans, Mr. Speaker. On the issue of equalization, we will not get tired of repeating that we should follow the Constitution, as what has been said by Honorable Moroto. There was the whole reason on why it was on 14 counties. There were people who sat, debated, analyzed, agreed on the 14 counties, Mr. Speaker. Now we are at 1,424 sublocations. These monies become so little. A sublocation is given 3 million, 2 million, 7 million, Mr. Speaker. It is only fair, because in the third policy that CRA will be working on as soon as they receive their funds, this House should do service to the 14 counties that were to benefit from equalization fund, Mr. Speaker, so that now the issue of marginalization will be totally forgotten about, and so that that money can uplift those counties to come to where they are supposed to be. And so that I can allow my colleagues to also contribute, I will stop it there and support. Thank you.
The Honorable Omboko Milemba will be followed by Honorable John Kiragu.
Thank you, Honorable
Then
Speaker.
the mover may reply if there is no more interest, as I note.
Thank you, Speaker. And I want to support the amendments and the proposals that the committee has done.
Order.
It is regrettable.
Order, Honorable Milemba. Honorable Jematia, we also have the roads. I think there is a matter under Kenya Roads. The Kenya Roads Act is being amended, which we also have to transact before the hour. And for clarity, we are closing at 9 p.m. The House will adjourn, not 9:30.
So, Honorable Speaker, the amendments being brought in as suggestions by the committee are great. One, the fact that only 8 counties are benefiting from are taking 60% of the entire amount is something that should be dealt with. And also the spreading out too thin in many areas has to be addressed, because this fund was supposed to actually reverse the gains that had been done by session paper number 10 of 1965 by Tom Mboya, the great son of this country. Number 2, the other proposal to ring-fence the money so that the money specifically goes for essential services is great, and we need to support it by the committee. As we spread out this money, these are also the counties, Honorable Speaker, which are having biggest challenges in the education sector. Samburu, Turkana, these are the areas you'll go to and you'll find there's no education going on properly. We want to thank the Budget Committee for having really worked in this area, and also having appropriated funds in the education sector, especially the employment. The government has done very well in the employment of the 87,000 teachers, and also has done very well, even this budget, there's about 7.1 billion for the JSS, and also capitation for schools together with the JSS payments in the budget. But, Honorable Speaker, I would wish the Chair of Budget, Honorable Tandi, to notice that there's some miss that we got in this budget. Always, there's what we call collective bargaining agreements. They are signed between the employees and employer. For the teachers and all other employees, the collective bargaining agreements last for 4 years. This year, the collective bargaining agreement for the teachers has ended. And in law, another one has to be signed. And therefore, it was being looked at that this budget would deal with this. But I know your good office will be looking into this, because in the coming supplementary budgets, because already the CBS are exhausted. And what we realize out of collective bargaining agreements, Honorable Speaker, is that that's why you no longer see teachers go on strike every December the way it used to be. In the old time, every December there will be a strike before exams. So it's very important that Chair Budget and the committee, you look at how we shall get a new CBA appropriated for the teachers, so that we have safe haven of learning through up to the exam time in December and even beyond that particular time. That will be very, very important for that particular sector. Very well, because I know many people want to speak on this, I would want to stop there, and thank you, Honorable Speaker.
The Honorable Engineer John Kiragu. Or you want to speak to the roads and we call the mover to reply?
No, Chair, I'll be very brief. Honorable Speaker, I want to rise to support this bill, and particularly just to recognize that, in fact, there are certain areas in this country that are marginalized. And it is important that even as we do our budget, to make sure that every corner of this nation gets basic infrastructure, whether it's water, electricity, roads, and all the other important infrastructure to enable every part of this country develop. Recently, I went to Marsabit, and I realized that there is so much potential that we can exploit in this country. But some of these areas that are marginalized, they do not have what it takes for even anybody to invest in this area. So I stand to support this equalization fund, but Honorable Speaker, I also call upon people who receive this money and they turn it into their personal use, bring it in Nairobi to build flats and other things, that they actually do the service to this nation. Because what is important for us is to make sure that the monies that are going for these specific projects, they achieve the purpose, and that we give every corner of this nation an opportunity to be able to compete with the rest of the nation. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Let's get Dido Raso to speak on this before the mover replies.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I wish to add my voice to this. I think I oppose this bill. It is in my interest and in the interest of my people that equalization is about equalization. I think we are not going to just be pen pushers, Honorable Speaker. Looking at the allocation that is here, I notice that this allocation has been made in such a way that even areas that are relatively developed are being given money, but not enough money. You are given 10 million, 5 million, 12 million to do what? It is important that you look at even areas. I'm looking at Marsabit, where there is that allocation. That Lysam is 302 million, Moyalet 175, Nodor 239, Saku 45 million. Do I do roads? Do I put it in electricity or in medical or in what? So for that reason, Honorable Speaker, I think marginalization continues, and the way even these resources are being allocated to the counties, it means that equalization is not likely to meet the objective that the Constitution had intended from the beginning. So for that reason, I oppose this bill.
On Mwashako.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I'll be very brief, Honorable Speaker. One, I stand to support this bill, Equalization Fund Appropriation Bill, National Assembly Bill number 21. Honorable Speaker, it is, as I support this bill, I need to bring out a few issues that concern this bill. Number one, Honorable Speaker, the first marginalization policy identified 14 counties to be the beneficiaries of the Article 204, where Equalization Fund is based. Honorable Speaker, counties like Taita Taveta used to get in excess of 700 million annually. Today, Honorable Speaker, in the bill we are passing today, Taita Taveta has only 21 million shillings, Honorable Speaker. And this is extremely sad, taking into account that Taita Taveta was identified as the first 14 counties that lagged behind, because the previous government before devolution, Honorable Speaker, did not identify itself with other counties that were far from Nairobi, Honorable Speaker. So as I support, Honorable Speaker, I want to request this House, because I know CRA will be sitting to do a new marginalization policy in the next few months, that we revert back to the 14 counties, so that then the real marginalization that has happened since independence can be cured by these funds that are there to achieve equity and equalization of the country, Honorable Speaker. I support this bill, but I want to urge, and I'm happy Majority Leader is here, the next policy must revert back to the 14 counties, so that then we can bring meaning to this. And as I conclude, Honorable Speaker, I know that if we are not careful, another 20, 30 years to come, we will still do another equalization fund if we do not achieve equity in our resource distribution as a country. So, Honorable Speaker, as we do budgeting, as we do everything in this House, we must consider equity as we do resource distribution. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Mover.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, With your kind permission, I would like to donate 1 minute to Dr. Makali Mulu to just make up one point. 1 minute, please, Dr.
Honorable Speaker, thank you so much, and thank you so much, my chairman. What I wanted to say, Honorable Speaker, one point which has not come out clear is the issue that as a result of the second marginalization policy, we moved from 14 counties to 34 counties, and we moved to 107 constituencies and 1,024 sublocations. What that has done, Honorable Speaker, is we have pushed the projects to be so small in terms of size that they have minimal impact. The next marginalization policy should factor in the issue of projects with a high impact if we want to help these areas, Mr. Speaker. Otherwise, unless we do that, then we'll have a problem. So the two issues this House must focus on is to ensure that the third marginalization policy captures the interest of all the members who have spoken here so that we have a clear way forward. The last point, it was 20 years, we have done 15 years with minimal impact. You have 5 years to go. I don't know that as a House, you want to extend that time to 40 years. Some you have to think through. I submit, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Speaker, let me donate another 1 minute to Honorable Jamatia.
Thank you so much, Honorable Speaker. And thank you, my chair, for donating the time. I want to also say the framers of the Constitution, Mr. Speaker, took their time and understand the importance of equalization. And for the 14 counties that were earmarked from the beginning, I think we should continue using the same framework of the Constitution and enable these counties to fully develop, and especially when allocating. As much as we also agree that they're part of the country continuously having marginalization using their own perimeters, but the initial process, if followed very well, we will be able to uplift this country to almost same levels. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Chairman.
I would like to thank all the members who have contributed to this bill and who have expressed support for the bill. Honorable members, I have listened to the issues that have been raised by some members, including the kind of priority projects that are being implemented by this fund in the counties. Some members are suggesting that they should be given an opportunity to propose what kind of projects that needs to be implemented. For example, Honorable Speaker, in a county where there is shortage of water, electricity, and even health facilities, some members are proposing that they be allowed to just say, we just need water or we just need electricity. Because we have learned that governors are implementing their own projects of their own choice. Honorable Speaker, we have taken note of these observations, and as a committee, we are going to engage the relevant departments to ensure that this fund actually serves the purpose for which it was created. Honorable Speaker, I beg to reply.
Very well, honorable members, we shall prefer putting of the overall question to that particular one in the next sitting. Next order.
Order number 14, the Kenya Roads Amendment number 2 Bill, National Assembly Bill number 16 of 2025, second reading.
Majority Leader.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that the Kenya Roads Board, the Kenya Roads Amendment Bill number 2 Bill of 2025 be now read a second time. Honorable Speaker, this is a very short bill. It's only a 2-clause bill with the sole purpose of changing or undoing what was done in the 12th Parliament on the terms of service for the Director Generals of the road sector. Honorable Speaker, all the Director Generals in the road sector, those of us who were here in the 12th Parliament, you remember, towards the tail end of the last Parliament, there was an amendment that was done that extended their terms of service as Director Generals from 3 years, as the case is for all other Chief Executive Officers in government parastatals, and theirs was changed from 3 years to 5 years. And therefore, the sole intent of this bill is first to revert to the 3 years in line with the Code of Governance for State Corporations, famously christened as the Mwongozo policy, principle which limits the terms of service for all CEOs to 3 years, in line with that Code of Governance, which was put in under the Mwongozo principle to promote good governance in the management of state corporations and their boards. And this is a practice, as I said, in all state corporations, with the exception of these road sector boards that now had 5 years. The second clause in this bill, or the third one, Honorable Speaker, because the first one is the title, is to ensure that for those who may have served a period exceeding 3 years, and they are serving currently in their first term of 5 years, that they will not get a renewal of another 5 or another 3 years to go beyond the 2-term service of 6 years, to ensure that any extension that any one of them gets will be for a further period of 1 year, so that in total they will have served a total of 6 years, just like everybody else in the other state corporations, as I said, in line with the Code of Governance for State Corporations. Therefore, Honorable Speaker, this being a very short bill, I would beg for support. And as I said, this is also to enhance efficiency in delivery of service in our state corporations, more so in the road sector. And members of parliament being some of the top clients of this road sector DGs, will tell you, some because they think they are serving a 5-year term, they refer to members of parliament as people who are about to leave office. And I have heard some of them saying, this is the 3rd year in office. I'm here for 5 years, you will go and leave us in these offices. Therefore, Honorable Speaker, and you know how sensitive roads are to our constituents. Therefore, it's imperative that we have director generals of CEOs in these state corporations that are dealing with roads who are responsive to the people's needs. And there's no other way of showing you are responsive to those people's needs other than listening to the people's representatives on issues pertaining to roads, Honorable Speaker, because roads are critical means of connecting and interconnecting our country's areas and growing our economy. And therefore, Honorable Speaker, I want to beg that we all support this amendment so that we are in line with the Mwongozo principle and the Code of Governance of State Corporations, and also to enhance efficiency in delivery of service to Kenyans, as well as promote good corporate governance in our state corporations. Just like it is even in the private sector, Honorable Speaker, you know, many organizations in the private sector, chief executive officers also serve a period of at least 3 years that is renewable based on your performance, Honorable Speaker. With those many remarks, Honorable Speaker, I beg to move and request the Honorable Irene Mayaka to second.
Yes, Honorable Irene Mayaka.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I stand to second this particular bill and to thank the Leader of Majority for bringing it to the House, because, Honorable Speaker, as the Leader of Majority has put it so well, is that this particular bill, as brief as it is very significant, because it seeks to amend Section 13 of the Roads Act, Cap 408, but also to be in line with the Mwongozo Code of Governance for State Corporations. And Honorable Speaker, as a House, it is very important for us as legislators to ensure that we are very dynamic in our legislations, that it actually speaks to the present circumstances of what is happening. And therefore, Honorable Speaker, especially to the fact of we are proposing a 3-year term for the CEOs, renewable only once. But also, there's a key line there that says that this is subject to satisfactory performance of the person who is holding the office. So that it is not just automatic that someone assumes when you're holding this particular position, automatically you get your term renewed. You have to demonstrate that you've actually performed your duties very satisfactorily. Honorable Speaker, also very important to mention is the transitional provision that is in this particular amendment to ensure that those who are in office are also protected by this, and we are not leaving any ambiguity to law. So, Honorable Speaker, with those few remarks, I beg to second. I thank you.
Honorable members, I now propose the question that the Kenya Roads Amendments Number 2 Bill, National Assembly Bill number 16 of 2025 be now read a second time. First by Honorable Kaluma.
Yeah, Chair, this is a very quick one. This one we should easily support coming from the majority leader. In fact, we discussed it in another forum, the Legislative Caucus in the morning. And so I signify my support to it. And I think, Honorable Speaker, as I support this, allow me to say that these are the kind of matters and thinking we need to go into the equalization fund also. Honorable Speaker, I don't know why these monies, like we have in this bill, the monies in equalization fund are just going bulk to counties. If I've been given 10 million the way I've been given, why can't I be allowed to match my 10 million with carers so that I can have electrification in my constituency, instead of this money going to the counties and being left to the county structures to determine how they are dealt with? Honorable Speaker, I therefore support this particular one, and I would urge fellow members also to support. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Kiborek, you are one of the young members who's still in the House, and this is strong, so please make your contributions.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair. I am in the... Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I stand here to support Mr. Speaker because the longer someone stays in office, Chair, especially a sensitive docket like that one, it encourages corruption when a chair. And also it encourages carterism, because for someone to sit in office for 10 years, you will have, been in contact with so many contractors and many suppliers in that State Department. So, Mr. Speaker, I stand here and rise to support that we reduce the number of years to 6 years, so that at least there will be efficiency and the energy and the zeal to serve. Because once someone overstays, that energy and zeal to deliver and to serve goes because of fatigue and many other things. Chair, as I finish, because roads is related to marginalization, because some of us we have come from areas which has been marginalized. I stand on the matters of equalization fund, Chair, allow me to digress a bit, is that we need to revisit the formula by CRA.
Oh, out of order, Honorable. We have already dealt with.
I stand guided, Chair. Mr. Speaker, thank you.
Honorable Bokose.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for allowing me to support the Kenya Roads Amendment Bill, number 2, National Assembly Bill number 16 of 2025. Saying that the amendment by the majority leader, I think those are good amendments because it aligns actually with the Mwongozo Code of Conduct to make sure that somebody serves for, because it was actually discriminatory to the other corporations, because a CEO of a carer, director carer serving for 5 years, while the other CEOs are serving for 3 years. I think that was discriminatory. And I think this was a law that I remember it was passed mischievously, because during that last term of the last parliament, when most of us had gone even for campaigns, and this was done not in good faith, but to protect certain individuals to keep them in office. So with those remarks, I support.
Chair Budget, followed by Chair Finance Committee.
Honorable Speaker, I would like to support the Kenya Roads Board Amendment law which is before us. And Honorable Speaker, like most members have already pointed out, this was against the Mwongozo guidelines. Honorable Speaker, also tied to that amendment was that the law was changed, the act was changed to allow for non-engineers to be the CEOs of the Kenya Roads Board. Honorable Speaker, even that particular one needs to be looked at. And I would like the majority leader to also listen, because You cannot have the CEO of Kenya Roads Board who is not an engineer. Yet the people he's working with across the board are engineers. I think that was also part of the mischievous amendment which passed through this House, and I would like the majority leader to consider, ensuring that the CEO or Director General of Kenya Roads Board is an engineer. Thank you.
Chair Baji, Finance Committee.
Thank you, Speaker. First is to support the amendments proposed by the leader of Majority Party, and really a call for action for us as members of Parliament, because what you've seen across is amendments being sneaked in at the tail end of a term of a Parliament. And I think this is one of those amendments that was sneaked in during the 12th Parliament, and therefore it is a call for all of us to be awoke, especially to the tail end of the term, so that we do not have amendments that are brought to this House that again we have now to cure in subsequent Parliament, Honourable Speaker. Roads remains a very, very critical docket, Honourable Speaker. When you think about all the 4 factors of production, land, entrepreneurship, capital, all of them, the success of them depends on the mobility of those particular factors of production. And those mobility is enhanced through our roads. Whether you want people to move from one place to the other to go for work, or businesses to move their raw materials, or finished goods, or to trade, whatever it is, or our children to go to school, roads become such a critical docket. And therefore it is extremely important that we take a keen interest on the people that are put on this particular position, because that is really the backbone of the economy, Honourable Speaker. And speaking of even roads, even some of the issues that were being raised on marginalization, roads is one of the things that marginalize particular parts of this country, Honourable Speaker, because we have many areas that are completely inaccessible. We have some constituents and some counties that don't even have an inch of tarmac, Honourable Speaker. And therefore, even the matter of that marginalization and the equalization fund, Honourable Speaker, it is something that we must finally, faithfully, fully, and finally deliver, and make sure that we have access to basic services equitably and transparently to everyone in the whole country of the Republic of Kenya. Thank you, Honourable Speaker.
Very well, Japheth Nyakundi, Honourable, make it brief.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I also want to support the Kenya Roads Amendment Bill number 2 that has been brought around by the Majority Leader. As you know, the road sector is a very critical area because it creates it helps in movement of goods and services from one area to another. As Majority Leader has said, the term of most CEOs is 3 years according to Mwongozo. So it is also right when we reduce the term of most Director Generals, the Director Generals of roads, to 3 years, because that also creates a lot of equity among these MDAs and these parastatals. So I want to support this bill because it's also very critical, as I've said, the road sector. And as I heard the other day someone criticizing the 7% securitization, not knowing that this securitization has really helped us in unlocking the roads that were initially we were not able to fund. So I want to support this bill fully, and I want to say asante sana. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Chematia.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. I also want to add my views on this matter, and I want to thank the Leader of Majority for considering this amendment in this bill. Mr. Speaker, I once served as a director in one of the parastatals that was now REREC, and I remember vividly that I served for 3 years, and I was probably touted to serve another 3 years if I was given the opportunity. Mr. Speaker, a reason why I support this amendment very well is because in the world today, attitudes in workplace is derived from personalities. And if you look at many times, the longer people stay in same spaces, specifically in offices where they interact with almost same work and duties and routines, they tend to lack the efficiency. And 3 years, Mr. Speaker, is, according to Mongozo, was reviewed and considered as all the sagas play and fall into it, that is one of the reasonable time. And if you look at this amendment, it is clearly gives opportunity for other, it's also going to give opportunity for other Kenyans to serve variously. And I also want to support what Honorable Atandi, who is the chair of budget, expressly consider that in the future we will consider professionalism, that the CEO should be fully, because these are people who run day-to-day activities and the day-to-day duties of the institution or the authority. Lastly, Mr. Speaker, I want to say this thing is going to enable us to fight a serious entrenchment, because there's a survey that was done that shows that the sometimes real corrupt people are the people who have worked in a small area for long because of the complacency. And this is going to help us fix most of the gaps that we have in this country and save resources, specifically on roads where all of us need roads in this country. By all means, we are going to save this country through this legislation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable John Mutunga.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity to also contribute to the amendment. The Roads Amendment Bill number 2, National Assembly Bill number 16 of 2025. Honorable Speaker, this bill comes in to basically harmonize the period that somebody is supposed to stay in the office as a CEO with the Mongozo provisions. Honorable Speaker, this basically creates equity in terms of service, and also gives those given the opportunity the time limits to be able to do their work and produce results. Obviously, it also comes back to regularize the time that they are given in terms of, if somebody has served for 4 years and was given a contract of 5 years, then they will also be given a contract of 1 year to be able to serve for 5-6 years. This creates equity. Honorable Speaker, long service, when Mongozo was being done, there was a realization that when people stay in office for too long, they tend to be redundant. So the same, therefore, introduces the fact that we need to reduce redundancy in these offices. It will also enable people to give others an opportunity to serve in these offices. So, Honorable Speaker, I support this bill.
The Honorable John Kirago.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I stand to support this amendment. And this matter came to our Committee of Transport and Infrastructure. And we did find that it is outside the recommendation of Mongozo. And by making this amendment, it will streamline this area and align it to the rest of the other parastatals. And also, it provides an opportunity for somebody to prove themselves in 3 years. And if they are found worth, there is the chance for a renewal. And also, the amendment provides a transition to make sure that those ones who are about to get a renewal, they will have to have that a transition clause put in place. So this brings in order. And I really support this amendment because it is one thing that has been embarrassing to the sector because it is also an area that serves a lot of people. And Honorable Speaker, when they overstay, some of them stop being Director Generals, they start becoming contractors. So we support.
The Honorable Didoraso.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I rise to support this amendment. I think the roads are such an important asset and also the most expensive asset. Imagine when you construct a road that you spend 40 million per kilometer of tarmac road. So it is such a precious commodity that we must safeguard that particular thing in the first place. Secondly, the amendment seeks to limit the term on how long the Director General is going to stay in an office. What we have learned, because we live in Kenya, a Director General, if he stays longer, it becomes part of the institution and also part of the furniture of an office. And that is why once they are limited, they are told that your term is subject to renewal, then it means they must work really very hard to win that trust, to actually get that secondment to be given additional time. Finally, Honorable Speaker, you know, when we look at even currently what happens in Kera, Kura, and Kena, the Director Generals who have been sought through very competitive process, they will tend to work very hard. And more so when they are told that, my friend, you have a term limit and you must competitively apply for that renewal, then they are likely to put in that energy, that motivation, and to be able to make those who are working under them to be efficient. With those remarks, I beg to support. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
You're gone. Are you in the House?
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I would also like to stand and support these amendments which has been brought in by the majority leader. And I want to say, Mr. Speaker, you know, roads is a very sensitive sector in this economy. And this is where we need people who are very serious in their work. And bringing these amendments by reducing from 5 years to 4, or changing from 5 years to 3, it means that, and giving the person to be, to know that he's going to be appointed again or given another term of 3 years, it means that somebody must work hard so that he can be reappointed again, or he can be re-elected or given another term to serve in that position. So, Mr. Speaker, this is a very good amendment, and I believe we are going to also maybe to adhere to what the chairman for the budget said, that we might also look into making sure that we get the engineers to occupy those positions. So I beg to support Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much.
Move to reply. There being no any further and more interest.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Let me, as I reply, Honorable Speaker, allow me to thank the members who have contributed in support of this bill, and also to assure the Honorable Atandi that who has alluded to the fact that the Kenya Roads Board Director General is also in office, one not as an engineer, that we should look at the issue of qualifications. I do not know whether the Roads Board actually deals with engineering work. Therefore, you may be a CEO even without being an engineer for the board. But for the road agencies that are in charge of implementing the actual construction of roads, those, I want to agree that they can be, they must be engineers, and they ought to be engineers. But for the board, Honorable Speaker, it's also important to note that this Kenya Roads Board is in the same sector with the road agencies in the road sector. The only difference is that the road agencies are under the Kenya Roads Act, and the Kenya Roads Board is under the Kenya Roads Board Act. But the fact that they're in the same sector, Honorable Speaker, and also in line with that Mwongozo Code of Governance, if you look at Section 12 of the Kenya Roads Board Act on the Director General, 12.3.4 again says that the Director General shall hold office for a period of 5 years and shall be eligible for reappointment for a further one term of 5 years. It's the same thing, Honorable Speaker, but we will be moving a consequential amendment to this bill so that we bring the Kenya Roads Board also, Director General, under the ambit of this particular amendment, so that the Kenya Roads Board Director General also serves a term of 3 years, just like the other Director Generals in the road sector will be serving a term of 3 years, unlike everybody else in the state corporations, Honorable Speaker, as I said, in line with that code of governance for state corporations. With those many remarks, I thank you, Honorable Speaker, and all the members who have contributed in support, because you have seen the support has been overwhelming, and even with that addition on the Kenya Roads Board by the Honorable Atandi. Thank you, Honorable Speaker, and I beg to reply.
Very well, honorable members. We shall prefer putting of the question to that particular one in the next sitting. Next order.
Order number 8, the County Public Finance Laws Amendment Bill, Senate Bill number 39 of 2023, second reading.
Chair. And yes, Chair.
Honorable Speaker, considering the materiality of this particular bill and considering that we have 2 minutes towards the end of business today, I request that we defer this business to tomorrow afternoon.
Very well, Chair, and I think I want to rule that that be undertaken as the Chair has so provided, and therefore let's be upstanding. One, let me thank the members for having stayed very strong up to this hour at 9 to deal with all the businesses that require the timelines that we have set out. Some of the bills you have been dealing with have timelines. And therefore, honorable members, and the time now being exactly 20:59 p.m., this House stands adjourned until Thursday, 19th June 2025 at 2:30 p.m.